Coming to ugly person again, the one who came to receive her was the same shopkeeper as the one the previous time. Dear sir, may I ask if there is anything I can help you with? The shopkeeper asked carefully. He was unable to grasp the level of Sima Yu's strength, but he could feel that the aura she was giving off was a very strong one. Sima Yu saw him acting this way and knew that he could not tell her true identity. She kept silent and let Mo Shah, who was in her bracelet, speak for her. I came to sell something. Mo Shah said. Is it a normal sale, or do you wish to participate in the auction? Auction. Then please come with me, our auction is situated on the 3rd level. Sima Yu followed the shopkeeper up to the 3rd level and clarified that it was for the sale of pills before inviting Great Master Li out. I wonder what pills this sir wants to sell. Great Master Li was unable to guess which power this person belonged to, based on his own observation alone. It's not convenient to speak here. Let's change the location. Mo Shah said. Great Master Li immediately understood. He knew that the other party had something of good quality and said, please follow me to the VIP lounge. Great Master Li brought her to the 4th floor. The 4th floor was spacious, with just a few rooms. Every single room was adorned with high-quality decorations and was even completely soundproof. The servant girl served tea and Sima Yu drank a mouthful. The tea here was more delicious than the previous one. May I ask what pill this sir wishes to sell? Great Master Li inquired again. Sima Yu took out a jade bottle and placed it on the desk, saying, this pill will definitely become the star of your entire auction. Manager Li took the jade bottle suspiciously. Could this pill be even more shocking than that 6th-ranked pill? The pill that was 4 different shades of gold had no other special qualities, and its fragrance was so light that you had to lean extremely close to it before you could smell it. Manager Li was a 5th-ranked pill appraiser. He had never seen the 100 Revolutions pill before, so he asked suspiciously, what pill is this? 100 Revolutions pill. Mo Shah said, what do you think? Great Master Li's hand trembled and he almost dropped the pill on the table. 100 Revolutions pill? It was not only Great Master Li, but even the accompanying servant girl was shocked. As long as one was an alchemist, there would not be a single person who had not heard of the 100 Revolutions pill. However, the method of refining this pill had long been lost in the entire Elin continent, so even though he knew that this kind of pill existed, he could only ever hear the name of the pill and sigh. That's why he was shocked speechless when he heard the name of the 100 Revolutions pill right now. Is this really the 100 Revolutions pill? Great Master Li felt as if the pill in his hands were 100,000 pounds. It was so stressful that he almost couldn't breathe. You all should have an even higher ranked appraisal master, right? Mo Shah said. Great Master Li finally reacted and said, men, go and invite Master over here. If this really was the 100 Revolutions pill, the star of the auction this time, that 6th-ranked pill, would need to take a back seat. Very quickly, an elderly alchemist rushed over. He came to the room where Sima Yu and the others were. The moment he entered, he asked, where is that 100 Revolutions pill? Great Master Li quickly handed the jade pill over. The elderly senior received the bottle and poured out the pill that was inside. Yes, this is it. The senior excitedly looked at the pill in his hands and tears streamed down his old face. I never thought that I would be able to see this pill in my entire life. A good life, good life. Master, is this really the 100 Revolutions pill? Great Master Li asked. This is a 100 Revolution pill. Master said definitively, that year, I was lucky and managed to encounter it. I never forgot it my entire life. It's a pity that I ever obtained the pill method that time. Didn't the method of refining this get lost? It is lost in the Elin continent, but not in other places. The senior said, dare I ask this respected sir, whether you were the one who refined this? Sima Yu sat back on the chair, saying, this has nothing to do with the auction, right? No, it doesn't. The senior tossed his excitement aside and placed the pill back into the jade bottle, saying, this was merely me satisfying my own curiosity. I saw the 100 Revolutions pill years more and I've always been thinking about it. I thought that I would never be able to see this pill again in my entire life, but I never thought that I would encounter it again today. That's why I thought of asking it, to satisfy the wish of my lifelong wish. You're right. I did refine this. Mo Shah said. You really did. The senior could not control his own emotions and said, dare I ask if this senior is willing to sell the method of refining this pill? Mo Shah thought about it for a moment and said, first tell me the starting bid of this 100 Revolutions pill. This 100 Revolutions pill has reached the highest ranked pill in the entire variety of pills. The starting bid is higher than the rank 6 pill, 20,000 gold coins. The senior said. 20,000? Sima Yu sucked in a breath. Does senior feel that this is too cheap? He could feel Sima Yu's surprise and said hurriedly, the auction is this way, the starting bid will not be too high. If these 4 pills were auctioned for, every single pill would be able to get around 10,000 each. Sima Yu's fingers lightly tapped against the table, having 4 pills meant that it was 40,000. Adding on to that Ouyang phase 10,000, it was 50,000. She reckoned that it would be enough. Alright then, we'll go according to the price that you've set. Mo Shah said. The senior took out a number plate and said, this is your number plate. Other than that, this is the blue card of our auction. Everyone who uses this card is a VIP. In the future, you can go to any one of our branches to buy anything at a 15% discount. Sima Yu kept the blue card and number plate before turning around to leave. Honored guest, please wait. The senior called Sima Yu to a stop. Is there something the matter? About that, our auction would like to discuss for you about selling your pill refinement method. Is that possible? The senior asked. Selling the refinement method? That's right, if this sir is willing, we are willing to take out 30,000 to pay for your 100 pill revolution refinement method. 30,000? Sima Yu raised her eyebrows in question. You already know the value of the 100 revolutions pill and even know that this method has already disappeared. This 30,000. When she came out from Ugly Person, her interspatial ring had been filled with 50,000 gold coins. It truly is a large and imposing sum. When you take out 50,000, you can't help but bat an eyelid. However, she never expected that this money would be so easy to earn. It was no wonder that those alchemists would all unbearably haughty. This was such a lucrative path. She returned to that little alley once again and ascertained that nobody was nearby before taking off the clothes that she was wearing and changing into her previous clothes. After that, she walked out boldly. Halt! She had just left the street when she bumped into someone she really didn't want to meet. Qin Wan pulled Sima Yu to a stop and said, "What are you doing outside and instead of hiding with the sand gulls today?" Sima Yu looked at Qin Wan and inwardly rolled her eyes. How could she have bumped into her? She really hated this kind of person the most. She said insipidly, "A good dog doesn't block the way. What are you doing, standing in front of me? Did you just call me a dog?" Qin Wan knew what she meant and shouted angrily. "I wasn't insulting you, I was merely saying that the one who was blocking me was the dog. If you're not going to block me for no reason, would you not be a dog?" Sima Yu shrugged. Qin Wan was dizzy from what Sima Yu said and glared at her. She turned around and said to Shi, who was standing behind her, "Cousin, it's this person. He, along with a few others, beat me up really badly that day. You must help me seek justice." It was only now that Sima Yu cast her glance towards Shi. She didn't manage to see her clearly the last time, but she was truly a beauty. However, when compared to her appearance, her imposing aura was even more attention-grabbing. Shi looked at Sima Yu and saw that she was looking straight at herself without being intimidated by her aura at all, so she said, "You have guts. Guts are borrowed from the heavens." Sima Yu smiled and said, "Pretty lady, you don't look bad, eh? Do you want to follow this little lord to the mountain to be his lady? Based on a little boy like you with little hair?" Shi replied, "Your hairs have not yet grown but you're already hitting on girls." Sima Yu stretched forth a finger and shook it, saying, No, I'm not hitting on any regular girl, I'm just interested in a pretty lady." Glib tongue. Shi was not angry and said, "Since cousin said that you beat her, as her older cousin I cannot ignore it. If you kneel down and apologize to her, you can leave as long as she forgives you." Wanted her to kneel? Sima Yu smirked, "What if I don't want to? Then I can only break your legs and force you to kneel." Shi said faintly without feeling as if her words were cruel at all. "What a pity, my body was a gift from my parents and I treasure it a lot." Sima Yu said, "I don't kneel to heaven or earth, only to my parents. As for your cousin, I'm afraid that's even more impossible. Don't kneel to heaven, don't kneel to earth." Shi heard what Sima Yu said and was stunned for a second, saying, "Truly a kid with backbone. However, this resolve will crumble in the face of power." Really? Sima Yu saw that the opponent was unwilling to let her off, so she shrugged and said, "What do? I really don't want to fight against a pretty lady. My heart will hurt if I wound you. Then we'll just see who hurts who." She said as her fingers curled into a fist and she threw it towards Sima Yu. Sima Yu observed her speed as well as the sound of wind that came along with her punch and pretty much estimated her strength. She moved aside and lightly blocked her punch. After that, she retreated 2 steps back lightly and left the opponent's attacking radius. Shi never thought that Sima Yu would be so quick. Even while he was avoiding her, she had also changed the direction in order to grab him, but was unable to catch him at all. "Pretty lady, 10 moves. If you can catch me within 10 moves, I will apologize to her." While standing, Sima Yu said while laughing and dodging. She had always been stronger than everyone else, so she had never encountered someone who was actually faster than her. Because they were just chasing and dodging, they did not use any spiritual chi. As a result, right till they end, they were just relying on brute strength. 2 moves, 3 moves, 4 moves, 9 moves, 10 moves. 10 moves had passed, but without talking about catching Sima Yu, she had not even managed to touch her clothes. Her speed and reaction were quick, but it could not be compared to Sima Yu who had trained her speed and reflexes in the Sophia Mountain range for 2 years. 10 moves later, Sima Yu had arrived at the edge of the group and said to Shi, who was still inside, "Pretty lady, this lord had something on today so I won't stay to chat with you. Remember to move a little bit faster next time." She quickly left the area after she had finished speaking. She didn't see how Sima Yu had managed to flash outside and her expression turned extremely terrifying as she watched the retreating silhouette. "Cousin, are you going to let her go just like that?" Qin Wan stepped forward and said begrudgingly. "Are you able to catch him?" Shi glanced sideways at Qin Wan, saying, "That guy's strength isn't weak. The important thing now is the auction in a few days' time, and I don't plan for side issues to arise. We'll naturally have our chance for revenge after the auction. Understand?" "Yes, I understand." Qin Wan was saying this with her lips, but dissatisfaction was still clear in her gaze as she watched Sima Yu leave. Sima Yu returned to the Sand Gull army where Wei Ziqi and the others were playing with Little Two in the house. Seeing that she had returned, they asked, "How is it?" "Settled." Sima Yu said, however, I'm afraid that the auction has been pushed back by another 2 days. Delayed again? Fatty Chu was shocked, asking, why? The 100 Revolutions pill is a pill that is quickly going in extinction, a pill that defies the natural order. It will naturally arouse everyone's interest and there will be even more things that they will want to auction for, so they need to raise more money. Sima Yu said, they said that they want to push it back by 2 more days, and it allows me just enough time to unblock Little Two's meridians again. The last time, you rested for a long time after you unblocked them. This time, we won't know what will happen, so it's best to first let your spirit power be at its maximum. Bei Gong Tang said. Sima Yu nodded, she thought this way as well. Yu, do you have enough money now? Wei Ziqi asked. Enough. Sima Yu was extremely happy when she said this. I sold the 100 Revolutions pill refining method to ugly person and earned 60,000 gold coins. With 400 revolution pills, would earn at least 40,000. That adds up to 100,000. Fatty Chu said, why is there this sudden feeling of striking it rich? Strike it rich, your ass. Sima Yu slapped his head and said, I have always been rich, it's just that it used to be in possessions. Now it's in terms of money. We should be able to obtain this lazarite pearl. Wei Ziqi said, however, Yu, why do you want to get this lazarite pearl no matter what? You didn't seem to have much interest in it before. There's a group of people in my family that likes it, especially the boss who leads the house. I have no choice but to satisfy them. Sima Yu said quite helplessly. When Mo Sha, who was in the devil snare bracelet, heard Sima Yu call him the boss, he could not help but purse his lips. There was never a person who dared to call him the boss. If it was anyone else, he would definitely have killed them with a single slap. However, why did he not feel a single drop of anger when Sima Yu said it? Yu, when do you plan to help Little Two clear his meridians the second time? Bei Gong Tang said. Tomorrow. Sima Yu said, Little Two, rest well today. We'll start tomorrow, okay? Okay. Little Two nodded his head. Although he was terrified by the scary excruciating pain, he could not quench his thirst for the ability to cultivate. After that, Sima Yu related the event where she bumped into Qin Wan and Shi Yu and everyone didn't have much to comment about it, they just said that they should leave a bit earlier to avoid bumping into them again. Just as Sima Yu had said, that very afternoon, the auction released news once again that the auction would be delayed by 2 more days. There had never been a precedent event where the auction was delayed by 2 days twice in a row. Many were dissatisfied, but the moment that they heard the reason for the delay was because of the appearance of the 100 Revolutions pill, their dissatisfaction turned to excitement and many went to get as much funds as they possibly could, once again. Even Shi Yu, who had seen quite a bit of high-grade things ever since she was young, was shocked. Her original constitution was already not bad, so if she managed to obtain the 100 Revolutions pill, that would cleanse and sharpen her marrows, she would be able to defy heaven one day. Men, come and quickly raise funds. I have to raise enough money no matter what. Also, send men to report about this matter to my father. On the second day, Sima Yu came to Little Two's room, where Little Two was waiting for her. Let us begin. Little Two saw Sima Yu take out a frost cold pill and thought of that day that someone had given a starting bid of 5,000 gold coins for a single pill at ugly person. Seeing that she had just handed it to him without even thinking twice, he said, older sister, Little Two will always remember older sister's kindness. Sima Yu patted Little Two's head, saying, okay. Little Two ate the pill as Sima Yu injected her spiritual chi into her body to help the frost cold pill to activate. Once his body began to freeze, she released a ball of flame and slowly injected it into Little Two's body. Little Two's body was shocked and was a bit terrified of the entering flame. However, he grit his teeth and bore with it silently. Same as the last time, Sima Yu could only open 4 of his meridian channels before retreating. Although, same as time, she felt that she could still press on a little bit, she felt that Little Two's condition was not too good, so she chose to end it there. A short moment after she retracted her flame, Little Two's eyes that were closed shut, finally opened. Seeing the pale-faced Sima Yu, he moved his lips slightly and fainted. Bei Gong Tang walked in and, same as the last time, took over taking care of Little Two while letting Sima Yu go to rest. Sima Yu took out the soul fluid and dripped it into Little Two's mouth before returning to her own room and eating a drop of it herself and retreating into cultivation. During this period of time, Bai Yunqi came over to look for them, saying that he wanted to bring the out OT play. However, because Sima Yu was in closed-door cultivation, he didn't want to disturb her and they left her behind before going out. Until the day of the auction, Sima Yu had yet to come out from closed-door cultivation, so everyone was wondering whether or not they wanted to call her out when the rays that signaled an increase in rank shot out from inside the house, halting them in their steps. Yu actually increased in rank again. Fatty Chu slapped his thigh and said, how come I have yet to increase in rank? Our cultivation is around the same. Ouyang Fei faintly choked, not enough talent, just face it. Sob, why is Yu so much stronger than us? No way. Wait until the current situation is over. I will definitely cultivate properly. I can't fall too far behind. This was not his thought alone, it was also the cry in everyone's hearts. Because Sima Yu increased in rank, they were already so much later than everyone else by the time they left the house. Bai Yuan Chun had already taken the Sand Gull army over to Ugly Person. It was only Bai Yunqi who was still waiting for them. When Sima Yu increased in rank, it was already 2 months after the previous time she increased in rank. However, it was also because of a few things that she didn't really have the time to cultivate. That's why it dragged on for so long. Second-ranked spirit overlord. I wonder what my battle strength is like. By the time she opened the door and went out, the sky outside had already darkened and everyone was waiting for her outside the house. You finally came out. If you waited any longer, we would have missed the entire auction. Today's the auction? So many days have actually passed. Sima Yu smiled, then we should hurry along. The beast cart was waiting outside the door for them. Sima Yu and the others had gone up. Once they reached that alley, she got down and let Wei Ziqi and the others go themselves. She came to the little alley and changed before rushing to ugly person. Only a few minutes were left before the auction was going to start and that shopkeeper was about to close the door when he saw Sima Yu come over. He quickly opened the door and said, "Sir, you have arrived. Please let these workers lead you to your private room." Sima Yu nodded and entered with a lady. The auction was held in a building behind ugly person. It was 3 stories high, including the ground level. The lowest level was the auction stage and the audience seating. Those who were here were the ordinary participants of the auctions and those powers who were not influential enough. Those here were mostly just here to add to the excitement. The second level held people who had powers and identities. It was only them who could have private rooms. It was in an arc around the auction stage below and there were around a few tens of rooms. The third level held those who had extremely high powers, like the royal family or West Moon Kingdom, the Alchemist Guild, Armament Guild, and so forth. There were 20 rooms on the third level and quite a few of them were already lit up, showing that there were already people in there. Rooms numbered 1 to 5 were the VIPs of the VIPs. Initially, only Shi was in room number 5 and the 4 rooms before that were dark and empty. When Sima Yu entered, everyone was more or less already present. The moment the time came, the main gate shut. "Sir, this way please." The servant girl brought Sima Yu through the lobby and came to the staircase, climbing it step by step. They directly went up to the 3rd floor. Everyone had already taken their seats according to their positions, so Sima Yu was extremely conspicuous. Those people were guessing what kind of identity that this single person had, that he was someone who was personally escorted by a person from ugly person. Room number 3. When those people saw Sima Yu enter room 3, they were all stunned. How long has it been since room number 3 has been lit up? West Moon's royal family are only able to enter room 5, so I never thought that that person would be able to enter number 3. Oh right, I heard that the 100 revolutions pill was handed over by a person in a black cloak. Could it be that this person is the one who handed the pill over? So it was him. No wonder he's able to enter room 3. I heard that he was the one who refined the 100 revolutions pill. If he was recruited into my clan, then my clan's revival would be just around the corner. You wish. I heard that the auction wanted to enlist his services, but he was unwilling to agree. How would it be possible for him to go to a clan as small as yours? Wei Ziqi and the others had originally wondered who he was. Hearing how they said that this person was the one who supplied the 100 revolutions pill, they immediately knew that it was Sima Yu. Never thought that Yu would actually go to the 3rd room of the 3rd level. If we knew earlier, we would have followed her to get to know her. Fatty Chu said. Yu naturally has her own considerations in not allowing us to follow her. The movement caused by this 100 revolutions pill is huge. If others were to find out about it, it will invite trouble for sure. Look, Yu even changed her own aura. Wei Ziqi lectured. I understand, I was just saying. Fatty Chu said. The servant girl brought Sima Yu into a room and the light lit up on its own, allowing her to see the inside of the room clearly. How luxurious. Sima Yu secretly muttered, this room is even more luxurious than others' living rooms. Your Honor, the spirit fruits here have specially been prepared for you. The servant girl said, we have already prepared a list of items in this auction for you. Okay. You can head down. Sima Yu said in a lowered voice. If you have anything else you need, you can press this button and we will send men over here. This servant girl will take my leave now. That servant girl left the room when she finished speaking and closed the door, blocking out any disturbances outside. Sima Yu came in front of the desk and looked at the spirit fruits. Although it was not comparable to the ones in the spirit pagoda, it was still considered great as compared to the ones outside. At this time, all the lights in the main hall lit up and were focused on the auction stage. All who were familiar with the auction knew that it was about to begin. Previous chapter. A woman with a spicy figure walked up on stage. She was wearing a dress that emphasized all the right places of her body. She had a beautiful smile and was the very picture of exquisite beauty. Her hair was braided behind her head and she appeared grand yet elegant. She clapped her hands and the people below quieted down. Welcome everyone to the auction this time around. After 2 rounds of delay, the auction has finally begun. I wonder if everyone is bursting with anticipation just like Junlan. Junlan smiled as she said. A roar of agreement burst from below as everyone was already bursting with excitement. Junlan watched the reaction of the people below with excitement, saying, everybody knows that the guards of ugly person are highly ranked. This time around, we have items of the highest quality, so we will naturally provide excellent guards. All 4 of them are guards that are ranks of at least a spirit saint, we even have a spirit paragon keeping watch over everything. So, everyone, even if your auction is unsuccessful, you cannot recreate a ruckus here. After she finished speaking, a few pressurizing auras were released simultaneously from the 4 corners of the auction, before they were quickly retracted. They actually have a spirit paragon keeping watch over everything. The power this auction wields is definitely not something to look down on. There is a list of items available this auction on everyone's seats, as well as inside the private rooms. I think everyone knows what items are on the auction today. If anyone has anything they want, you have to prepare to strike. Junlan reminded them, I think that everyone cannot wait any longer. I now declare that tonight's auction has begun. Will the people below please bring up the first item for tonight? A beautiful lady carried a tray up and placed it on the auction table. After that, she took away the red cloth covering it and took a step back. This is a volcanic rock that was taken from the bottom of a volcano close to the Earth's core. It has been exposed to hot temperatures for a long time and is an important ingredient in making fire attribute spirit tools. This piece of volcanic rock is 1.5 kilograms and every increase in price must be in 10% increases. You may now start to bid for it. She struck once with a tiny hammer in her hand, and the people below began to bid. 30, 50, it started to climb. Sima Yu looked at the price competition happening below and realized that the price at this auction was started pretty low. Thinking about it, it was probably to encourage people to start a price war. As time passed, it appeared that some competitive people started to hike the price up. She took a look below. The things at the front did not interest her at all. The dark stone that she wanted was numbered 20 and the ceramic pearl was 20 over away from it. As a result, she sat in her room eating spirit fruits while watching the price war below. Fatty Chew's pill ingredient was auctioned for around the front. The starting bid was 500 gold coins, but it was finally bid for by an alchemist for 1,500 gold coins. Fatty Chew never expected how much he would earn. At that time, he had merely wanted to participate in the fun. He wasn't dissatisfied with this price. Not long later, Wei Ziqi's item was bidded for 3,000 gold coins. After that, there were a few more materials for pills and weapons. After this was done, a piece of black stone was brought up. This is a stone that is uncommonly seen. Our appraisal master is also unable to determine its quality. However, seeing its hard exterior, the normal flame cannot do anything to it. We suppose that this is a material used for smelting. The bid begins at 1,000 gold coins. Because everyone was not sure what use this stone had, not many participated in the bid. After all, everyone harbored their own suspicions for something with such an unknown outcome. If it was sold well, it could be counted as gain. However, if they bought a piece of useless stone, it could be considered as a huge loss. Even if you could really smelt it, if you didn't know its uses, it was still useless. That's why this bid was not like the others. This time, only a few people here and there called their bids. 2 to 3 minutes had passed, yet the bid had just reached 2,000 gold coins. 2,500. Qin Wan's voice came from a room on the second floor. 2,600. Once he heard Qin Wan call for a bid, Bai Yunqi called out a following bid. The items at the front were not too high in quality or ranking, so the bids were mostly called out by those in the huge hall. Those on the second and third levels had not made a move. It was rare that Qin Wan of the domineering army had taken a fancy to it. The people below had all given up, but Bai Yunqi appeared once again. 3,000. Qin Wan was not happy that she had lost face. This Bai Yunqi just loved to compete against her. 3,100. Bai Yunqi followed up. 3,300. 3,400. 4,000. 4,100. No matter how much Qin Wan called out, Bai Yunqi would fight with her by adding on just 100. It was so obvious that he was messing with her. Bai Yunqi, you have no interest towards this item. What are you outbidding me for? Qin Wan could take it no longer and she shouted outside from her room. I think this item isn't bad. I want to buy it and put it in my foot washing basin back home. Bai Yunqi said. Haha. The people below laughed. Only a person like Bai Yunqi would be able to say something like that. Even Sima Yu could not help but smirk. Shi Yushi and the two members of the royal court sat in room number 5. They were waiting for the later part of the auction. They furrowed their brows when they saw Qin Wan and Bai Yunqi causing a ruckus downstairs and said, 5,000. If Qin Wan liked it, she could just buy it and gift it to her. With them wasting time like this, who knew when they would reach the end of the auction? Seeing that the 5th room's light and lit up, the people below tactfully closed their eyes. Who didn't know that this was West Moon Kingdom's royal family stepping in? Who would willingly fight with them? As expected, Bai Yunqi knew his place and stepped down quietly when Shi Yushi opened her mouth. Qin Wan guessed that Shi Yushi was bidding on her behalf, so she did not call out another bid. Junlan watched this from the stage. That this stone was able to reach 5,000 gold coins was already beyond her expectations. Seeing that nobody else had called out another bid, she started to deliver the final speech according to the procedures. Room number give has called out 5,000 gold coins. Is there anybody else that wants to bid higher? After waiting a moment, nobody called out a bid, so she continued to say, if there isn't any, 5,000 gold coins going once, 5,000 gold coins going twice, 5,000 gold coins going thrice dash. 5,100. Room number 3 called out, interrupting Junlan's final words. Everyone was extremely surprised when they heard room number 3 call out a bid. Wasn't he slapping Shi Yushi's face by calling out a bid right now? As expected, Shi Yushi was extremely disgruntled. He didn't do anything just now, but had opened her mouth when she had put out a bid herself. Wasn't this clearly provoking her? With a steady face, she said, 5,500. 5,600. 6,000. 6,100. 6,500. 6,600. She used the exact same method that Bai Yun-chi had used. One could tell that she was nitpicking with just one glance. You're doing this on purpose. She said. Sima Yu let Mo Sha speak on her behalf. What do you mean I'm doing it on purpose? I merely thought that the foot of my alchemy furnace needs a bit of propping up. It just so happens this stone is the perfect height. Beauty Lawn was just ending it when I thought that I could take it home to steady my furnace. If it was not suitable, I could use it as a gift for someone and let him take it home to put in his footbath. Ha 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 dash. The aura was not too good between room 3 and room 5, but everyone below could not help but laugh when they heard him speak. Previous chapter. Next chapter. She had to be an idiot if she was still unable to tell that Sima Yu was doing it on purpose. Don't be angry, princess. Everyone has their own right to bid in this auction. You can naturally put out a bid yourself, if you would like to. Miss Jun Lan, am I right? Sima Yu threw the question to Jun Lan. That is only natural. Jun Lu pretended not to be afraid of the royal family of West Moon Kingdom as she smiled and said. In any case, I only came here to join in the fun. All those pill refinement methods and all don't catch my eye at all. If the princess wishes to play, I don't mind playing with you. It's just that I don't know when I might stop. Sima Yu was very direct in her words. She was basically saying that she was going to mess around with the princess until she put out a bid that was high enough, then Sima Yu would stop bidding for it. She would wait and see when the time would finally come that the princess would no longer have the money to fight for the item. She was so angry that she was about to burst a vein. She had never met anybody who dared speak to her this way. However, the opponent's identity was not ordinary and the most important thing was that she had no idea what his identity was. Playing with him was nothing much, but if it cost her the chance to bid for the 100 revolutions pill, she would definitely regret it. The senior who shared the same thought, shook his head at her, cautioning her against losing her rationality as a result of fighting with this opponent. Jun Lan saw that she did not speak and she smiled and asked, room number 3 has called for a bid of 6,600, is there anyone else who wants to place a bid? The entire auction was silent. She had to be kidding. Even she had given up on the item, who else would dare to battle this person of this ranking head-on? Qin Wan had still thought of calling out a bid, but she was pulled to a stop by her father. Even the auction had to people they had to treat deferentially, they of the domineering army could definitely not afford to offend them. Qin Wan stomped her food with dissatisfaction as she heard Jun Lan strike the hammer. The items in the beginning weren't that expensive, so they had to be paid for in cash. A short while later, a lady carried the tray over and Sima Yu let her place the tray down before handing her 6,600 gold coins, and allowing her to leave. The servant girl tactfully closed the door before Sima Yu took the tray over and uncovered the red cloth. There was a box that contained a piece of black stone. Sima Yu picked up the black stone and realized that there was a trace of a slight chill. This is the dark stone. She scrutinized it. However, despite the fact that it was a bit chilly, she did not see anything different about this rock. It appeared that Mo Sha was a bit excited and Sima Yu could feel that there was quite a bit of movement within her devil snare bracelet. Mo Sha, what kind of stone is this dark stone? The most negative and evil item. Mo Sha came out from the devil snare bracelet and his eyes shone when he saw the dark stone. Negative and evil item? That do you want it for? Sima Yu was extremely surprised. Mo Sha glanced at her from the corner of his eye. I am a core figure from the devil realm. It's the most evil item from the perspective of you people from the Light Clan. This kind of thing is exactly what I need. Why does this dark stone feel cold? The dark stone is hard to find in the ghost realm and devil realm. Most of them were only formed in the ancient times. It was formed only after being soaked in the blood of humans and spirit beasts, so it would naturally bring about a certain chill. Mo Sha replied. Once Sima Yu heard this, she unconsciously flung the dark stone back into the box. What use does this item have to you? You don't have to bother about this. Mo Sha said, remember my lazurite pearl. After he finished speaking, he took the dark stone and returned to the devil snare bracelet. Sima Yu looked at the empty box and was resigned to her fate as she kept it inside the interspatial ring. Goodness, I don't know if the master is me or you. The auction was still continuing on below. The previous 50 items were pretty much bidded upon by the same group of people. 50 items later, the people on the second level slowly began to participate. Most of those who participated at this time did not have their sights set on any of the things that would appear later on. Those who knew that they would not be able to snatch the items from others might as well bid for the things that caught their interest right now. When Ouyang Fei's Divine Beast Devil Stone was brought out, it caused quite a bit of commotion. Even the armament and alchemist Unishin called out bids. The few $1,000 worth Divine Beast Devil Stone was eventually auctioned off for 30,000 gold coins. The gold from the auction was very quickly sent to the private room. Fatty Chu saw Ouyang Fei calmly receive the gold coins and said with jealousy, if I knew earlier, would have taken a Divine Beast Devil Stone to auction as well. You can't turn back time even with money, don't you know? Wei Ziqi said with a smile. However, this auction is pretty interesting. I has so many different types of things. Furthermore, the prices of their items are so much higher than the ones outside. You're a seller, so it's natural for you to hope that the prices are higher. If you were the one who wanted to buy something instead, you would not feel that this was a good thing. Bei Gong Tang said. That's true. Fatty Chu nodded. When the later part of the auction began, the prices of the items began to climb. The first level had pretty much been relegated to mere spectators of the excitement. It was now the role of those on the second and third levels to bid. Sima Yu was not interested towards these things. She watched the people call out bids from below her room. Sometimes when she was bored, she would call out bids twice. However, she realized that people would not follow up on something that she had bidded for 3 times and above, and she had bought 2 more items for nothing. As a result, she started to keep silent and would no longer call out a bid. She kept silent all the way till the lazurite pearl appeared. She had waited for the appearance of the lazurite pearl with much difficulty, only to realize that she heard quite a few ladies suck in a breath. They were mesmerized by the beauty of the lazurite pearl. This is a lazurite pearl. It looks beautiful and is ancient. You can wear it on your bracelet as jewelry, but the most important thing is that when you wear this lazurite pearl, you will be able to attain peace and it can help soothe a person. Junlan said. Miss June, I heard that this used to be an item belonging to the Devil King. Is this true? A person voiced out in question. The people on site were stunned into silence by this sentence. Those who had thought of bidding of it had changed their minds. If it was something that was a devil's item, it wouldn't be something attractive, it would be asking for their life. Junlan's laughter did not diminish, however, and she stated boldly, that's right. This lazurite pearl was something that was once won by the Devil King. However, it has been passed around in our lands here in our realm. It is no longer something that can only be used by someone from the devil realm. Of course, if it were not for this factor, our starting bid would not be this low either. After all, this is something that did used to be worn by the Devil King. 20,000. The first one to call out a bid for it, immediately called out 20,000. It could possibly be because she didn't want anyone to fight with her over it. 21,000. 23,000. 25,000. There were very few people calling out bids, and it was only increasing little by little. 30,000. The one who initially called the bid had once again raised it by quite a bit. Hearing that the price had been raised to 30,000, those who had called out bids earlier all backed out. Sima Yu pressed the button for the light, saying, 31,000. The person inside the private room had initially thought she had it in the bag, but she never thought that Sima Yu would get involved. She looked displeased, but she still shouted out, 35,000. 36,000. 40,000. 41,000. When the people below heard Sima Yu bid in this manner, there were those that could not help but laugh. They thought that he was messing around with Shi again. Previous chapter. After that, the person called a few more bids and Sima Yu always followed up by adding on 1 or 2,000, causing the person to feel like it was an extreme waste of time. Finally, that person grit her teeth and called out 100,000 but Sima Yu followed suit, frustrating that person even more. Fine, you win. That person said angrily, I'm not going to follow up. Everyone thought that she was just playing around, but she was the only one who knew that she was completely serious. As for why she only increased the price by 1 or 2,000, she would never admit that it was because she could not bear to spend money and didn't want to spend too much. If that person knew about this, she would definitely be extremely depressed. Was there a person as cheap as this? The servant girl very quickly brought the lazurite pearl over, and Sima Yu had spent 12,000 and placed it into her hands. It wasn't as expensive as I thought. However, this pearl is really pretty. She smiled as she toyed around with the pearl in her hand and said. This price was a lot cheaper than she had initially expected. Thinking about it, it was also because the items after this were all relatively more expensive. Everyone wanted to keep their money to the end and were not willing to bid extravagantly in the beginning, allowing her to get it easily at such a bargain. She had not yet managed to take a proper look at the lazurite pearl, before they started to bid for the frost-cold pill below. Junlan took the frost-cold pill and said, I believe that nobody here is a stranger to the frost-cold pill. It's a 5th-ranked pill, but although its ranking is not that high, it is extremely useful to us spirit masters. Everybody knows this, that the higher your cultivation, the easier it is for your chi to go astray. This frost-cold pill is the most effective pill in countering this. After speaking up to this point, she hesitated and looked satisfactorily at the reaction of the crowd. She continued, everyone knows the benefits of eating this pill. Furthermore, the level of difficulty of refining this kind of pill is obvious to all. Right from the beginning of the level of ingredients, it is not a simple feat. As a result, the starting bid for the item this time begins at 5,000 gold coins. You may begin bidding. Although the starting bid of 5,000 was quite high, there was still a lot of people calling for bids. After all, these kinds of pills were hard to come by. Being able to keep it now, they would be prepared if they ever had their chi deviated and went astray. Finally, someone bid 30,000 gold coins and another bid 35,000 gold coins, and Sima Yu was pretty satisfied with this price. Wei Ziqi and the others were currently in the private room. Little Two had already been extremely stunned by the price of the frost-cold pill. Big brother actually let me eat such an expensive pill. Thinking about how Sima Yu did not even bat an eyelid when she let him eat the pill, his heart was extremely moved. Bei Gong Tang touched Little Two's head, saying, Yu is truly very good to you. I will remember Big Brother's kindness to me. Little Two said seriously. Time passed by little. And the things had almost been completely sold, save for a few things left after that. At this point, there were many powers divided into many factions and some did not bother to participate. It was mostly left to the 3rd level to contest for it. Sima Yu watched them battle. Although these items were precious, they were not too attractive to her. She had already won the items that she had come here for, so her objective had already been reached. The other items were inconsequential to her. 100,000. 110,000. 150,000. 20,000. Hearing that the prices were being increased by a few tens of thousands as compared to earlier increases of just thousands, the difference was really too much. At this time, a servant girl came up carrying a tray. She did not uncover the red cloth on top of it, but retreated to the side instead. Coming up is the highlight of our auction this time. The item up for auction this round is a 6-rank divine power pill. If you use this pill, you will be able to have double the strength for a period of time. Just think about it, if you are fighting with someone but both your ranks are around the same, if you suddenly had double the strength of your opponent, Junlon does not need to say anything more on what result of the battle would be. There are 2 divine power pills in total, each pill starts at a minimum bid of 15,000. Sima you never expected that this divine power pill would only have a starting bid of 15,000. The lazarite pearl that she had a starting bid of 16,000. By the time she came back to her senses, the first one had already been successfully bidded for at 250,000. The second pill was sold for 300,000. The starting bid was 15,000, but was finally sold for at 300,000. This had an increase of 20 times. The 100 revolutions pill base price was set for 20,000, and it stands a chance of increasing to 400,000. Wow, I'm going to strike it rich. Sima Yu's heart was blooming with happiness when she realized how much she could earn. Yu, calm down. Isn't it just a few hundred thousands, you had so much more in the past. Little Roar was holding onto a spirit fruit and happily eating it, looking at her disdainfully. That was the past. In any case, I don't remember it and I only know that I'm extremely poor right now. Sima Yu humphed, this won't do. I have to think of a way to jack the price up. The divine power pill was brought down and her 100 revolutions pill was brought up next. The 100 revolutions pill was not put in the jade bottle, but was placed on the red cloth. The 4 bright and dazzling pills caught everyone's attention immediately. This is the 100 revolutions pill? It even looks different from other pills. Will eating this pill really be able to cleanse our marrows and tendons? Of course it will. It's said that even a waste can become a genius if you eat this. Hehe, I wonder who will be able to successfully auction for this. In any case it won't be you or I, ha. I really wonder how much this will finally sell for. No matter how much it's sold for, it will be worth it. Just think about it, one pill alone could give birth to an absolute genius. As long as it's a family clan with power, a single genius will be more valuable than a few 100,000 gold coins. You have a point. I see that quite a few powers today have come to rush for this 100 revolutions pill, furthermore, there are only 4 pieces, so I think that there will be a good show. Let's just wait. Junlon watched the reactions of those below and did not say anything. There were some whose eyes turned red when they saw the 100 revolutions pill as they knew that they had no hope of being able to auction for the pill. They wanted to directly act to steal it, but they had yet to move before they were pressured by 5 oppressing auras, killing their idea right at its conception. Humph. With a single humph. Those who lost their rationality came back to their senses. They finally remembered 5 experts were guarding this area. If they really flew over to try and steal it, even their bones would not remain. Junlon waited for those few people to calm down before saying with a smile, that's right, this is the 100 revolutions pill that has been lost for a long time. Honestly, this is also the first time that Junlon has seen a 100 revolutions pill. However, our appraisal master has confirmed that this is undoubtedly the 100 revolutions pill. Furthermore, there is not need for me to explain the uses of this 100 revolutions pill. It cleanses the bones and tendons, giving one an entirely new physique. Even if you used to be a waste, you can turn into an absolutely genius. If you're already a genius, then I can only say you'll turn into a monster. Haha dash. Everyone was so excited that they burst into laughter when they heard what she said. This 100 revolution pill refining method has long been lost, and it's been said that the ingredients are even harder to get. That's why we may only be able to see it this once until we die. You could say that this is your only chance. Everyone, you must grasp this opportunity because it knocks but once. If you lose this chance, you may lose your only chance to become a genius. Your family clan could have lost a potential genius. Miss Junlon, you don't have to say any more, quickly start, okay? Someone shouted from a private room in the 2nd level. Okay, everyone knows the starting price of this item and Junlon does not need to waste any more words. The bid starts at 20,000, the audience may now begin auctioning. 25,000. 30,000. 40,000. 150,000. Sima Yu watched their bidding wars from up above. Because everyone knew that she had been the one who had taken this to auction, she was unable to participate and was only able to watch. She suddenly thought of something and pressed the button that would turn on the light to call for service. A servant girl immediately appeared. Sir, what may I do for you? I wish to meet your steward. Now. Please wait a moment. The servant girl retreated downstairs and a steward appeared. Does sir have anything I can help with? The steward asked with respect. I have one request to add for this item that I'm auctioning. Downstairs, the price first pill was stopped at 300,000, but just as everyone thought that this was the affirmed price, Wei Ziqi suddenly shouted, 330,000. 330,000, is there anyone who wants to raise the bid? Junlon asked. 350,000 by Yun-Chi shouted out from inside the Sand Gull Army's private room. 380,000. 400,000 Shiyushi bidded. 420,000 Wei Ziqi bidded. 450,000 by Yun-Chi followed up. 460,000 the domineering army loved opposing by Yun-Chi and the others. 470,000 by Yun-Chi said. 480,000 Qin Wan added. 490,000 by Yun-Chi's voice was a bit strained and outsiders could tell that he was quickly reaching his limit. Inside the private room, by Yuan Chun and Sun Ran looked at their son oddly. 490,000 was not a small sum even for their army. However, if it was really able to change their own son's physique, making it even better, they would not have any objections. At the end, only Qin Wan and Bai Yun-Chi were battling it out. The first one cost over 400,000, so they set their sights on the remaining 3 pills. They would only be digging themselves into a hole if they were to compete with 2 irrational people. 500,000 Qin Wan bidded. 500, forget it. You're rich, I'll give it to you. Bai Yun-Chi said with extreme dissatisfaction. 500,000, is there anyone who bids higher? Jun Lan asked, if there isn't, 500,000 going once, 500,000 going twice, 500,000 going thrice. The first 100 revolutions pill goes to Miss Qin. Congratulations on attaining this treasure. A servant girl came up and took the jade bottle, placing a single 100 revolutions pill inside. Then, she went to the private room to exchange it for money. Although Qin Wan's father, Qin Ming, felt some pain. It was after all 500,000 and it was just exchanged for a single pill. Despite that, thinking of how eating it would be able to change her into a genius, the pain in his heart lessened a little. Qin Wan looked at that pill and her eyes flashed. She excitedly took it out to take a look. Father, can I eat it now? Don't rush. We are still outside right now. It will not be too late for you to wait until we reach home for you to eat it. Qin Ming stopped her. Okay then. Qin Wan placed the pill back inside and watched the second price war unfold. Sima Yu never thought that the first pill would land up in Qin Wan's hands. However, thinking about how she had taken 500,000 from them, she still felt a little happy. The bidding for the second 100 revolution pill begun, and the price began to climb. Every time the war started to calm down, Wei Ziqi and Bai Yun-Chi would battle each other for a while before others joined in. Finally, the price for the second pill was sold at 550,000. When the second pill was auctioned out, Jun Lan heard someone called her from behind. She called for a time out for the auctioning of the last 2 pills and smiled apologetically at everyone. She came in front of the auctioning stage and heard the steward say 2 sentences softly. She glanced curiously at private room number 3 before looking away. Before the return back to the auction stage, she regained her previous lovely appearance, saying, the steward just told me that the owner of this 100 revolutions pill has just put forth a request for the remaining 2 pills to be auctioned off together. What dash? Everyone downstairs was panicked when they heard this news. They initially thought that they had 2 more chances, however, they were now left with just 1 more chance. If they were unable to bid for it this time, this meant that the 100 revolutions pill would elude them forever. This person is really cruel. More than a few people cursed from inside their private rooms. We did not declare that it is not possible to change the auctioning conditions during the auction itself, so this sir has not violated any rules. As a result, we will auction the remaining 2 pills together at a starting bid of 400,000. You may begin bidding. The entire auction was silent for a few seconds before beginning shout crazily. Without needing Wei Ziqi and the others to put themselves out there, the price would definitely be jacked up to 1 million. 1,050,000 Shiyushi shouted a bit painfully. She never expected to have to spend 1 million to purchase the 100 revolution pill. She initially expected to spend a few hundred thousands to buy a single pill, so now, having to spend a huge sum really caused her to feel extremely disgruntled. Sima Yu saw the people shout with heartache below and decided to add some oil to the fire, saying, I hope that everyone does not think I'm shortchanging you all. It is best for the 100 revolution pill to be eaten in pairs. A single pill will not be able to completely cleanse the impurities from your bodies. Having 2 more pills will be superfluous to your body too. As a result, it's best to eat these 2 pills together. You will be able to change your body nearer to perfection. My doing this is for the sake of those who auction for the pills. After hearing what Sima Yu said, their depression dissipated as they began to call out their bids again. They participated as long as they were someone of power. Finally, the 2 pills were auctioned off to the Alchemist Guild at 1,800,000. Shiyushi saw that she missed out on the 100 revolution pill and was extremely vexed. She had totally never expected that this would be the result at the end, that's why she did not bring so much gold with her. She had to watch the Alchemist Guild successfully auction for the pills with her eyes wide open. Princess, do not be angry, you may have lost those 2 pills, but does not Miss Qin hold 1 pill? At that time, we just have to let them dedicate that pill to us and you will be able to increase your talent. Those who accompanied her advised. However, just 1 pill will not achieve the best result. I want 2 pills. Pills. Shiyushi's face fell. We cannot touch the Alchemist Guild, but isn't there still another pill? At that time, we just have to think of a way to help Princess collect 2 of the 100 revolution pills. This better be the case. Shiyushi's face only softened when she heard these words. Sima Yu was blooming with happiness inside her private room. One of the pills was 500,000, another was 550,000, and the remaining 2 were 1,800,000. When they were all added together, it was 2,800,000. If you further added on to that the frost cold pills 60,500, she hard earned 2,910,500. Taking away 10%, plus some cash she had spent buying things, she still had over 2 million. I'm rich, I'm rich. Her eyes turned into crescents and she was totally looked down upon by Little Roar. The wave of the 100 revolution pill had yet to pass over when the last item this auction was carried up. A book lay lightly on the tray, however, it roused the excitement of everyone on site. Junlan lifted up the spirit skill book for everyone to see before placing it back, saying, "This is the very last item for auction we have tonight. Ice attribute, black grade, high-ranking soul skill. Everyone knows that this wind, thunder and ice is ran system that is extremely rare. It is definitely a skill that everyone yearns for even in their dreams." Sima Yu heard Junlan's words and her pair of eyes turned into crescents and she muttered, "Ice attribute soul skill, it looks like something we completely lack right now." Wei Ziqi was of the ice and wood attribute. For the time being, his martial skills in his wood attribute were not strong yet and, while his ice attribute had very good battle strength, he had not attained any powerful spirit skills yet. This caused him to be the weakest one in the team. Although there were a few spirit skills inside the spirit pagoda, after fusing with the 7-layered pagoda, those skills that were higher in level were all sealed up. It was said to be on the higher few levels. She was thinking about this for a moment, but the price had already been called out to reach a level of 550. Really crazy. Fatty Chu had watched just a few rounds before the price was raised so high that his jaw was about to hit the floor. In the beginning, when Wei Ziqi heard that it was an ice attribute skill, he was extremely shocked. However, the price of it increased relentlessly after that and the excitement in his heart also calmed down gradually. Everyone in the room could see the disappointment in his eyes and Ouyang Fei patted him on the back, saying, "We'll chance upon an even greater one in the future." 550,000. The hearts of the four shook when they heard this voice call out a price and subconsciously looked outside. However, they could only see a closed room. This is. Although they did not know what method Sima Yu used to disguise her voice, they knew that this was indeed her calling out the bid. Room number 3 has called out a bid of 550,000, is there anyone who wishes to raise the bid? The moment Sima Yu called out, many backed down. They had no ice attributes to begin with, and they were calling out bids just to join in the fun. 600,000. She was extremely irritated at the way Sima Yu had restricted the auctioning of the 100 revolution pill, and wanted to fight against him. Adding on to that, the participation of a few other powers, the price of the spirit skill was bidded to 1,200,000. Miss Junlan, this is my first time participating in this kind of auction, so there's something I want to ask. We are currently calling bids, so what are you doing right now? It's exactly because you are bidding that I have a question I thought of asking. May this sir please ask, is one required to pay the fee immediately? Or can we first call the bid here, then go back to retrieve the money after we've auctioned for the item? The people below were all shocked for a moment as they never expected that he would suddenly ask this question. What happens if I call out a bid but I don't pay up? Junlan was not angry at all and said, if the bid has been called merely for fun, the auction will eternally blacklist the person, and he or she may never again enter any of our branches. You will not kill anyone or set fire to anything, right? This goes without Junlan saying. Junlan smiled as she said, may we continue? I have no further questions. Please continue. With her single move, the remaining people who were shouting out bids had fallen by quite a bit. They were just shouting for fun to begin with, so with Sima Yu's reminder, they were reminded that they would be banned from this auction if they called out a bid and nobody followed up on it. 1,300,000 Shi 1,400,000 1,500,000. The price was quickly raised to 1,800,000, and Sima Yu and Shi were the only two remaining to bid. 1,800,000. Sima Yu called out a price and said, this is the highest that I'm willing to go. If the wants to, you may add the price on further. I will not snatch it from you anymore. Shi, who had intended to call out a bid, had her voice catch in her throat. This Sima Yu was certain that she had not brought out enough cash, or else, she would not have let the Alchemist Guild take the 100 revolution pills away at 1,800,000. She had wanted to continue calling out a bid, but if Sima Yu was really not willing to follow up on the bid, she really did not have much money. Would she not then be added to Ugly Person's blacklist forever? Shiyu Kingdom's royalty kept saying that they did not want to offend this auction, which proved that even the royal court was unable to offend them. If something like this really happened tonight, she would have no way to give an account of this to her father when she got back. You're evil enough. Shiyu retreated and did not bid further. She still hoped that other would bid, however, the richest was the Armament Guild, which were all of fire attributes, the Beast Master Tamer Guild loved books on mental power and the alchemists did not want Sima Yu as their enemy, so they retreated from bidding long ago. As a result, Sima Yu finally successfully auctioned for the spirit skill with 1,000,008. Once the last item was auctioned off, the suppressing auras that were present the entire time vanished, and that spirit paragon expert left. The auction ends here for today and the items have all been sent to the winners. Those who have successfully bidded for our items may return home from our teleportation array. Junlan said. We are very glad that everyone has participated in this great night with us. Let us meet again next time. After she finished speaking, she turned around and got off the stage. The large doors of the auction opened and those people left successively. Sima Yu waited until most of the people downstairs had left, then she got up to leave the room. The servant girl was still waiting outside for her. Sir, please come with me. Her things had yet to be sent over, so she knew that they must be waiting for her to pick it up herself. The servant girl brought her to a room. Sima Yu was not worried that they would do anything to her. Although Halcyon had yet to arrive, he was currently sitting at the auction area upstairs. This old servant greets this honored sir. Junlan came in from outside and gave a lovely smile as she curtsied to Sima Yu. Miss Junlan. Sima Yu was not surprised when she saw her and nodded her head in greeting. With one glance, Junlan could see that Sima Yu knew she was wearing a disguise. However, she did not say anything. She merely turned around and took the tray from the servant girl beside her and said, "This is the book you successfully bidded for as well as the remaining money after bidding for the spirit skill. As our VIP, we only take 10,000 as service charge. If it were anybody else, we would take 3%. 3% service charge was 80,500 in service charge for a 2,850,000 item. This meant that they gave her a favorable discount of over 70,000. This was their way of expressing goodwill. Thank you. Sima Yu lightly placed the spirit skill as well as a crystal card containing 1,040,000 inside her interspatial ring. Aside from that, our owner has said that he wants to gift a few gifts to your honor, to thank you for being willing to sell the pill method to us. Sima Yu was still quite surprised when she heard this. However, it was just able to soothe the disappointment in her heart. She took the interspatial ring and didn't notice anything inside. She immediately placed it on her finger and said, "Well then, thank you very much. May I ask if there is anything else?" "There is nothing else." Junlan saw that Sima Yu was not affected and was not arrogant at all. Her impression towards him was not bad as she smiled and said, "The others have more or less left. I will bring you to the teleportation array." "Thank you. This way please." Junlan brought Sima Yu to the teleportation array and sent him off herself. She only released a breath when she watched him disappear from the teleportation array. Mississippi. Great Master Li and his master appeared together from behind her. It turned out that Junlan was the little miss of ugly person. Who knew that she would actually host this night's auction herself? "Old master, that sir does not look too happy. However, I don't think he harbors any hatred towards us." Junlan said, "Next time, please do not do such bad-mannered things. Once this type of person finds out that they have been cheated, it is impossible for him not to take offense. If he harbors any hatred towards us, it will bring us great trouble, do you understand?" "Mrs. Teaching is just," the senior replied. "Enough, let's all head down," Junlan said with a wave of her hands. "Miss, how long do you plan to remain here?" Manager Li asked. Junlan thought about it and said, "I initially came back for the sake of this auction. Since it is over, I will remain for 2 more days before leaving." "Yes. Right, change the nameplate outside ugly person," Junlan said with a furrow in her eyebrows. "But miss, this is what young master has asked us to put up. He even said that we were not to change it," Manager Li said with some difficulty. "We don't even know where that wastrel has disappeared to play. There's no need to care about him. Change it for me." Junlan was a bit helpless when she spoke of her younger brother as she said while massaging the space between her eyebrows. "Yes. I will send men to change it tomorrow." Sima Yu was a bit dizzy. When she opened her eyes, she was already uncertain which part of the city she was in. She felt around for a bit and felt that there was nobody in the surroundings. She let Mo Shah withdraw his power and quickly took off her disguise, returning back to her usual self. After crossing 2 streets, Halcyon appeared in the air. "Halcyon, you're really quick." Sima Yu smiled as she looked at him. "Wei Ziqi said that you would definitely be unable to find your way back after you got out and asked me to come get you." Halcyon flew beside Sima Yu. "Do you know which street they're at?" Sima Yu said. "No need to know." After he finished speaking, he held Sima Yu by her waist and brought her into the sky, flying towards the direction of the army. Normally, people were not allowed to fly within the city. However, Halcyon masked his aura so people below were unable to feel their presence. Halcyon directly brought her to the house that they were currently in. Inside the house, Bei Gong Tang and the others were waiting for her. They only relaxed after seeing her return. Yu, why did you wait so long before coming back?" Fatty Chu asked when he saw that there was nothing different about Sima Yu. "I waited over there for a while, then I was held up by some things," Sima Yu said. She did not tell them that she could not find the place after she had been sent out by the teleportation array and wandered 2 rounds outside. "Since you're back, you all can rest a bit earlier. I'm going to head back first," Bai Yunqi said as he left. "Let's go back and rest as well." Bei Gong Tang patted Little Tu's head and brought him to sleep. Only Wei Ziqi and the 5 of them remained in the house. Sima Yu said, "Let's head inside and talk." When they were inside the room, everyone looked for a place to sit and Sima Yu took out something and threw it at Wei Ziqi. Wei Ziqi caught it subconsciously, it was only later when he saw it that he guessed what it was and he was completely in shock. Yu, this is the high-leveled ice attribute spirit skill that was auctioned off this night." Sima Yu said, "Don't you just happen to be missing an ice spirit skill? I bidded for this for you." "You." Wei Ziqi looked at Sima Yu and then looked at the spirit skill in his hand, so overcome with emotion that he could not speak. "Damn, you spent 1,800,000 gold coins to bid for this spirit skill, you know." Fatty Chu exaggeratedly swallowed his saliva. She gave it to Wei Ziqi just like that? Halcyon, who had just come in, was also stunned. He never thought that Sima Yu would be someone who would just casually gift someone something that was so expensive. Although he didn't know that much about gold, he knew that 1,800,000 gold coins was no small sum. He even knew that she only had a few thousand gold coins initially, and was even worrying anxiously about how to collect enough money to bid for the lazurite pearl. This 1,800,000 was a huge sum of money to her as well. You, this is too expensive, I can't take it. Enough. There's no point in me keeping it if I don't give it to you. Sima Yu waved her hands, I'm not of the ice attribute anyway. Since you gifted it to you, you should keep it. Ouyang Fei said from the side. That's right. There aren't many spirit skills of this special attribute and it is with great difficulty that you chanced upon on. Forget about it if you didn't manage to buy it, but since you already bought it for you, what are you hesitating for? Alright. Wei Ziqi knew that there was no point fighting about it here, and he turned towards Sima Yu and said, Yu, thank you. I'm really not used to you being so polite. Sima Yu said, in any case, this was bought using the money I took from others. If you talk about it, there's still quite a bit of money left aside from the sum I used to buy things. We can be considered pretty wealthy from today onwards. Right, this is the money we got from your frost cold pill. We took it on your behalf. Wei Ziqi said as he held up a crystal card. Sima Yu took the crystal card and returned the crystal card that Ouyang Fei had given her back to him, saying, I didn't use it but I still have to thank you. Ouyang Fei didn't say anything but he just nodded and took the crystal card and kept it. What a pity, 100 revolutions pill was actually successfully bidded for by Qin Wan, that witch. Fatty Chu felt slightly depressed when he thought of this. You think that Qin Wan will actually be able to eat that 100 revolutions pill? Wei Ziqi smiled and asked. Huh? Didn't she manage to bid for it? Fatty Chu looked at him in question. But she didn't manage to. Ouyang Fei said. Once they gave him this lead, Fatty Chu understood in an instant, you're saying that Ziyu will run over to look for Qin Wan to take it from her since she didn't manage to bid for the 100 revolutions pill? Not only Qin Wan's. I have a feeling that the other one who managed to auction for the pill will lose it as well. Wei Ziqi said, you saying that eating 2 pills will be best will definitely give Shi ideas. She doesn't dare to mess with the Alchemist Guild, but I can't say the same for the other 2 parties. That night, Qin Wan and her father returned to the army and just when they wanted to take the pill, the men outside came in to report, saying that the princess had arrived. Qin Ming's face turned solemn the moment he heard them report this. He had just planned to quickly let Qin Wan eat this pill, but he didn't expect that she would already have brought 2 seniors in with her. At this very moment, 2 other seniors brought a troop of them with them to knock on the doors of the other power that had managed to bid for the 100 revolutions pill. Previous chapter. Ugly Person changed their name by the second day. The name Ugly Person had been made into very small font size and placed up, while below it wrote Xian Yuan Pavilion in flamboyant and bold writing. When Sima Yu heard that Bai Yunqi was making this into a joke, she immediately thought of the Xian Yuan Pavilion back home, and could not help wondering if there was any link between the two. However, this had nothing to do with her, so she wouldn't go and think about it. After that, she decided to place her focus on Little Two instead. She had already helped Little Two clear his meridians twice, and Little Two had said that he was beginning to be able to sense spiritual qi. However, he was still unable to allow it to enter his body. Now that there was nothing left in West Moon Kingdom, they would be able to leave for the Central Wu Kingdom once Little Two's meridians were completely cleared. 3 days after the auction was over, she went to help Little Two clear his meridians again. Little Two took the frost cold pill and thought of how it was sold for 30,000 over gold coins at the auction and he felt a great weight. It was not only the pill. It was also the kindness that Sima Yu had towards him. Sima Yu saw Little Two tremble as he took the pill and lightly flicked his forehead, saying, not eating yet? What are you daydreaming about? Little Two finally came back to his senses. He ate the pill and waited for it to take effect. Just when Sima Yu was unblocking Little Two's meridians, she went to the domineering army again. Greetings to the princess. Although Qin Ming and the others were extremely unhappy that she had bought the 100 revolutions pill that they had won at the auction, they still greeted her. Uncle, I came this time to tell you something. She came to the seat and sat down, looking at Qin Ming and saying, I found out who killed younger uncle. You found out? Qin Ming looked at Shi with surprise, sighing that the power of the royal family was truly great. Shi nodded her head, saying, I sent men to check the moment imperial concubine received news that young uncle had died. This morning, when I came out from seclusion, my mother, the imperial concubine had sent news to me. What did imperial concubine say? Qin Ming asked. She said that it was those few men who follow the Sand Gull army who did it. Sima Yu, Wei Ziqi, Bei Gong Tang, Ouyang Fei and one other person they call Fatty. Shi said. Bei Gong Tang? Qin Wan was shocked, aren't they the ones who beat me up the last time? I heard them call each other Bei Gong, Ziqi, and the like when they were together. So it was those few people. Shi thought of the time that they had been toyed with by Sima Yu, and her expression darkened, as if she was already planning to dismember them right now. Then I will immediately bring men to seize them here for punishment. Qin Ming stood up as he declared this, dare to enter Peace City after killing my younger brother? These people sure have guts. Wanner, accompany your elder cousin. After he spoke, he walked out with large strides and called for a few men before heading off in the direction of the Sand Gull army. Bai Yunchan just happened to be discussing a mission that they just received with a few team leaders, saying, the mission this time is definitely not the norm. I plan to head there first myself. Ran, I leave the things of this army into your hands when I am gone. Okay. You can rest assured. Sun Ran nodded her head, saying, however, you still have to bring a few men with you. If you're not afraid of problem A, you should be afraid of problem B. I know. Bai Yun-chun said, next up, let's plan this time's mission in detail. A bodyguard entered, saying, Captain, the captain of domineering army has come. Qin Ming. What has he come for? Sun Ran asked. The men from the two armies had never gotten along, so they had no idea why Qin Ming would suddenly run over. Could it be that they knew about Qin Wu's earlier death? The bodyguard had yet to return when Qin Ming's voice was heard. What am I here for? I'm naturally here to ask your Sandgull army to give me an explanation. After his voice was heard, Qin Ming crossed over the doorstep and entered the business hall. Seeing Qin Ming, Bai Yun-chun stood up with a flourish, saying coldly, Qin Ming, what did you bring your men here to do? Qin Ming stood in the center of the business hall and flung his sleeve saying, I've already said that I'm here to demand for an explanation. Explain what? My younger brother Qin Wu was killed by Sima Yu and the few of them. Right now, those few people are here. Bring them out here now. Bai Yun-chun's eyes narrowed. So it was truly about this incident. How did they find out about it? What does your younger brother having been killed have to do with my guests? If you want to take revenge on someone, then go look for the spirit beasts on Sophia Mountain Range. Sun Ran said very discourteously. Humph. I've already found it out. My younger brother was killed by Sima Yu and the few of them. Furthermore, those few men are right here. I advise you to hand those men over to me. Qin Ming said, the princess already knows about this incident, so don't make me have to capture the ones who killed my younger brother. I think that you have no desire to make enemies with the royal family, right? Bai Yun-chun and Sun Ran were greatly shocked by this piece of news. Did the royal family plan to intervene? Humph. Your younger brother died because he himself courted disaster. He planned to kill my son along with Sima Yu and the others, but he never expected that he was not their match and was eventually killed instead. Bai Yun-chun said, it goes without saying that Yu and the others killed Qin Wu to save my son. Even if we just follow this point where they tried to cause harm to a citizen, we will never hand them over to you. Qin Ming's eyes were malicious as he looked at Bai Yun-chun and said, you really don't plan to hand them over? It is impossible for us to hand them over. Bai Yun-chun declared coldly. Bai Yun-chun, you better not regret it. Qin Ming retorted. Bai Yun-chun looked at Qin Ming without a single trace of fear. They are currently the guests of the Sandgulls. For every day that they are in Peace City, we will guarantee them a day of peace. Qin Ming, please head back. Good, very good. Qin Ing laughed icily, I hope that you will not regret the decision that you have made today. After speaking, he flung his sleeves as he brought his men with him as he left. Sun Ran watched as Qin Ming departed and said worriedly, Brother Chun, the domineering army has always watched our army covetously. They want to get rid of us to become the #1 army. Now that the royal family is stepping in, will he take the opportunity? She didn't finish her sentence, but everyone in the house knew what she meant. No matter what, we cannot hand over Yunqi's friends. They saved Yunqi's life. We cannot return evil with kindness. Bai Yun-chun said. Captain, that Qin Ming is not one to treat enemies with kindness. Should we give up this mission and focus our strength in Peace City? Someone voiced out. Bai Yun-chun considered this for a moment, then he shook his head and said, this mission is very important to your army. If we give it up, we have no idea when we will have another opportunity like this. Let's do this, I will leave men in Peace City, and I will only bring a few with me. Qin Ming brought a few men with him as they left Sandgull and turned onto a street. The anger on their face was gone, replaced only by mirth. Captain, that Bai Yun-chun must really not be thinking straight since he will not hand them over. A person standing beside Qin Ming said. I knew he would not hand them over. Qin Ming said. Then why would we still come here? Humph. I wanted him to not hand them over, so that we have the excuse to touch them, as well as an excuse to let the little mist send men over. Sandgull, I must definitely get rid of Bai Yun-chun this time and swallow Sandgull whole. When that time comes, the #1 army in West Moon Kingdom can only be us dominants. The captain is wise. Previous chapter. Bai Yun-chun and the others did not tell Sima Yu and the others that Qin Ming had come to demand for them. There was also nobody who wanted them to leave the area as they were afraid that Sima Yu and the others would be caught by Qin Ming's people once they went out. When Qin Ming went back, he told Shi about how Bai Yun-chun was unwilling to hand those people over. He even added a few drops of oil to the fire, saying things like how the other party did not care about the royal family at all, angering her so much that she slapped an table and shouted, declaring that she would run the Sandgulls to the ground. Princess, that Bai Yun-chun is an expert at the level of Spirit Paragon. If we don't take care of him first, I think that it won't be an easy task to touch the Sandgull army. Qin Wan understood her father's thoughts and hurried to say because she knew that he was going to use this opportunity to attack them. No wonder he's so daring. Shi gave an icy laugh, men. Here. 2 soldiers entered and asked Shi, what orders does princess have? The 2 of you head back and tell mother, the imperial concubine, to send 2 spirit paragons over. Shi ordered. Yes, princess. The 2 of them retreated and directly headed to the teleportation array. Qin Wan and Qin Ming exchanged a glance with their mouths breaking out into slight smiles. Princess, Captain, according to our news, the Sandgulls have received a mission of extreme importance to them. It seems that Bai Yun-chun is planning to head there himself. Perhaps, we will be able to get rid of him while he is outside. At that time, the men of Sandgull hail Princess as the leader? Someone gave an idea. Oh. Go and check out where Bayun-chan will go. She said. Yes, princess. 5 days later, Sima Yu was cultivating in the house and she planned to visit Little Two in 2 days to unblock his last 3 meridians and head to the capital to take the teleportation array to the central Wu kingdom. Suddenly, a noise was heard from the outside and even Bayun-chi's voice was heard, so she stopped cultivating and opened the door to go out. Inside the house, Fatty Chu and the others were currently speaking to Bayun-chi about something and Bayun-chi's condition didn't look too good as he was covered with wounds. She was extremely shocked and said, "What happened? You said the last time that you were an alchemist and also a doctor, right?" Bayun-chi ran over and grabbed her hands. Are you injured? Let me see. Sima Yu said. Really? That's great. Yu, quick, save my father. Bayun-chi said as he ran and pulled Sima Yu towards the house he lived in with Bayun-chan and the others. Wei Ziqi and the others exchanged glances before going along with them. Sima Yu and the others came to the house and saw that many people were around it. When they saw them, unkindness surfaced on some of their faces, causing her to feel rather confused. All of you get out of the way. Bayun-chi shouted at those people because he was blocked and unable to get close to the room. Young master, why did you bring them here? The captain ended up this way because of them. Someone said with extreme dissatisfaction. Wei Ziqi and the others halted in their footsteps. He was injured because of them? How did that come about? All of you get lost. Bayun-chi shouted. However, the few of them continued to block the way. Let them enter. Sun Ran said from inside the house. Her voice was not loud, however, it controlled every single person there, causing them to subconsciously form a path. Yu, quickly. Bayun-chi pulled her into the house and came in front of a room. Madam. Sima Yu saw Sun Ran's pale face that appeared to have been dealt a great psychological attack. Come in. Sun Ran nodded her head at her, opened the door and entered. Sima Yu followed her in, and smelt a heavy stench of blood before she even stepped inside. Bayun-chan lay on the bed. He was exhaling deeply but inhaling only a little. The alchemist and the doctor have said that there's no more hope for him. Yun-chi said that you know medical arts, and insisted on letting you have a go. Sun Ran's voice trembled slightly. Sima Yu had no idea how Bayun-chan would suddenly be inflicted with such a serious wound and said, "Let me first take a look at uncle's condition." After she said this, she went to the bed and observed him generally first before taking out a pill for him to eat. Reversion pill. An alchemist who was standing beside Sima Yu called out in surprise when he saw Sima Yu take out the pill. Sun Ran was quite surprised when she heard about the reversion pill because it was a 5th-ranked pill. It was the best pill in terms of recovery. As long as one had but one breath left in them, they would definitely not teeter over the edge of death. Furthermore, there were very few who knew how to refine it. She never thought that Sima Yu would be able to take out this kind of pill so casually. Sima Yu glanced at that alchemist wordlessly and continued to check Bayun-chi's condition. Yu, how's my father? Bayun-chi asked. Sima Yu inspected Bayun-chan's condition. This was already worse than terrible. She said, the situation is really bad. Don't disturb me for now. Sun Ran noticed how Sima Yu was acting. It was as if he still had a way to save Bayun-chan. She quickly stepped forward and pulled Bayun-chan, indicating to him not to speak. Sima Yu produced a fireball and completely burnt away Bayun-chan's clothes. Then, she took out a thread and stitched his stomach and head using a few tens of needles. After that, she watched as he slowly began to heal under the effects of the reversion pill. Yu? Bayun-chi controlled himself and remained completely silent when she was stitching and only asked when he saw her stand up. Everyone in the house looked at her and waited for her verdict. Aside from those few wounds on his body, Uncle's inner organs have all been torn. All his meridians have been broken. Unless he completely changes his body, even if we save his life, he can only spend his future days lying on this bed. Sima Yu said. Sun Ran's body was as she had been electrocuted and she stumbled backwards. Bayun-chi quickly rushed up to catch her. Mother. How are you? Sun Ran shook her head and strived to recover her wits, saying, at least his life is preserved. Although she thought this way, 2 streams of tears still flowed. Yu, do those needles have to continue on this way? Bayun-chi asked. I'm using those needles to temporarily hold on to his meridians in order to prevent them from shrinking. Sima Yu said, as for his internal injuries, we can only wait for the reversion pill to restore that. Thank you. Sun Ran said. The doctor and alchemist had initially said they had no way to help him. She never expected that he would actually be able to preserve his life. This was a little easier for them to accept. Yu, is my father really unable to recover from his broken meridians? I already adjusted just now. Unless he completely changes his body, he will only be able to spend his entire life on this bed. Madam, young master, the captain has received such grievous injuries that it is already something that is incredibly difficult for him to have been able to keep his life. What do you mean incredibly difficult? All of you get lost. Useless things, you all better go outside. Sun Ran steadied herself and said to Yun-chi, send them out. Yes, mother. Bayun-chi was not very willing but still listened to what she said and sent them outside when he saw her acting this way. In a short moment, only Sima Yu and Sun Ran remained in the house. Sun Ran looked at him and said, I'm guessing that you had not finished what you wanted to say? Sima Yu raised her eyebrows subconsciously. How did she know that? Bai Yun-chi brought the men to the door and came back. When he heard what Sun Ran said, he asked, Yu, do you still have a way to save my father? Sima Yu nodded, saying, although uncle's muscles and tendons are all broken, I just have to connect them and he'll be fine. I didn't say this just now because I didn't want to let the people outside know for the time being. Why is that? Bai Yun-chi didn't understand. Seeing the way those men outside were behaving, I think that uncle's wounds are not due to any normal cause. I think that someone tried to harm him. Since that's the case, the opposing party will definitely think that uncle is beyond saving. Sima Yu said. That's right. Sun Ran said. I heard those men say just now that uncle got injured because of us. Sima Yu was extremely bothered by this. Yu, why don't you save my father first? The reversion pill is still healing uncle's body, so we can't move him for the time being. Sima Yu said, you might as well tell me about how uncle got injured. Bai Yun-chi glanced at his mother before saying, father was beaten up by men from domineering army. Reason being that he was unwilling to hand you guys over. Domineering army? Actually, Qin Ming brought a few men over a few days prior and asked father to hand you guys over, saying that you guys were the ones who killed Qin Wu. Bai Yun-chi said, however, father said that you guys killed Qin Wu for my sake, so he absolutely refused to hand you guys over and even said that we were not to tell you and to ask you guys to hide in our place. No wonder you guys wouldn't let us out the house recently. Sima Yu's heart was ablaze with anger as she subconsciously clenched her hands into fists. It just happened that we received a mission and father decided to undertake it himself. However, we never thought that she would go back and ask the imperial concubine to send 2 highly skilled spirit paragons over, beating him up when father was outside doing a mission. If it wasn't for the fact that his men desperately tried to protect him, I'm afraid that father wouldn't have a single bone remaining. Bai Yun-chi's veins started to pop out on his forehead when he said this, showing that he was really quite angry. Why did you guys not tell us about this? If we knew about this, we would have left earlier. You guys are our saviors. How could we possibly hand you over? Domineering army has always wanted to touch us. Qin Wu's situation is merely an excuse to do so. How was it possible not to take it to heart? You said that they sent 2 spirit paragon experts? Sima Yu asked. Qin Mo sent them. Qin Mo? Shiyushi's mother? Right. Bai Yun-chi nodded his head. Qin Ming is the older brother while Qin Mo is the middle and Qin Wu is the youngest. Originally, Domineering army was just a little army. However, I wonder what eyesight His Majesty had that he took a fancy to Qin Mo and took her home to be his wife. Ever since Qin Mo became the imperial concubine, with Shi Yushi who was extremely talented, the domineering army rose to power. They rose up to become one of the 3 most powerful armies in a moment. I don't know how they found out that we killed Qin Mo, which is how they were able to use this as an excuse to make trouble with us. These 2 spirit paragon experts were sent over by Qin Mo to take revenge for Qin Wu. Sima Yu narrowed her eyes when she heard what Bai Yun-chi said. West Moon Country's imperial concubine, was it? Sigh. Like mother said, domineering army has targeted us for a really long time. Even if this didn't happen, something else would. Sima Yu looked at this family. This situation happened because of the 5 of them, but, however, she was quite touched by these sentiments. You all can relax. I will definitely cure uncle. She didn't know how to express her emotions, so she chose to give them an affirmation. West Moon Country's imperial dowager, is it? Very good. Very good. Yu, will my father be able to return to how he was before? Bai Yun-chi looked at Sima Yu while asking. Sima Yu came to the bedside and took a look at Bai Yuan-chun's situation, saying, I need a quiet environment. It would be best if you let everyone else leave. This was to avoid having others know about the current situation inside. No problem. Prepare a pool of water for me. 3 meters long. It just has to be 1 meter deep. Okay. Also, let Bei Gongtang and Ouyang Fei come in and help me. This time, it was Sun Ran who went out, saying that Sima Yu wanted to save Bai Yuan-chun's life. When those few men asked about Bai Yuan-chun's condition, with a red nose, Sun Ran retold what Sima Yu said before. When those few people from before heard that he would be a waste even if he was healed, their expressions were all different. Even if he is only able to lie on the bed in the future, I still want to save him. Even though the old master has fallen, the army cannot fall. What you all should do or should go and do not mess it up. Do you understand? Understand. Disperse. Sun Ran waved her hands and those few people all left the house. Bei Gongtang and the others stood where they were without moving. Just now, those few men had already told them the reason why Bai Yuan-chun was injured, so the 4 of them were blaming themselves, wondering if there was anything they could possibly do to help. The few of you can enter. Sun Ran said to them. Seeing that Bei Gongtang and the others had entered, Little Tu followed them in as well. Yu, uncle, is he really? Fatty Chu said as he looked at Bai Yuan-chun, who was lying on the bed lifelessly. He can still be saved. Sima Yu said, however, I need your help. You definitely have to tell us if there's anything you want us to do. Okay. It just so happened that there was a house with a pool of water that Sima Yu requested for. She let Bai Yun-chi pour water in, then went together with Bei Gongtang and Ouyang Fei. The 3 of them took a lot of herbs to refine and poured the extracted essences into the water. When the water changed color, Bei Gongtang and the others proceeded to take out the threads in Bai Yuan-chan's body as Bai Yun-chi hugged him and jumped into the pool of water. Yun-chi, you have to support uncle well, don't let him fall down. Sima Yu said. I understand. Bai Yun-chi nodded. Sima Yu let Bei Gong Tang and the others continue to refine the herbs as she sat opposite by Yuan Chun and guided the entry of medication into his body. At the same time, the accompanying needles that still had spiritual qi helped her to connect the meridians. She needed an extremely high concentration for everything that just happened. Aside from Bei Gong Tang and Ouyang Fei in the house, there was only Bai Yun Qi in the water as well as Sun Ran Ran who was at the side. There was also Halcyon, who was invited to ensure their safety. Seeing her this way, nobody dared even to breathe loudly. Without Sima Yu declaring that it was enough, Bei Gong Tang and Ouyang Fei refined all the herbs ceaselessly, maintaining the level of medication in the water. They continued this way for 3 days. If it wasn't for the fact that Bei Gong Tang and Ouyang Fei had been drilled by Sima Yu in releasing an abnormal amount of mental energy, the two of them would have been paralyzed by now. Previous chapter. Next, Bai Yun Qi was supporting Bai Yuan Chun from behind. He was extremely moved when he saw how Sima Yu's face started to show signs of struggle yet still grit her teeth and continued to rejoin his father's tendons. 3 days later, Sima Yu kept away the needles that she was holding and took out a pill to feed him. After that, she smiled at Bai Yun Qi and said, "It's done." After she said this, she fell backwards into a faint. Yu dash. Yu dash. Dash. A few voices all called out at the same time. Because Bai Yun Qi was holding on to Bai Yuan Chun, he didn't catch her although he stretched out his arms. Just before her head hit the water, a silhouette flashed over and carried her out from the water, flying towards the opposite side. Halcyon held on to Sima Yu and, when he saw that she was completely unconscious, he couldn't help but asked anxiously, "What's wrong with her?" "She merely fainted from exhaustion," Bei Gong Tang said. Although she and Ouyang Fei did not faint, the pair sat down on the ground in without a single ounce of strength because they had relaxed their mental energy. Sun Ran Ran quickly rushed up and supported the two of them to some stools to sit down. She looked at them with gratitude. "It's been hard on you too. I'll take her back to rest first." Halcyon carried Sima Yu and was about to walk outside when Bei Gong Tang called out after him, so he carried her over. Bei Gong Tang took out 3 pills. One of them she gave to Ouyang Fei, ate one for herself, then gave the remaining one to Halcyon. He then fed it to Sima Yu before carrying her out. "Yun Qi, you can let go of uncle now," Bei Gong Tang reminded him as she felt a bit stronger after eating the pill. "Oh." Bai Yun Qi released Bai Yuan Chun. Because Bai Yuan Chun's tendons had all been restored, he could now sit on his own. He got out while his father remained inside the pool of water. Just as he was going to ask when his father would regain consciousness, the rays of light signifying an increase in rank shone from inside the water. "Oh no, if others see this." Sun Ran Ran was shocked. "Auntie, there's no need to worry. Yu had set up a special barrier from the beginning. Those outside will not be able to see the events that take place here," Bei Gong Tang said. "Barrier?" Sun Ran Ran was shocked. That child really thought of everything. "How long more till my father wakes up?" Bai Yun Qi asked. "He can wake up after he advances in rank," Bei Gong Tang said. "Furthermore, after he increases in rank, he will be able to absorb the spiritual qi from the water. I think he will take a bit of time." "Thank you guys, Bei Gong, Ouyang." Bai Yun Qi looked at the two of them and felt that meeting them was truly his fortune. "Since there's a barrier here, we'll send you all back to rest first," Sun Ran Ran said. Bei Gong Tang nodded her head. There was no use for them to remain here, so why not go back to recover their physical and mental strength? Sun Ran Ran stepped forward to support Bei Gong Tang while Bai Yun Qi supported Ouyang Fei. The 4 of them left the housing, leaving behind Bai Yuan Chun who was still advancing in rank. They returned to the area that they were currently residing, where Wei Ziqi and Fatty Chu were waiting anxiously for them. When she saw Bei Gong Tang and Ouyang Fei, they rushed up anxiously and asked, "How are they?" "We're fine." Bei Gong Tang smiled. "Just now, Halcyon carried you back. You all should quickly head into the rooms to rest as well." Wei Ziqi stepped forward to support Bei Gong Tang while Fatty Chu stepped forward to support Ouyang Fei. "Auntie, Ziqi, you guys can go keep watch over uncle," Bei Gong Tang said to Sun Ran Ran. "Okay, you all rest well. We will go and settle things on that side before coming to visit you again." Sun Ran Ran brought Bai Yun Qi with her and left when she finished speaking. "The 3 of you really know how to risk your lives," Fatty Chu lamented. "Uncle got injured because of us. It's natural that we will do our best to treat him." Bei Gong Tang said, "All right already, quickly bring us into the house." Sima Yu lay on the bed with a pale face. It was unknown where Halcyon had run off to after sending her back because his heart was in a bit of disarray. A wisp of black smoke came out from the devil's snare bracelet and Mo Sha appeared at her bedside. When he saw her current appearance, his face fell solemn as he said, "A brat who really doesn't treasure her life." Although he sounded upset, he closed his eyes and activated his skill, materializing his initially non-existent right arm. Solidifying one's soul. When his entire arm had materialized, he finally opened his eyes and moved his right arm, saying, "This is truly the best kind of feeling. It's a pity that I'm unable to completely materialize, and it's also not for a long time." He came in front of Sima Yu, stretched forth a hand and touched her face, saying, "So it feels like this." Sima Yu lay motionlessly on the bed and had no idea what was happening before her eyes. She actually completely emptied out her mental and spiritual energy. "Are you planning on throwing your life away?" Mo Sha pinched her nose angrily, turning her nose completely red by the time he let go. I really don't want to care about you. However, it hurts my eyes to see you lying down like this. As he said this, he took out a jade bottle. Inside it was the soul liquid that Sima Yu usually prepared for him. He opened her mouth and poured a bit in. It was only then that her completely exhausted pool of mental strength started to fill up and her body began to absorb spiritual chi from outside. Her cultivation that had initially stopped slowly started to continue once again. Her mental strength was completely drained and her spiritual chi was also completely exhausted. Her body was like a machine without oil and had stopped working. If it was for Mo Sha helping her, it was unknown what the future would be like. Mo Sha kept the jade bottle away. He was even thinking of pinching Sima Yu's face again to express his anger. However, his hand had barely touched her skin before he was not able to exert any more strength and reverted back to the way he was before. I can only support you this once. Mo Sha was still quite dissatisfied with his current strength. Although he had recovered quite a bit of his spirit power since he formed a contract with Sima Yu, it still left him feeling quite powerless. If you do this again, I'll string you up and beat you. Mo Sha returned to the bracelet when he finished speaking. He didn't realize that his tone actually carried with it a trace of indulgence. It was as if Sima Yu felt something as she furrowed her eyebrows even while she was unconscious. On the other side, when Bai Yunqi and the others had gone back, Bai Yuan-chun was already awake and was currently absorbing the remaining medicinal powers inside the water. Father, you've awakened. Bai Yunqi looked at Bai Yuan-chun excitedly. Bai Yuan-chun looked at his wife from inside the water and said with confusion, didn't I die? How can it be that I'm not only completely well, but have even advanced in rank? It was Yu, Bei Gong and Ouyang who saved you. Bai Yunqi said. They saved me? Bai Yuan-chun was extremely surprised. Yes, the three of them are all unable to move because they saved you. Yu even fainted. Bai Yunqi said. What happened? Bai Yunqi recounted what Sima Yu and the others had to do to save his life, before saying, aren't they awesome? However, the medicine that they used these 3 days should have cost us a few hundreds of thousands of gold coins. You would be hard-pressed not to have advanced in rank since you were inside this kind of water. Bai Yuan-chun lowered his head and looked at the water, which still held a trace of color, saying, we really have to give our thanks to them this time. Bei Gong Tang said that you just advanced in rank, and you're still able to absorb some of the medicine left over to bolster your strength. Bai Yuan-chun nodded. When he awakened, he realized he was able to absorb it. We can talk about this later. First tell me about the current situation of our army. Previous chapter. Sun Ran explained their circumstances. If it was not for the fact that they had arranged for these few days properly, fighting off the domineering army's attack to the best of their ability, they would have all been dead by now. Darling Chun, I feel that we have a domineering army spy within our ranks. He shouldn't be a low-ranked one either. Sun Ran concluded. Spy? Sun Ran nodded, saying, not many people know of the fact that we killed Qin Wu. They even know that your father wanted to complete the mission himself. Those who knew where the mission would be executed were even less, however, those from the domineering army actually knew about it. The last time I saw Qin Ming came asking for people, I had this kind of feeling. Bai Yuan-chun said in agreement. Agreement. However, because the time was right then, I did not have time to weed that person out. Then you must have guessed it as well. It was no wonder that he wanted to keep secret about the fact that he could cure father. That child is a bright child. He managed to guess it just a few sentences. Sun Ran said. Father, mother, what should we do next? Bai Yunqi asked. Right now, many of those teams who had gone out to do mission have been killed by domineering army's men. They have yet to act directly against us right now, but I think they slowly plan to attack our routes. Sun Ran said, Darling Chun, how about those 2 spirit paragons? One of them was 2nd rank, while another was 3rd ranked. Bai Yuan-chun said, right now, I have increased rank to 3rd rank and am still a bit of a ways off from them. It looked like that 3rd ranked spirit paragon did not advance in rank only recently. What's there to fear? Bai Yunqi said, since the opposing party has 2 spirit paragons, we just have to get rid of one. Father was almost killed, so there's no way that we will let it go. Want to kill one? That's easy to say. Sun Ran furrowed her eyebrows. Mother, have you forgotten that we have someone even more powerful? Bai Yunqi said. Even more powerful? Sun Ran was shocked before she suddenly realized something. She asked, you're talking about Halcyon? That's right, I'm talking about him. Bai Yunqi said, he's a sacred beast. Even if there's another spirit paragon, there's nothing to fear. I'm just afraid that he won't be willing to help. After all, he only promised to protect Sima Yu. If it's possible, we can ask Sima Yu for help. Sun Ran thought about it for 2 seconds before saying, I think that kid also doesn't look like someone who is not easy to talk to. Not only would you be able to ask it of him, you didn't see the expressions of Zi Qi and the others just now. I think that they already hate the men from domineering army. Bai Yunqi's attitude towards them was used to be one of envy, jealousy and hatred. In this world, it was rare to find someone so caring about those who had no blood relation with them. To borrow one of Fatty Chu's sentences to express it, they were not relatives. They were more than relatives. There were many relatives who could not do what they did. They discussed it for a long time and they decided not to let the fact that Bai Yuan-chan's wounds had healed be known. They only say that his life was no longer in danger and would spend the rest of his life in bed. They had just related this devastating news to a few seniors, but the domineering army side had quickly got wind of this information. Qin Ming, Qin Wan, Shiyu Xia and a few of them just happened to be in the guest hall talking about exterminating the sand gulls. When they heard that Bai Yuan-chan had woken up and even turned into a waste, Qin Ming guffawed loudly, saying that they could begin their plan. Father, why are we not seeking victory right now, but waiting so many days? Qin Wan didn't understand. Weren't we just taking care of the lower-ranked sand gulls? I want to see if that Bai Yuan-chan is still able to move some soldiers over to assist them. If someone comes to disrupt things at that time, it will be trouble. Qin Ming said, however, if we wait 3 days and nobody comes, it means that the sand gulls have already been exhausted and we can act. So this is the case. Then, Daddy, when can we act? Qin Wan asked. Qin Ming did not reply but only cast his glance towards Shiyu Shi, inquiring, Princess, when do you think is the best time? Wait 2 more days. Shiyu Shi said, Master Jiang has returned to the capital to settle some things. Wait for him to return before acting. Master Jiang was one of the 2 spirit paragons. Alright, then we shall wait 2 more days. Qin Ming said, we will give the men of Sandgull 2 extra days. In the meantime, we can also use these 2 days to accept those men who are willing to join us. Shiyu Shi stood up, saying, then we will meet again in 2 days. Master Hu, let us return. After she finished speaking, she took the other spirit paragon with her and they left Sandgull. Sima Yu woke up in the afternoon of the 2nd day. During this time, Bai Yun-chi and Sun Ran came over to see her. Seeing that she was still unconscious, they were extremely worried. It was a good thing that Bei Gongtang and the others had already recovered and said that Sima Yu was fine. Only then did the 2 of them relax. When Sima Yu woke up, she felt a pair of eyes staring at her. She moved her gaze and saw Halcyon sitting at her bedside, staring at her intently. Halcyon? Sima Yu's voice was a little raspy. Why? Halcyon asked. What do you mean why? Sima Yu felt that her head was quite painful as she stretched forth a hand to support her forehead. She had no idea what Halcyon was asking her. Halcyon did not speak again and merely stood up and left. Sima Yu blinked her eyes in confusion, talking to herself, what's up with this guy? Halcyon went out and, very quickly, they pushed the door open and entered. How are you? Bei Gongtang sat down at her bedside and asked when she saw that Sima Yu's expression was not too great. Nothing too serious. Sima Yu sat up, saying, how are you and Ouyang Fei? Luckily, we had the spirit fluid that you gave us before. Bei Gongtang said, we each took one and have already recovered completely. That's good then. I have to thank you guys a lot this time. Sima Yu said. If it were not for the cooperation of these 2, she would not have been able to treat Bai Yuan-chan. What's there to thank? Doesn't this involve us as well? We all have a part to play in killing Qin Wu. Bei Gongtang glared at Sima Yu, however, what do you plan to do about this? About domineering army? Sima Yu asked. Bei Gongtang nodded. Sima Yu gave a cold laugh, if they don't offend me, I won't offend them. If they touch me, then I won't hold back. Then I'll call the few of them over so we can discuss. Bei Gongtang left when she finished speaking and the few of them quickly entered. Yu, how are you? Wei Ziqi asked with concern. No problem. Sima Yu replied with a smile. This domineering army is too much. They actually used us as an excuse. Fatty Chu spat, this time, we definitely have to make them regret it. That's right. They want to swallow the sand gulls? We'll let them choke to death. Wei Ziqi's eyes was suffused with anger, replacing his previous gentleness and poise. Alright. Then let us discuss what to do. Sima Yu nodded. Half an hour later, Sun Ran and Bai Yun-chi heard their men report that Sima Yu and the others had come over. Yu's awake? Quickly let them in. Bai Yun-chi ordered. Yes. Sima Yu and the others entered. Seeing Sun Ran, Bai Yun-chi and Li Kuei, she was a bit shocked at how there were so few people. Bai Yun-chi came in front of Sima Yu, held her by her shoulders and looked at her, saying, you finally woke up. How's your body? Previous chapter. Sima Yu pushed his hands away, saying, I'm much better, thanks. That's great. Bai Yun-chi released her shoulders, saying, thank you. No need to thank me. Sima Yu smiled, saying, when we came, we saw some people packing up some things. What's going on? The expressions of Bai Yun-chi and the other 2 were not too great when they heard her talk about this. All of those people are traitors. Bai Yun-chi spat. What do you mean? Fatty Chu asked. Li Kuei sighed, the men from the domineering army released word, saying that they would come to bathe the sand gulls in blood 1 day later. They even said that if they were willing to defect to the domineering army, they could spare them. All those people defected to the domineering army. What? Bei Gongtang and the others looked at Sun Ran with shock. They only knew that this was the truth when they saw her nod. If they've left, so be it. Sun Ran said. The fact that those people would leave right now means that they do not hold the sand gulls in high enough regard. It's a good opportunity to rid ourselves of those traitors. There are times where you don't need more people, just the faithful ones. Sima Yu said, it's better to go without, than to have those of lousy quality. It's not a good thing to have those people remain here anyway. It's best that you have this chance to cleanse yourselves of them. However, if so many people have left, how can we possibly muster the strength to fight the domineering army the day after tomorrow? Li Kuei said worriedly. We came precisely to speak of this matter. Sima Yu said. Yu, it would be best for you all to leave first. Li Kuei looked at Sima Yu and the few of them, saying, you all can leave the West Moon Kingdom and head to the Central Wu Kingdom later on. You'll be safe, then. Li Kuei, you've forgotten. Our strength is not low. Sima Yu said, if there's any danger, Halcyon will protect me. Oh yes, how could I have forgotten that sacred beast? Li Kuei's initial worried gaze had faded away. It was because Halcyon was keeping too low of a profile and even restrained his aura that others had forgotten about him. However, Halcyon had said that he would only take care of the few strongest ones. Sima Yu explained. Okay. As long as he takes care of those strongest ones, we have confidence in defeating the others. Li Kuei said with full confidence. After that, he sighed again, it would be great if the captain could fight together with us. He has always said that he would bring his men to exterminate the domineering army. Now our two armies have finally clashed, but he has already fallen. Brotherly, follow me. The few of you should come too. After Sun Ran finished speaking, she brought them to her and Bai Yuan Chun's room. Sima Yu and the others knew that Bai Yuan Chun were okay, so they were not that surprised, but Li Kuei started to stammer when he saw the person sitting on the bedside. Captain? Li Kuei, when did you develop a stutter? Bai Yuan Chun smiled as he asked. Li Kuei walked over excitedly and saw Bai Yuan Chun, who was completely well, and said with disbelief, Captain. It's really you, you're perfectly fine. Yu and the others saved me. Bai Yuan Chun looked at Sima Yu and the others gratefully after he said this. Li Kuei never thought that they would really be able to treat Bai Yuan Chun. He turned around and gave them a lengthy bow, saying, many thanks to you all. Sima Yu went forward, helped Li Kuei up, saying, Uncle Li is too courteous. Darling Chun, over 100 of our men have left since yesterday, up till this afternoon. Sun Ran said, when I think about the day after, I am afraid that even more people will defect over to the domineering army. Bai Yuan Chun was not surprised. These few years, the Sandgull's growth had been too quick. The people it had attracted were not too great. There were also people with all sorts of hidden agendas. He was also thinking of using this chance to purge them of the men from domineering army. How many of our high rankers have left? Around 7 to 8 of them have left. One of our seniors have left. Sun Ran replied. Who? Yang Cheng. Sima Yu did not have much of an impression of this Yang Cheng guy. However, she guessed that it must be the person who had leaked out the information that they had been the ones who killed Qin Wu. Never thought that Yang Cheng would actually have relied on others at such an early point. He actually sold out news of us in exchange for some benefits. Li Kuei exclaimed in anger. As he left, he told us that he had been bought over by domineering army 3 years ago. I called it, didn't I? I asked why it was that they always knew about us these past 2 years. Indeed. Do not let news about my recovery leak out for the time being. I wanted to see how many of our 1,000-strong men will remain. Bai Yuan Chun said. Yes, Captain. Yes, Father. Actually, the plan that Sima Yu and the others had discussed was a simple one. They would kill one person if one person showed up, and 2 for 2. Also, one had to capture the king in order to seize the thief. Once the head of the domineering army was eliminated, the remaining soldiers would all be in danger. Sun Ran sent word that the army would not blame those who wanted to leave. However, once they left, they would never again belong to the Sandgulls. Even if the Sandgulls was fortunate enough to overcome this, those who left were never to return. With Sun Ran's announcement, many of those who were looking for excuses to leave, no longer had to find an excuse. They immediately left without leaving a single word. Many of them directly defected to the domineering army, and the other group left the capital. Bai Yuan Chun heard the news that Sun Ran had announced herself and merely had one thing to say, good. His composed countenance revealed no anger. Sima Yu, they and himself remained in the house to cultivate. In order for her to recover to her peak, she ate a huge amount of pills before entering into a state of cultivation. One day later, she prepared to appear with the 2 spirit paragons. The men of domineering army as already ready and waiting. There were even quite a number of men amongst them who came from the Sandgulls. Princess. She looked at those people and said, we will not participate in the battle immediately. The masters will only act when someone appears that you cannot defeat. Princess has considered much. Qin Ming said, we have received accurate information that many of the highly ranked Sandfools have left. They have even lost Bai Yuan Chun as their spirit paragon overseer. Now, they are like a pile of loose sand and are unable to cooperate with each other. Princess and the honored seniors can just watch from the side. It would be the best if this were the case. She said, let us get this done quickly. It will be Father King's birthday in a few days. I have to rush back. Yes, we will go now. Qin Ming said. After that, he waved his hands towards the men of the domineering army, saying, men of domineering army, follow me. Sima Yu, who was currently cultivating, opened her eyes. She had already recovered to her peak condition. Halcyon came in from outside, saying, men from domineering army have come. They have truly arrived on time. Let us head over to take a look as well. Sima Yu came down from the bed. As she walked past him, she patted Halcyon on the shoulder, saying, "In a moment, I'll ask of you to do your best to protect Ziqi and the gang as well as Uncle's family." "What about you?" Halcyon asked. "Me?" Sima Yu smiled. "Today, I will battle to the fullest. I want to test my currently abilities. What if you encounter a dangerous situation?" Halcyon saw the smile on Sima Yu's face. That smile was clearly tinged with malice. However, he did not react negatively at all, and was merely worried for her safety. "I will definitely not fight against those who are way stronger than me, I'm not an idiot." Sima Yu walked past Halcyon and left, and she finished speaking, leaving him behind in a daze. Previous chapter. The domineering army men that Qin Ming had brought with him completely surrounded the Sand Gull men. Bai Yunqi took his Sand Gull men and charged out from inside. When he saw Qin Ming and the others, their expressions were completely dark. "Yang Cheng, you traitor." Bai Yunqi cursed loudly when he saw Yang Cheng standing beside Qin Ming. Yang Cheng gave a cold laugh. "Traitor? I'm not a traitor. I'm merely regarding my safety as priority." "You dare to say that you're not a traitor? Was it not you who told Qin Ming and the others about us killing Qin Wu?" Li Kuei accused angrily. "You're wrong." Yang Cheng said, "I did not tell them directly. However, when someone offered me money while asking, I did tell that person. Who knew that that person would be one of the imperial concubines' people? It's still the same either way." Another senior said. Qin Wan saw the utterly flustered and enraged Bai Yunqi and smiled arrogantly. "Bai Yunqi, what's wrong with you today? Didn't you always use to declare proudly that you would let your father bring his men to exterminate our domineering army? How come you're not saying that today?" "Since I'm listening to a dog bark, I naturally have to maintain my humanity," Bai Yunqi said disdainfully. "What? Did you just call me a dog?" Qin Wan shouted as she pointed at him. Bai Yunqi shrugged, saying, "Since you like to claim others' curses for yourself, then just take it as I'm talking about you." "You Waner," Qin Ming called after Qin Wan, who had stomped off in a rage. After that, he turned to the Sand Gulls, who were standing in front of him. "I'll give you all one last chance. If you are willing to defect to our domineering army right now, we will not kill you. Otherwise, we will cut you all down without question. I will give you 1 minute to consider." At time, she brought the 2 paragons with her as the flue oven. They stopped in midair and stared wordlessly at the people below. Once they saw that the spirit paragon experts had come and thought again about how they didn't have a single spirit paragon on their side, many of them began to move. "If you are thinking of leaving, I still mean what I said. I will not blame you. However, if we are ever fortunate enough to pass this tribulation, you will never again be a Sand Gull," Sun Ran said to the people who were moving, as she brought Sima Yu and the others with her out the front gate. "Madam." Many of the seniors called out in surprise when they saw Sun Ran speak this way. "Madam, our initial strength is already so weak. If yet another wave of people are to leave." Sun Ran raised a hand to interrupt the. She glanced at those traitors and said, "Their hearts are no longer with us. At that point in time, they may even stab us at the back. It is better to let them cross over to the other side while they are standing right in front of us." When those men heard what Sun Ran said, they were rendered speechless. Within the span of 1 minute, a few others from the Sand Gulls had left as well. Barely a few hundred remained of the initial 1,000-strong army. "The time has come. It seems that quite a few of you are still adamant on staying even if you die." Qin Ming said, "Since this is the case, we'll help you along. You can all rest assured. After you all have gone down, we will send your captain to accompany you." "Are you talking about me? Bai Yuan-chun, aren't you supposed to be a crippled waste?" Qin Ming stared at Bai Yuan-chun, who was walking out with large strides. Which part of him looked like a crippled waist? Bai Yuan-chun came to the front and stood there steadily, like the famous Mount Tai, steadying the hearts of the Sand Gulls. "Haha, am I supposed to be a crippled waste just because others said I am? If you still listen to mere rumors, it can only mean that you're too childish. Haha dash." When the Sand Gulls heard their captain say this, they all broke into large grins. Although the situation was dire, everyone was filled with confidence when they saw him. As for those who had left, each and every single one of them appeared ashamed as they lowered their heads without daring to look at Bai Yuan-chun. "Impossible, your tendons were all obviously broken. How could you possibly be well? 3rd-ranked Spirit Paragon. Master whose body flashed backwards as if he had been shocked, you advanced in rank? Haha, that's right. Not only did I recover, I even increased in rank." Bai Yuan-chun said, "You men of domineering army better listen up. I will give you 1 chance. If you're willing to leave domineering army and abstain from this event, I can still let bygones by bygones. Otherwise, I will kill 1 person for every 1 that comes, and 2 for every 2. Humph, Bai Yuan-chun, you're too insolent. Even if you did not die, we'll just go through it again. Is it? Then we shall have to see whether or not you have the ability." Qin Ming also flew up and looked at Bai Yuan-chun, saying, "We have a total of 3 spirit paragons, including me. Do you think you can turn the tide around when there's only you, this 1 spirit paragon? Who said that we only have 1 spirit paragon? Humph, don't tell me that you are able to produce 2 more spirit paragons. Do you think spirit paragons are like cabbages? Are you stupid? Quality is the most important. We just need 1 person to settle all of you." Image. Ouyang Fei reminded him. When did he ever have any image? That's true. Ouyang Fei nodded. Hey, just now, I felt that I was getting a bit popular. Why did you tear my stage down? This isn't tearing your stage down, since the stage was not made by you. The five of them joked around as if there was no sense of danger. This greatly upset the opposing party. Sima Yu, it was you who killed my fifth uncle. Today, I definitely have to take revenge on behalf of my fifth uncle. You? Sima Yu glanced at her, saying insipidly, you don't have the qualification. She doesn't have the qualification, then what about me? Sima Yu did not like to look upwards at people that flew into the sky. She looked at Shi, saying, why do you women always love picking a fight with me? I have no interest in women. Why don't I get our families Bei Gong to exchange some moves with you? Bei Gong happened to fly beside Sima Yu. She looked at Sima Yu and nodded, saying, then I will force myself to help you take care of this. An arrogant brat. This completely surprised the men from both armies. How is this possible? Spirit Paragon who did not dare to believe it. He understood the strength of pressure perfectly. Because his mental strength was stronger than others, even if it was someone of the same rank, they wouldn't necessarily be able to beat him in terms of pressure. However, Sima Yu and Bei Gong Tang did not feel it at all. Could it be that they were spirit paragons too? Here were countless people who thought that way. However, they also threw that thought away immediately. How are you guys able to hold off Master Hu's pressure? Could you possess some kind of treasure? We wish that we had this kind of treasure too, don't we, Bei Gong? Bei Gong Tang nodded in approval of what Sima Yu said. If it's not due to the aid of a treasure, then how could you possibly resist the pressure? If you practiced as hard as we did, you'd be able to do it too. Right, Halcyon? Halcyon understood what she meant and flew beside her. Some men from Domineering Army recognized him and called out, ah, I remember now. He's that sacred spirit beast from before, who caused all those spirit beasts to migrate from the mountain. Sacred beast? The area below turned into a sea of chaos as they stared with eyes open wide. Their chins were quickly hitting the ground. Halcyon glanced over at Spirit Paragon who. He immediately stiffened when the gaze landed on him and he plummeted down from the sky. Halcyon's identity instantly turned the tides of the entire battlefield, and those powers who were standing around observing had to take out their glasses and wipe them. Those who had left started to regret immensely. Qin Ming and the others were immediately scared silly. How were they supposed to fight with a sacred spirit beast? Now that things had reached this stage they couldn't retreat even if they wanted to. Sima Yu smirked, I heard that Captain Qin wanted Uncle to hand me over. Now that we're here, are you planning to do the same? You want to see us hand our heads over? Without waiting for the other party to respond, she said straightforwardly, You all even plan to use us as an excuse to exterminate the sand gulls. We will definitely not agree to this. Yu, what are you wasting words with them for? Sima Yu nodded. Halcyon said that he will not raise a hand towards those weak in power. Arg, Yu, it's the first time that I've ever felt you were too talkative. With his single move, the sand gull troop that had repressed themselves all this while finally act. Although Sima Yu said that Halcyon would not lay a hand on those who were weak, once they thought of how he was a sand gull, those ants from the Domineering Army were scared witless and their battle abilities plummeted. Although the number of men from Domineering Army were around double that of the sand gulls, most of the power came from the sand gull side. Sima Yu looked at the chaotic compound and said, I'll leave this area to you guys. After she finished speaking, she went to join in on the battle as well. Let us have a taste of your strength. Bai Yuan Chun also charged towards Spirit Paragon who. Halcyon sighed, saying, actually, I don't like killing people. But you just had to provoke her. After he finished speaking, he closed his eyes. By the time he opened his eyes, each eye possessed 2 pupils. He stared directly at Spirit Paragon Lu and with a shift of his eyes, that Spirit Paragon Lu was immediately imprisoned. Break! Halcyon said this apathetically, but the imprisoned Spirit Paragon Lu's body was immediately scattered and smashed in the air. His body also turned into a bloody mist. The people below who scared stiff when they saw stood where he was without moving, but a third-ranked Spirit Paragon was eliminated just like that. Not even a single bit of him remained. Even Sima Yu got the chills from watching this scene. If he had directly used this method to kill her, would Crimson Flame have been able to save her at all? The way that Spirit Paragon Lu was ruthlessly murdered struck fear in the hearts of everyone, driving a greater wedge between the opposing parties' powers. The Lord of Peace City had initially said that he would save Shi Yu. However, he immediately rushed back to his residence when he saw Halcyon. Oh my heavens, how did Domineering Army end up like this? The city lord patted his chest and cursed. Luckily, he had not professed his loyalty by declaring that he would save Shi Yu right from the start. Otherwise, he would surely turn into a ghost just like this. Many powers had the same kind of thoughts. Luckily, they were not participating in this. Furthermore, those who used to have pretty good relations with sand gulls were regretting endlessly that they had not stretched forth a hand to help. With the presence of a sacred beast, how would the standing of the sand gulls be poor at all? I've never fought with so many people before. Fatty Chu brandished his fist, hitting one person squarely, and it was so satisfying. Sima Yu was looking for opponents who were slightly stronger. However, they had already been terrified by Halcyon and were not her match at all. Her wish of finding a decent opponent was like dust in the wind. It was as if she had thrown a fierce punch only to have it land on soft cotton. It filled her with boredom. The battle had gone on this way for an entire day. Corpses filled the streets in front of Sandgull. These people truly held true to their word of not letting a single one return. Shi Yu and Bei Gong Tang's strength were on par and was ultimately killed by Bei Gong Tang. Fatty Chu looked at the corpse on the ground and shook his head, saying, the princess was fine until she insisted on participating in this. It's useless to regret now. Her strength is really not bad. If it were not for the fact that Bei Gong had practiced in the mountains for such a long time, she would not have been her opponent. Wei Ziqi said. In any case, she's not a good person. Ouyang Fei said. What he didn't say was that since she was killed, then she was killed. This princess is highly favored by His Majesty of West Moon Kingdom. Now that we've killed her, doesn't that mean we've thoroughly incited the wrath of the West Moon Kingdom's royal family? Bei Gong said a little apologetically. What are you afraid of? If they come, we'll just take it as water on the earth. If that royal family Eve has a bit of brains, they should not come to make trouble. Otherwise, we will also cause great pandemonium. Sima Yuyu shrugged without caring about it at all. If it really came down to it, they could say that Halcyon was the one who killed her. If they wanted to take revenge, fine then, they could go look for Halcyon to take revenge on him. It was as if Halcyon could feel what she thought as he lowered his head to look at her, but it was unknown what was going through his mind. Previous chapter. Nobody expected that the one that would actually be exterminated was the domineering army. This caused the loss of more than a few of those who had bet on it. Bai Yuan Chun and the others did not have time to have any misgivings about the thoughts of the outside world because he was now tidying up the carcasses in front of the place along with the captain of the fire and water attributes. He had originally wanted to just burn them all, but Fatty Chu had told him that these people had done quite a bit of bad things in the recent years and had stolen quite a fair bit of things. They would definitely have quite a hoard of things, so all the items in the interspatial rings should not go to waste. Who knows, they might even be able to earn quite a fortune after gathering it all. Even if that wasn't the case, having 1,000 over interspatial rings should fetch quite a bit of cash. As a result, they could only flip the bodies over one by one, taking the interspatial rings off their finger and keeping it. Only after that could they let the people with the flame attributes burn the bodies while the people with the water attributes washed the street. This was a sleepless night for Peace City, and many watched the blazing red sky, lamenting the volatility of life. These evil members of the domineering army who were overbearing and arrogant disappeared just like that. This really made a lot of people uncomfortable. If Sima Yu were to know about this, she would definitely say disdainfully, all of you are M's. 1. Sima Yu, Bei Gong Tang and the others had refined quite a number of low-ranked pills for the injured. These pills could be considered as a kind gesture. One cauldron could produce quite a lot of them. Furthermore, it was very quick to produce. Just the 3 of them could settle enough pills for 400 to 500 people in a single night. Yu, thank you all. Bai Yunqi took the pills that Sima Yu gave him while thanking her. If it were not for you guys, I think that we would have been hard-pressed to escape. However, we have incited even greater trouble. Who knows, it may even affect you guys. Sima Yu said. Are you talking about you killing Shiyushi as well as the 2 spirit paragons? Sima Yu nodded. You can relax. The Emperor of our West Moon Kingdom is very open-minded. The most important thing is that he knows how to act according to the situation. He so clearly knows that a sacred beast is involved in this, so there's no way that he will pursue this any further. Sun Ran said. That's right. Unless he wants to pit the entire West Moon Kingdom against the sacred beast. Bai Yunqi said. However, isn't that Shiyushi the gem of the royal family? Fatty Chu asked. One Shiyushi versus a sacred beast. Which do you think they would choose? Wei Ziqi asked. Of course the sacred beast. Fatty Chu said definitively. So, that royal emperor should think the same way. If he dares to touch you, we don't mind taking Halcyon back with us to exterminate the entire area. We can turn the whole area into a chaotic mess. Sima Yu said, in any case, we have to head to the capital. With their power, there's no way they'll lose track of where we are. When that time comes, we'll go with you. Bai Yunqi said without thinking. After we go to the capital, we'll head directly to Central Wu Kingdom. What would you come for? Sima Yu disagreed. I'll go with you to keep watch. If anything happens, I can be with you. Bai Yunqi said. No can do. Wei Ziqi shook his head, saying, we have no roots here. After messing everything up, we can walk off after dusting our butts. Behind you stands the Sand Gull army. If anything happens, you will implicate them. But. Relax. With Halcyon, why would you worry about our safety? Sima Yu said. Bai Yunqi looked at Halcyon who was standing quietly by the corner, saying, that's true. No matter what you say, we will settle this issue thoroughly before leaving West Moon Kingdom. Bei Gong Tang said. Ah, it's been a tiring day. Go back to rest. Sima Yu stretched her back and said to Sun Ran, Madam, we will not disturb your clearing of this mess. Okay, you all can head back to rest. Please get someone to notify me if you have anything you need. Sun Ran said with a smile. She was referring to any visitation by the royal family. Sima Yu and the others went back to rest. They had just reached the house when they saw Little Two running over. Older brothers and sisters, are you all okay? Little Two pounced into Bei Gong Tang's arms as he lifted his head to ask. We're okay. Did you get frightened? Bei Gong Tang patted his head. Nope. I've been staying in the world that Little Roar set up for me. I know that nobody outside can hurt me. Little Two said. Before Sima Yu had left, she asked Little Roar to set up a little world to keep him in. The world could block out any aftershocks of the battle. Little Two had remained inside the whole way and didn't step out at all when he saw the men battling in the sky. He had always been wise and knew it was dangerous outside. So, he didn't go out at all and was not like a little child who would run around outside due to curiosity or fear. Little 2, rest well. In 2 days, we will clear your meridians for the last time. After saying this, they went back home. Wei Ziqi and the others were really very tired, so they went back to rest as well. Bei Gongtang patted Little 2's head and went home as well. Little 2 stood in the house. Seeing them close their room doors, his little face was like a little ball. He was actually not happy just because he was able to cultivate. At this time, in the imperial capital, the royal emperor received a piece of urgent news from Peace City. The city lord of Peace City and explained the entirety of what happened last night. After reading the news, the West Moon Emperor slapped the table with rage. Emperor, what's wrong? The guard that was standing there asked when he saw the emperor in a fit of rage. Humph. He wordlessly threw the letter over to where the guard was. That guard glanced generally over the contents of the letter before raising his head in surprise. Emperor, the princess, she. Not too long ago, Sanshui City sent word about the appearance of a sacred beast. This time, they're actually putting the entire situation on the backs of the sacred beast. The West Moon Emperor said, if the sacred beast is angered, we undoubtedly have to mobilize our men to protect the people. We also might not be able to beat him. Sacred beast, it's an existence that is even stronger than a spirit paragon. Emperor, do not be anxious. Who knows that sacred beast may not come to us to make trouble. The guard said, it looks as if the sacred beast listens to Sima Yu even though they do not have a contract. If we treat her well and give her some form of compensation, it might be enough to avoid danger this time. We can only do this for now. The West Moon Emperor shook his head. After that, he suddenly thought of something and shot up from his imperial throne, saying, go to the Warsaw Palace. Inside the Warsaw Palace, a lady who looked very much like Shi was currently by the riverside feeding the fishes. Upon hearing that the West Moon Emperor had come, she quickly put down the fish food in her hands and gave a bow, saying, greetings to the Emperor. When the West Moon Emperor saw her, he was silent for a long time, causing Qin Mo to feel extremely restless. Emperor? She raised her head and saw some grievance in his eyes. I came to tell you 2 things, the West Moon Emperor said. Firstly, Shi has been killed. Secondly, the domineering army has been exterminated by the sand gulls. What? Qin Mo was so stunned by the West Moon Emperor that she started to sway. A palace maid who was standing by the side rushed up to support her. 1. For children who do not know, M stands for masochists. Emperor, our child, how could she die? Domineering. Domineering army has been exterminated. How is this possible? Qin Mo was so shocked that she could not speak coherently and held on to the palace maid's hand. Humph. Your domineering army have been quite bold these few years. Something as big as exterminating the sand gulls, yet they actually went behind my back. The West Moon Emperor laughed coldly. Emperor, I merely felt that the West Moon Kingdom has so many armies, so it wouldn't be much to miss 1 or 2. Furthermore, they killed my younger brother. I was merely taking revenge for my younger brother. Qin Mo explained. Revenge? Humph, the revenge not only failed but it also gave birth to a huge trouble. West Moon Emperor said, you better stay here obediently. If you do anything, don't blame me for ignoring all our husband and wife ties. The West Moon Emperor left without turning back when he finished speaking. Qin Mo saw the world fade to black as she fainted. Imperial concubine, Imperial concubine. The palace maid quickly called the palace maids nearby over, after a moment, Qin Mo finally awoke and the first thing she said when she opened her eyes was, go and find out what happened. It was a pity that, when the palace maid went out with the order, she received an order that all of them were not allowed to leave Warsaw. Furthermore, many guards were sent over to surround the Warsaw Pavilion. They had orders to prevent the people in Warsaw from receiving any news. However, that palace maid had quite a bit of talent and managed to eavesdrop on some information that Xia Yu and the others were the ones who killed Shi. This Sima Yu. She killed my younger brother and now she's killed my daughter. She and I cannot exist together. However, because the information they got was limited, nobody in the Warsaw Pavilion knew about the existence of Halcyon and all came to a very wrong conclusion. Imperial concubine, I heard that the Emperor has invited those people over to participate in the banquet. The Emperor's birthday? Why would he invite them? Imperial concubine, what should we do? The people in the palace asked. Think of a way to contact our people to arrange for a place near the Spirit Master Guild. Yes, Imperial concubine. The palace wait, let those spirit paragons go. This maid understands. Sima Yu, I want you to come with no chance of leaving. Inside Peace City, Sima Yu saw the city lord with a face full of smiles. Cough cough, I wonder what city lord has looked for us for. The city lord's gaze rested on Halcyon as he took out a shining invitation card, saying, this is an invitation card from our West Moon Emperor for you all. We invite you to participate in the Emperor's birthday banquet happening in 10 days' time. Invite us to participate in the banquet? Since the invitation from the West Moon Emperor had already been sent over, it was a bit hard to reject it. After all, they still had to use the Imperial Capital's teleportation array. Wei Ziqi took the invitation card, saying, when that time comes, we will definitely arrive on time. Then we can go together in a few days. Then it will be our honor to journey there with City Lord. Then let us head there together when the time comes. City Lord guffawed as he said, the invitation has already been handed over to you, so I will take my leave first. Let me send City Lord out. Bai Yuan-chun made a gesture with his hands as he walked out with the City Lord. When the City Lord left, Bai Yun-chi pursed his lips, saying, he invited you all but didn't invite us. It will be better for you not to go. Who knows whether or not this is a trap? Sima Yu said. That's true. Bai Yun-chi nodded. The imperial capital was more dangerous than Peace City. If he went, who knows whether or not he would end up as their weak point. Alright, you've received the invitation. Now go back and rest. Sima Yu stretched as she left. Wei Ziqi and the others also went to their respective houses. Bei Gong Tang did not go with them. After Sima Yu left, she went to Little Tu's house. Bei Gong Tang was currently teaching him some fundamental things. When Bei Gong Tang saw Sima Yu enter, she asked, "Is there any reason they called you over?" Sima Yu walked over and took the teapot on the table. She directly poured it into her mouth and only spoke when she had drunk enough. West Moon Emperor wants us to participate in his banquet in 10 days. The city lord sent the invitation over. Wants us to participate in a banquet? Feast at Hongmen, 1. Bei Gong Tang raised her eyebrows in question. Don't think so. Sima Yu said, Halcyon is around. I don't think that he would invite a sacred beast to participate in a feast at Hongmen, right? That's true. Bei Gong Tang replied. We'll leave in a few days. Before we leave, I want to completely open all of Little Tu's meridians. Sima Yu patted Little Tu's head as she spoke. Little Tu had kept his head low the entire time and remained silent. His tears started to fall and it soaked the front of his clothes. Bei Gong Tang saw Little Tu's tears and asked, Little Tu, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Little Tu lifted up his head and his eyes were filled with tears. He looked at the two of them and said, Older sister, are you all abandoning Little Tu here? You all plan to completely open my meridians before you leave, then you won't bring me with you anymore when you leave, right? Little Tu whimpered. Sima Yu and Bei Gong Tang exchanged glances. They had truly planned to do this. Little Tu, the thing I'm going to do is very dangerous. If you go with us, it will be filled with peril. Sima Yu said. I know. You are going to rescue grandfather. Little Tu said, but I want to go with you. Do you not want to stay here? Sima Yu said, if you stay here, big brother Yun Qi will take care of you. You can grow up safely. Little Tu shook his head with all his might, saying, I want to go with you. Older sister, please bring me with you. Little Tu doesn't want to be apart from you. Little Tu, if you go with us, your life in the future will be fraught with danger, where people will chase you to kill you, do you know? Bei Gong Tang advised, but it's not the same here. Here, the environment is stable. You'll be able to receive very good training. In the future, you might even be able to do some great things. Little Tu continued to shake his head. He said definitely, I'm not afraid of living a homeless and miserable life. If there are any bad guys who come to bully you, I will help you beat them off. Older sister, don't abandon Little Tu, okay? 1. Refers to a feast set up to murder a guest. Bei Gong Tang saw Little Tu cry with such despair that she looked helplessly at Sima Yu, saying, why don't we bring him with us? Ugh, you've become helpless the moment you met him. Sima Yu looked disapprovingly at Bei Gong Tang, saying, it can't just be the two of us who decide on it. We need to discuss with the others. Compared to living a life filled with so much uncertainty, staying here was undoubtedly the better choice. Bei Gong Tang called Wei Ziqi and the other three over and explained about Little Tuesday. The three of them had some disagreements as well. We don't know what the situation is like over at the Central Wu Kingdom where the Sima clan is. If it's good, then all is well. However, if the opponents are bad, he will be put in a lot of danger if he follows us. Wei Ziqi said. I agree with what Ouyang Fei said. But Little Tu doesn't want to stay here. He wouldn't be happy even if we leave him here. Fatty Chu said, when we reach the Central Wu Kingdom, we can arrange things properly for him before going to rescue grandfather and the rest. Sima Yu said, I still feel that this isn't too good. Our numbers would be too big. Older sisters and brothers, you all don't have to bother about me. You can go settle your things and I will wait for you all nearby. If you need to run, I will run with you. Little Tu said. Seeing that he spoke this way, Sima Yu and the others didn't feel too good about abandoning him here without care. The most important thing was that it was clear to all that Bei Gong Tang could not let him go. Sigh. Sima Yu sighed, saying, Little Tu, if we all get killed, you would become a street urchin once again. I won't. Little Tu said seriously. Why? Fatty Chu asked. Little Tu looked at Fatty Chu, saying, if you all are dead, then I would definitely be dead as well. There's no way I would become a street urchin. The hearts of the few of them were struck. He had already decided to live or die with them. Since you have decided this, then it shall be. Sima Yu said, if it comes down to it we'll just leave him at that place. That place was something Little Tu did not know, but the others did. It was the Spirit Pagoda. After they firmed up their plans, everyone dispersed and went out, leaving Sima Yu and Little Tu behind. Sima Yu let Little Tu eat 2 frost cold pills. With one pill, she used her spiritual power to activate it. With the other pill, she used her spirit power to wrap it up and left it in his body. She realized that her own mental strength had grown quite a lot during this period of time. She planned to unblock his connecting arteries and veins after unblocking his 12 meridians if Little Tu could handle it. The remaining 3 meridians were the same as the previous ones. They had been dead blocked. Who knew what it was that was blocking it, but it was extremely hard and could even be lodged within every single meridian. Because she was even more skillful at controlling Crimson Flame's flame, she was a lot quicker at unblocking the meridians. Once the remaining 3 meridians were unblocked, she began to dissolve the other ice-cold pill, lowering Little Two's body temperature once again while she inserted her flame into his arteries and veins. Although those arteries and veins were not as stubbornly clogged as those meridians, it was still filled with impurities. At least it was not as hard as those original ones, and were fewer in number, so she managed to purge it completely with just one try. After she retracted her flame from Little Two's body, he fainted as he had the previous times. However, Sima Yu was not as tired as she had been before. Bei Gong Tang came in. Seeing that Sima Yu still looked pretty good, she asked, "It's over?" Sima Yu nodded and stood up, saying, "I've already done all that I can do. In the future, I'll leave it to you guys to teach him about cultivation. I don't have the patience to become a teacher." Bei Gong Tang rolled her eyes, "No patience. Then who taught Ouyang Fei and I pill refinement? You learnt it yourselves." Sima Yu took out a pill and ate it, saying, "When he wakes up, you can teach him how to absorb spiritual qi. He was able to feel spiritual qi before, so I think it should be pretty easy to absorb it." "Okay. You can go and rest," Bei Gong Tang said. Before Sima Yu left, she glanced over at Little Tuesday. She thought that he was really lucky to have been able to meet her. She was lucky as well. If, at that time, her meridians had not been killed by poison, but blocked like Little Two's had been, she might have been a waste her entire life. Furthermore, if Little Two had not met her, he would have been a waste forever. This was fate. With this one exclamation in her heart, she went back to rest. Little Two awoke after sleeping for only 1 day and he saw an empty house the moment he opened his eyes, so he immediately jumped up from the bed and ran outside, shouting in panic, "Older brothers, older sisters." Bei Gong Tang, who was refining pill nearby, thought that something had happened to him and got a shock. She almost wasted the entire pot of pills in her hand. Wei Ziqi opened a door and saw Little Two barefooted and asked, "What's wrong, Little Two?" Little Two only relaxed when he saw Wei Ziqi and pounced into his embrace, saying, "I thought that you all had abandoned me and left." Wei Ziqi patted Little Two's head, smiling as he said, "Since we've already promised to bring you with us, there's no way we would abandon you." Little Two nodded. "How are you now?" Wei Ziqi asked, "Can you cultivate?" "I don't know either. I ran out the moment I woke up," Little Two said a little sheepishly. Wei Ziqi saw him on barefoot and smiled at the obvious, saying, "Then let's go into your room. I'll teach you how to cultivate." Okay," Little Two said happily. Bei Gong Tang finally relaxed when she heard what Wei Ziqi said, and she continued to refine the pills in her hand. When they went back to the house, Little Two directly climbed on the bed and sat cross-legged in the position to cultivate. After that, Wei Ziqi began to tell him to close his eyes and meditate, to feel for spiritual qi. He even told him about the different colors of light for that different attributes of spiritual qi would have. "Older brother Ziqi, I could feel spiritual qi a long time ago," Little Two said. "You could feel it a long time ago?" Wei Ziqi said in surprise. "He could feel it when he couldn't even cultivate?" "I could feel spiritual qi after the first time that big brother you helped me to unblock my meridians," Little Two answered. "Then what kind of spiritual qi are you able to sense?" Wei Ziqi thought of how he had the bloodline of a spirit beast flowing in him and thought it was pretty normal for this kind of thing to happen. "Let me see." Little Two closed his eyes after he said this and then opened his eyes and said, "There's water, ice, and something I don't know." "What color is that?" Wei Ziqi asked. "White." Little Two said, "However, there's really little of it." "White?" Wei Ziqi had never encountered white spiritual power before. Inside his brain he started to try and find information about the different types of spiritual qi. He thought of what Feng Zhixing had said before about how there was a type that was even more uncommon than ice, lightning, and wind, which were light and darkness attributes. Furthermore, those of the light attribute would see white rays of light. He never thought that Little Two, apart from having the ice attribute, would actually have the even rarer light attribute. Even if there were 100,000 spirit masters, it was possible for there to not even be one with this attribute. Previous chapter. Next, Little Two was in the room. Sima Yu and the other 4 of them sat at the table watching Little Two, who was watching them. All of their gazes were as if they were looking at a beast. Little Two got goosebumps under their stares and he subconsciously shrunk back. "Older brothers, sister, you all shouldn't look at me like that," Little Two lamented in his heart. Fatty Chu was the first to speak, saying, "Can you really feel the light element?" Little Two nodded his head fearfully. "You can also feel the water and ice elements?" Sima Yu looked at him with bright eyes. Little Two nodded his head fearfully again. "It's only been a day and a night but you're able to absorb spiritual qi?" Ouyang Fei asked. He continued to nod his head. "Hehe, worthy of being the sapling that we uncovered. So powerful." Bei Gong Tang beamed. "Gah, it's truly that comparison leads to death." Fatty Chu yelled as he climbed on the table, "Our hearts are already crying with just one Yu who agitates us from time to time. Now we have a little child too. I really don't dare to think about how heaven-defying he will be once he reaches our age. Oh heavens, why do you hurt us this way?" The heavens had not heard Fatty Choo's cry, but Sima Yu slapped him hard on his head, saying, "Your talent will provoke anyone else outside as well, don't you wail and howl here. There's no justice, you refuse to let me vent my frustration even after provoking me like this." Fatty Choo complained in a small voice. "No matter what, Little Two's talent is really shocking. This water and ice, TSK, in the future Chi and Fatty, you guys can teach him." Sima Yu delegated their responsibilities really quickly. Bei Gong is his older sister, so you can't neglect him. Ouyang's battle ability is not bad, so you can teach Little Tuesday. Ah, then let's settle it this way. The four of them who had been pointed out looked at her speechlessly, saying, "Then what about you?" "I'm in charge of supplying the resources. We will raise Little Two, and in the future, whoever dares to bully us will be dealt with by Little Tuesday." Sima Yu beamed as she said, then she turned to look at Little Two and ask, "Little Two, is this okay?" "Yes." Little Two smiled as well. Nobody had ever treated him so well. Whoever dared to bully his older brothers and sister would pay with their life. As such, a death god began his journey. Many watched his appearance as he killed people after he grew up, and contrasted it with his obedient countenance in front of Sima Yu and Bei Gong Tang. They had to wonder if it was truly the same person. For the next few days, they went around Peace City and played around. It was still 2 days before the West Moon Emperor's birthday when the city lord came looking for them, telling them they could set off. They said their goodbyes to Bai Yun-chi and the others before taking the teleportation array to the imperial capital. Before they left, Sima Yu gave Bai Yun-chi a jade bottle. She didn't say what it was and he didn't take a look, only caring about his sadness at their departure. Sigh, I wonder if Sima Yu and the others will ever come back to Peace City? Bai Yun-chi sighed. Sun Ran looked at the vast sky, sighing in return, their goal is over there instead. Bai Yuan-chun looked at the greatly matured Bai Yun-chi, and thanked Sima Yu and the others for the impact they had on him. Seeing the jade bottle in Bai Yun-chi's hand, he asked, "Aren't you going to see what he left for you?" "Right, I wonder what he put in this bottle for me. This guy, not only is he extremely strong, he's even an alchemist. He really fills you with a sense of defeat," Bai Yun-chi said as he opened the jade bottle and poured out the pill inside. 2 golden pills fell into his hand. "Father, why do I feel that these 2 pills are vaguely familiar?" Bai Yun-chi said as he looked at the pills. Bai Yuan-chun was stunned by the 2 pills and his mouth was gaping wide. It was only a while later that he stuttered, Isn't this the heaven-defying 100 revolutions pill sold at the auction the last time?" It was only then that Bai Yun-chi recalled it and stared at the pill, mumbling, "It really looks like that pill." Bai Yuan-chun slapped Bai Yun-chi's head, shouting, "What do you means like? Isn't this exactly it? You stupid son. It really is?" Bai Yun-chi rubbed his head, saying, "Then, isn't Sima Yu that mysterious person?" Bai Yuan-chun nodded his head thoughtfully, saying, "It looks like he is even more powerful than we thought." Bai Yun-chi had already been shocked speechless by the information that he had just received. He lowered his head to look at the pill in his hand and thought of how before Sima Yu left, he had told him that he hoped to see him again in the future. He made a resolve in his heart. In the future, he would definitely reach a lot higher. In the past, he had felt that living in the army was not bad. Upon meeting Sima Yu and the others, there were times that he heard them talking about the life in the higher realms and wasn't too interested. It was only now that he felt that he would like to go to that world to take a look and wander around if he could. "Let's go, your father and I will protect you. Go and eat this pill," Sun Ran said as she patted her dazed son. "Okay." Sima Yu and the others followed the city lord of Peace City to the imperial capital. Just as they left the teleportation array, they felt a weird aura and it seemed as thought everyone was looking at them with strange looks. "Why are they looking at us like that?" Fatty Chu flew beside Ouyang Fei. "No idea," Ouyang Fei said honestly. "There's a powerful intent that has trailed us," Sima Yu said as she surveyed the area. "It would be better for us to leave here," Bei Gong Tang said. Seeing that everyone looked like they were about to face a great enemy, the city lord of Peace City said, "Everyone, please do not be flustered. I think that news has spread of you all exterminating the domineering army, so everyone is very curious towards you, especially the emperor. I'm guessing that everyone wants to catch a glimpse of you." Everyone relaxed when they heard the city lord speak thusly and followed him to the Spirit Master Guild. "Greetings to our guests." A beautiful lady standing at the door bowed to Sima Yu and the others. "Who are you?" Fatty Chu's eyes were looking straight the moment he saw the pretty lady. "This servant has been assigned specifically by the emperor to take care of everyone. This servant's name is Yao Guang." Yao Guang smiled at them flirtatiously and those whose strengths were low were unable to block out her charm. "Did the emperor know that we would arrive today?" The city lord of Peace City asked Yao Guang. "Emperor did not know, but he has ordered for this servant to remain here and keep watch. When you all arrived, I was to first bring you to stay at the establishment," Yao Guang replied. Then, she turned to the city lord of Peace City and said, "Great city lord, the emperor said that, as usual, you should still go to the place you arranged beforehand." The city lord of Peace City's smile faltered as his eyes flashed with anger. However, he suppressed it and cupped his hands at Sima Yu and the others, saying, "Since the emperor has personally arranged a living space for you all, we will split up here. We will meet again at the banquet." Sima Yu and the others had never had any good impression of this city lord, so they snickered in their hearts when they saw his jealousy. However, he was still the city lord of the second largest city, so they could not express this too obviously. They cupped their hands towards him in farewell and waited for him to leave before bursting out with laughter. Previous chapter. Next. Yao Guang did not like that city lord either. He did not have a single talent and was only able to become the lord of the second largest city because of Qin Mo. She flourished her arm gracefully at Sima Yu and the others, saying, "Guests, this way please." West Moon Emperor had arranged an extremely secluded courtyard for Sima Yu and the others. It was called the Water Pavilion and was the most beautiful of all the pavilions. Furthermore, it was quite near to the royal palace. It could even be counted as part of the palace. It was merely an area surrounding the palace, so the guards here were not that powerful. This place is really not bad. Fatty Chu looked at the beautiful and secluded surroundings and never thought that the emperor would actually have a place like this. It's really not bad. Even Ouyang Fei sang its praises. Yao Guang stole a glance at Halcyon, saying, "The emperor said that you distinguished guests have always lived in the mountains and may not like noise, so he has specially arranged this place for you. Mr. Halcyon, we're truly benefiting from your presence." Sima Yu laughed as she teased Halcyon, not afraid of inciting his anger at all. Halcyon looked at her coolly without speaking. "Lady Yao Guang, when will we be able to meet the emperor?" Wei Ziqi asked. "The emperor said that it is up to you guests. You may visit him whenever you want." Yao Guang replied with a smile. "It's already late today, why don't we go tomorrow?" "Halcyon, what do you think?" Sima Yu said. "Up to you." Halcyon threw out these 3 words and fell back into silence. Acting cool. Sima Yu muttered in her heart before turning to Yao Guang, saying, "Then, we'll trouble Lady Yao Guang to relay this to the emperor on our behalf. Distinguished guests are too courteous." Yao Guang said, "This lady will definitely relay this to the emperor today." It could be considered that she could see that, although Halcyon was not a spirit beast they contracted, he listened to Sima Yu. As a result, although Sima Yu's strength did not appear to be too strong, he was the one she definitely could not afford to offend. Yao Guang assisted in their living arrangements and only left and she had assigned them a palace maid. Sima Yu and the others were cultivating in their own houses. Even Little Two had tried to simulate cultivation. Bei Gong Tang was afraid that others would disturb him, so she went to cultivate with him. If anything were to happen, she would be able to protect him. Although the West Moon Emperor appeared to treat them with courtesy, who knew what the real situation was like? The next afternoon, those who were cultivating slowly left their states of cultivation and went outside. "I really feel a bit restless." Sima Yu laughed coldly and really opened the door and went out. 6 spirit paragons had just arrived in the air above the house when they saw that Sima Yu and the others had opened their doors and came out. They were not surprised at all at their arrival. 6 spirit paragons. Sima Yu raised her eyebrows at the few of them, saying, "This disposition of forces is really large." "You must be Sima Yu." A spirit paragon looked at her and asked. Sima Yu leaned on the door and was not flustered at all. She smiled in reply, "You have all already come all the way here, do you still need to ask anything?" The ridicule in her voice enraged the spirit paragons. "Looks like it must be the few of you." The spirit paragon who had spoken earlier spoke again, "Do you all want to kill yourselves or do you want us to send you on your way?" Aside from Halcyon, they could feel that these people were really not that powerful. They had no idea why Imperial Missouri had wanted so many spirit paragons to act together. Furthermore, these few people had just come out of seclusion, naturally had no time to hear of the gossip outside. They had no idea that 2 of their spirit paragon brothers had already died at the hands of Halcyon. If they knew, even if they had to give up the provisions that Imperial Missouri had given them every year, there was no way they would participate in the battle tonight. "I'm guessing that you must be sent by Qin Mo? That Imperial concubine really has set her sights on us," Wei Ziqi said. If it was West Moon Emperor, he could have acted the moment they entered the Imperial capital and would have needed to wait until now to send these people. Furthermore, he would not have dispatched so few people. They would not even be enough to fill up the gap in Halcyon's teeth. It was evident that it was the clueless Imperial concubine who had come to pluck out a whisker from a tiger. However, they could use this to have a good talk with the West Moon Emperor. With this thought in mind, Sima Yu did not let Halcyon act immediately. She asked him not to act for the time being. "Big brother, you should just do it yourself. Why did Qin Mo send people to ask us to come for the sake of these mole crickets and ants? It's really making a mountain out of a molehill." A spirit paragon said unsatisfactorily. "That's right. We might as well go back and cultivate instead of talking to these little children. I've begun to feel the rays of rank advancement recently." Another spirit paragon said. Sima Yu had to hold back a smile as she addressed the people in the sky. "Did that Imperial Missouri of yours tell you all that the spirit paragons Lu and who have died?" "What did you say?" Hearing this piece of news so suddenly, a few spirit paragons subconsciously thought that Sima Yu was cooking up nonsense in order to stall for time. "Also, has she not told you that the domineering army has already been exterminated? Those 2 spirit paragons were killed during that time." Sima Yu added on. "Impossible. Who dared to kill our brothers? If you all are lying, we will definitely annihilate you." The few of them unleashed their spirit auras, but the few of them standing at the houses were unfazed. Sima Yu walked forward, saying, "How could we be lying? Because the one who killed them is standing right here." "Who?" Sima Yu pointed at Halcyon, saying, "Your Imperial Missouri definitely did not tell you one thing. He is a sacred beast in disguise." The spirit paragons got a huge shock when they heard this. It was no wonder that they could not estimate his strength. So I'm saying that your Imperial Missouri totally doesn't care about your lives at all, since she's sending you all to your deaths right now. Sima Yu shook her head as she spoke, as if she were feeling sorry for them. Halcyon supported her by releasing his sacred beast aura. How can there be a sacred beast? Could such a thing really have happened when we were in seclusion? If there really is a sacred beast, what are we still doing here? Run. All who had reached their level had a common problem. They were arrogant and also had another unique characteristic. They really cherished their lives. The few of them exchanged glances and immediately escaped backwards. However, it was as if they ran into a barrier and could not run out at all. Since you've come, you should stay and chit-chat. As Sima Yu spoke, she called out Thousand Resonants, as well as Little Rock and Yaguang. Wei Ziqi and the others called out their own divine beasts. They're all divine beasts. The spirit paragons saw the spirit beasts who were standing in the house and felt their hairs stand on end. In the center, stood a sacred beast. Thousand Resonants, you all can play with them. Sima Yu said. Aside from Thousand Resonants whose strength was about the same as a spirit paragon, Yaguang, Little Rock and the others were quite a bit weaker and were not the match of these spirit paragons. As a result, she asked Halcyon to lend each of them a bit of strength, draining him of his own strength a bit. After that, she let the spirit paragon spar with Little Rock and the others. The events here got out very quickly. Those spirit paragons had no desire to fight them at all, however, the situation now was that it was not up to them anymore. Surrender would cost their lives, but not surrendering would also cost their lives. The West Moon Emperor who was just preparing to head to bed was stunned by the abrupt battle, asking, where is the clamor taking place? Emperor, there's someone who went to sneak a night attack on that sacred beast. The reply almost caused the West Moon Emperor to fall off the bed. He was treating him with favor like he would to a deity, so who dared to sneak a night attack on them? Previous chapter. Next chapter. By the time West Moon Emperor brought his men over, he saw Yao Guang standing outside the house. She did not enter and merely stared at the battle taking place in the air while in a daze. What are you doing here? West Moon Emperor went forward and reproached her. It was only now that Yao Guang realized that the Emperor had come and hurried to give a bow, saying, Emperor, it is as if the entire outer house has been blocked out. We cannot enter. The West Moon Emperor let his men test it out and they really could not open it, so they could only wait outside. Within the outer house, Sima Yu and the others knew that the West Moon Emperor had come. However, they did not expel the barricade and continued to let Thousand Resonants and the others fight with the spirit paragons. However, they asked them to do it quickly since the master had already come and they had no more reason to drag for time. Very quickly, the few spirit paragons died one by one, were injured one by one, and those who had not died had their foot halfway in the door. Sima Yu glanced at Halcyon and the latter undid the barrier he set up with a wave of his hand. West Moon Emperor felt that pressure disappear and quickly brought his men in. When they came to the house, everyone saw the spirit paragons lying on the floor. It was like the West Moon Emperor was seeing stars. He secretly rejoiced that he had chosen not to fight with them for the sake of the prestige of the royal family. These people were not only consorting with the sacred beast, each and every single one of them had contracts with divine beasts. The sacred beast had yet to make a move when all those spirit paragons were fallen. If he had sent men here, they would only fall here. I hope that you all are not injured? West Moon Emperor asked politely. Wasn't this obvious? Everyone looked oddly at the West Moon Emperor. Cough cough, men. Go and find out who sent these people. West Moon Emperor shouted at the people behind him. No need. Fatty Chu said, we already know who sent this men. Who? West Moon Emperor had an inkling, but he still had to ask. You have to ask your imperial concubines in your harem. Fatty Chu said. Could it be Imperial Missouri? West Moon Emperor shot a glance at Yao Guang, who immediately retreated to the Warshaw Pavilion to look for Imperial Missouri. It's so late, yet we have to trouble the Emperor. We are all very sorry. Wei Ziqi said this lightly, however, his tone didn't carry the meaning that they really were apologetic. West Moon Emperor knew that they were all angry. After all, they had just arrived at the imperial capital when something like this had happened, so it was impossible for them to be happy about it. He stole a glance at Halcyon, who looked cold as ice. This caused him to be unable to discern whether or not he was angry. If he was, there really would be major consequences. Guests, we still have some time before we bring Imperial Missouri here. Why don't we go in and wait first? West Moon Emperor said. Sima Yu and the others nodded their heads. Although they could rely on Halcyon, the other party was still the West Moon Kingdom's emperor. It would not be too good to slap him in the face in front of all his imperial guards. So, they went into the guest room to wait while the imperial guards stayed guard outside. I think that emperor has already checked out our identities. We are not people of the West Moon Kingdom, but have passed by on the way to the kingdom we want to go. We never thought that so many things would happen to us on the way. Wei Ziqi said. That's right, I never thought that the domineering army would actually do this kind of things. It's their own fault that they were exterminated, the emperor followed up with an apologetic smile. Then the sand gulls who have helped us. The Sand Gull army staked their name on extinguishing the evil and were on the side of righteousness. Naturally, nobody will find any fault with them. The emperor replied. With his words, the Sand Gulls could be considered to be safe. I wonder which kingdom you all are planning to go. The emperor asked. Central Wu Kingdom. Central Wu Kingdom? That's the strongest kingdom out of our 4 large kingdoms. The emperor exclaimed. He continued to ask, I wonder what you all are planning to go there to do. Rescue people. Sima Yu replied. Seeing that he was not willing to elaborate further, the West Moon Emperor did not continue to ask, leading the conversation down another path instead. Most of the time, the conversation was between him and Wei Ziqi. Although it was not lively, it still kept the West Moon Emperor's pride from falling. After a short while, Qin Mo was brought here. When she saw the West Moon Emperor's imperial guards, she got a huge shock. After that, she also saw the spirit paragons that she had invited, lying inside the house. 4 were dead and only 2 remained, and a kind of despair started to take root in her heart. Imperial Missouri, please. The Emperor is waiting for you inside. Yao Guang said. Qin Mo felt that her 2 legs became as heavy as lead and could not move. Yao Guang glanced at her and 2 guards stepped forward. Each of them held onto an arm and brought her to the guest room. The moment she saw the West Moon Emperor's cold face, the guards released her and she fell directly onto the ground. Emperor, Imperial Missouri has been brought here. Yao Guang stood beside the Emperor and announced. Imperial Missouri, you really are daring. The West Moon Emperor's imposing aura burst forth. It turns out that he was a spirit paragon expert as well. Emperor, it was them who first killed my younger brother. They killed my daughter and my older brother too. How could I not take revenge? Qin Mo knew that her plan had failed when she saw the spirit paragons lying inside the house. As a result, she was not surprised when she saw Sima Yu and the others sitting inside without a scratch. She was only filled with hatred. Imperial concubine Mo, is it? Sima Yu stood up and squatted down in front of her, saying, why do you always confuse the cause and effect of things? What do you mean confuse the cause and effect? Qin Mo raised her head and glared at Sima Yu. We killed your brother because he tried to kill us. We exterminated the domineering army because your older brother's daughter brought men to exterminate us. Sima Yu said, it's not possible that we would just wait for them to kill us. Imperial concubine Mo, do you think that kind of stupidity actually exists? Humph, you all are merely of the lower caste. If you are killed then you are killed. Qin Mo still felt this way after all this time. Sima Yu touched her own chin, saying, we are of the lower caste, so our lives are not worth money. However, for people like Halcyon, Emperor, is he of lower caste as well? Whoever Halcyon is, as long as he is with you, if he's not lower class then what is he? Qin Mo blurted out without thought. Thump. West Moon Emperor's aura was directly thrown at Qin Mo, rendering her unable to move. Sima Yu stood up and looked at Halcyon, saying, Halcyon, you're as low class as we are. I'm not even a person. Halcyon said. Disgraceful thing. West Moon Emperor was infuriated half to death by what Qin Mo said. He could not hold it back and stood up with a whoosh, come over to give her a kick. After that, he turned to Halcyon and Sima Yu, smiling apologetically, she's talking nonsense. How could you be of the lower class? You are a distinguished guest of our royal family. Sima Yu's face fell, giving a cold laugh, saying, it's fine if she just calls us lower class. However, Halcyon is a sacred beast but he's even been regarded as a lower class. If others knew about it, where would our family's Halcyon put his face? Halcyon raised his eyebrows when he heard Sima Yu say that he was her family's Halcyon. This brat really had guts. She dared to speak this way and was not afraid of evoking his anger at all. However, why did he not feel bad about what she said? West Moon King heard Sima Yu speak this way and began to walk out in cold sweat. If Halcyon was angry, they would undoubtedly fall into disaster this night. Honored guest, please stay your anger. I will immediately punish her. After he finished speaking, he turned around and immediately stabbed his sword into Qin Mo's heart. Qin Mo was stunned when she sat up and heard them say that he was a sacred beast and had yet to recover her senses when she was impaled. She raised her head and stared at West Moon Emperor in disbelief. Emperor. She cried out weakly as her body slowly fell to one side and was never to move again. Sima Yu and the others pursed their lips. This guy had no hesitation in killing off his own people at all. However, they had no other choice. After all, the opponent was just too powerful. Is this satisfactory? West Moon Emperor turned around and asked cautiously. Sai, our family's Halcyon has said that he has never encountered this kind of thing since he came out. His heart is filled with unhappiness. Sima Yu said, in the beginning, there was a princess who tried to kill us. Today, goes without saying as we were suddenly ambushed in the night. We were even cursed as lower class. This is truly the biggest insult to a sacred beast. If it's possible, please allow the royal family to compensate you for this offense. As a result, West Moon Emperor passed the night in Sima Yu and the others' guest room. This Sima Yu, his heart was truly too black. This was currently the cry of the West Moon Emperor's heart. Seeing that there were 2 more spirit paragons who still had breaths left in them, he ordered, bring them back. Take all those dead with us and we'll settle it downstairs. The Imperial guards were about to act when Halcyon's voice carried out from inside, since they've come, just leave them here. After he finished speaking, the 5 corpses and 2 half-dead men turned into blood mists and disappeared. The eyes of West Moon Emperor and the Imperial bodyguards bulged. This was not something that any normal sacred beast could do. Luckily. West Moon Emperor patted his chest. Although he had lost quite a few treasures, at least the other party had been placated. If Halcyon acted this way to them, they would not be able to retaliate at all. Sima Yu sent the West Moon Emperor off with a smile. She turned around and saw that every single one of them was looking at her as if she was despicable. Hey, what kind of expressions are those? Older brother, just now, you were acting like a gangster who was robbing and stealing from people. Little Two voiced out what everyone was secretly thinking. Little Two, you've spoken wrongly. Wrongly? Little Two looked at Bei Gong Tang with confusion. Bei Gong Tang paused for a while before saying, she wasn't acting like a gangster. She is a gangster. Understand? It's still Bei Gong who understands me. Hey. Sima Yu had yet to finish speaking when she heard what Bei Gong Tang said and the last word died in her throat. However, she had truly taken quite a bit of treasure from the West Moon Emperor. She even took 2 profound Great Spirit skill books. Very quickly, the West Moon Emperor sent the things over. Sima Yu scanned the interspatial ring for a bit and it truly was an empire. Seeing the smirk on Sima Yu's face, Fatty Chu put his hand on her shoulder, saying, you clearly have so many things. Why do you still desire the things of the West Moon Emperor? Sima Yu looked disapprovingly at Fatty Chu and said with a seriously face, such a wastrel. One who never experiences being the head of the household won't understand how expensive the daily necessities are. We have so many people and such a high level of consumption. One day, everything we have will be used up. We can't sit down and feed off the air, can we? One needs to open a source in order to reduce outflow, right? Everyone's lips pursed when they heard her speak such shameless words. The things in the spirit pagoda were renewable. Furthermore, there was such a capable steward. He could farm all on his own and there was definitely no way that they could use up everything, okay? She kept these things into her spirit pagoda. Little Spirit would naturally take care of it. After that, she stretched lazily, saying, the weather is really nice today. Really great for sleeping. We'll wait until tomorrow, after we've participated in the West Moon Emperor's birthday, then we'll take the teleportation array to the West Moon Kingdom. After she finished speaking, she went back to her own room joyfully. The West Moon Emperor heard the Imperial Guard's report with a grimace. His heart ached whenever he thought about how he had given Sima Yu and the others so many things. Good thing they will be leaving after tomorrow. If they continue to stay here, I don't know what other ideas they would come up with. Men, go and check on the things we need for the banquet tomorrow. Send out news about the sacred beast as well. Let those who wish to come with an extra bit of brain and eyes. Let them not offend those whom they should not offend. West Moon Emperor ordered. Yes, Emperor. The Imperial Guards left, passing on what the West Moon Emperor said to every single power who was participating in this banquet. He told them that they were absolutely not to provoke Sima Yu and the others. Actually, there was no need for the West Moon Emperor to send his men to deliver this news as information of the sacred beast had long since been passed around the capital. As a result, on the second day at the banquet, everyone who saw Sima Yu and the others were all extremely respectful. The entire banquet was practically the same. With Halcyon around, everyone did not dare to say that they were arrogant. The teleportation array to the Central Wu Kingdom would only open tomorrow. Everyone thought of the present that they gave the West Moon Emperor. It was all arranged for by Sima Yu. Wei Ziqi and the others walked over, asking, what present did you give the West Moon Emperor? Bei Gong Tang said lightly, she said that she chose an extremely valuable item within the things that the West Moon Emperor sent over, as a gift. Dash. The few of them laughed immediately. Taking the person's items and returning them, although they were very precious, wasn't this playing with them? It was only her who could do this kind of cruel things. After the banquet was over, West Moon Emperor thought of the present that Sima Yu and the others had given him and got his guards to look for it as he wanted to see what they would gift him. He had gifted them so many things, no matter what, the other party would have to gift him something valuable, right? However, when he saw the item in the box, the West Moon Emperor completely lost his calm. He almost smashed that item. Furthermore, Sima Yu had placed a note inside, writing, we from the mountain have nothing precious. We could only choose the most precious item we currently have to gift the Emperor. Long live the Emperor. Pa dash. The cup in the West Moon Emperor's hand was mercilessly shattered. Sima Yu was in the house and took out the sound stone that Sima Lai had given her. She inserted her spiritual chi into it and the vein lines began to move as Sima Lai's voice was heard once again. The content inside it, every word, every sentence was already committed to heart. However, she would still take it out to listen occasionally to listen to Sima Lai's loving but helpless voice. Since meeting Bai Yunqi, she had already been in West Moon Kingdom for a month. Right now, there was only 3 months left of their 3-year time limit. She wondered whether her grandfather and older brothers would still be well after these 3 years. Grandfather, I'm coming to rescue you all. You all have to wait for me. She grasped the stone and declared. The next day, Sima Yu and the others went to the Spirit Master Guild in the morning. When the men from the Spirit Master Guild saw them, they quickly let them enter. We want to go to the Central Wu Kingdom. We have already prepared everything. The steward said, the president sent word yesterday that some distinguished guests were going to use the teleportation array today, so we have not yet opened this to the public. Was this to surround them? Where is this teleportation array headed to? Sima Yu asked. The Imperial City, Linchuan City, in Central Wu Kingdom. The steward replied. Do you happen to know which city the Sima clan is in? In the eastern part, Anyang City. In Linchuan City, there's a teleportation array that will take you there. It's not in the imperial capital. That's right. While speaking, they came to the place where the teleportation array was. Since the distance for the teleportation array was rather far, the teleportation array was bigger and almost covered a large half of the house. Sima Yu looked at the teleportation array. After she had ascertained that there was no problem, she ascertained that there were no problems before bring them to step on it. The steward let 10 over spirit masters insert their spiritual chi at the same time. The teleportation array lit up, and it was only when the entire vein of lines lit up that they stopped. It was the first time that Sima Yu had seen such a big activity for such a large teleportation array. However, thinking about the range of it, she felt it was normal. It's here again. No matter how many times she took the teleportation array, she would never get used to this kind of vertigo. At that time, she had complained in her heart that to be talented was a form of curse as well. 2 days later, they finally reached the imperial capital. If it was just any bird species, they would probably spend a year over. Teleportation arrays between countries were rarely used, and the teleportation array at Linchuan City had not lit up for a very long time. Seeing that something was being sent over by the teleportation array, the men of the Spirit Guild all crowded at the side to watch, wondering who these people were. Once they realized that it was just a few young people, they went about minding their own business again. Sima Yu had spent 2 days in the teleportation array, so when she came out, she had gone dizzy from all the puking. Damn it, next time I will definitely bring along a teleportation array that I craft myself. Due to the condition of her body, they did not continue to rush along. Instead, they chose an inn in Linchuan City to stay. Sima Yu lay on the bed and she still felt like the world was spinning. I've heard of those who get carsick, seasick, or getting sick on a plane. But I've never seen anyone like me who gets sick via teleportation arrays. Yu, we've heard just now that we're currently not too far from Anyang City. Sima Yu glanced weakly at Bei Gong Tang, saying, furthermore, if they spent 1 to 2 more months rushing there, it would not be worth it at all. Then you should rest well. Fatty Chu and the others are quite interested in Linchuan City. Pung. The sound of the door closing stunned Sima Yu, who opened her closed eyes. She lamented in her heart, all these heartless creatures, abandoning me here alone to run out and play themselves. Halcyon, who had remained silently by the windowsill, glanced at the person lying on the bed before turning his attention to the street outside, watching people come and go. This guy was usually happily frisking about, fearing neither heaven nor the earth. Who knew he would actually be troubled by a teleportation array? Sima Yu slept all the way to night. When she woke, she felt a lot better. At least, the earth wasn't spinning anymore. I slept till my back ached. Halcyon, how come they haven't come back yet? She groped around her bed before realizing that Halcyon had disappeared somewhere. She opened the door and went out. Hearing the voices of laughter and scoldings, she leaned over the banister and saw that Fatty Chu was carried in with a bloody nose. Little Two followed behind with one black eye. Oh my, you all just went out for 1 day and you're already like this? Sima Yu laughed and said, could it be that you didn't go out to walk around but to break into a house? Fatty, what's up with your blue-black? Fatty Chu glared at Sima Yu with grief. This guy had clearly seen that he was beaten up, but she was actually so gleeful. Everyone came upstairs and she broke out into a grin when she saw them. Let these guys go out to play, but they were actually beaten up. She beckoned Little Two over with her finger, saying, Little Two, come over. Little Two walked past Fatty Chu and the others, arriving beside Sima Yu. Sima Yu stretched forth a hand to touch his blackened eye, saying, come, tell big brother, who beat you? A bad person. Oh. What happened? Sima Yu asked. Big sister and I were walking on the street when we met a brother prince. He said he took a fancy to big sister and wanted to capture her back home. Another old man said he took a fancy to me and wanted to catch me. Big brother Ouyang and big brother Zi Qi were not around, so big brother Fatty went up to fight with them, but was beaten to this state. We never thought that old person would be a spirit paragon. If it was not for big brother Halcyon who came, we would not be able to come back home today. Sima Yu folded her arms in front of her chest and raised her eyebrows. They took a fancy to her family's beauty and little boy. It was no wonder that she had not seen Halcyon in the guest house when she woke up. It turns out that he had been the knight to save the damsel in distress. Do you know who the other party is? She asked. We know. Little Two said, he said that he was someone from the Nalan clan. I heard the people who were watching us say something like he was a first-ranked power. Nalan clan? Sima Yu was a bit surprised when she heard this name again. She had quite a bit of grievances with the Nalan clan in the Dongchen kingdom. Since the Sima clan was a power banished there, the Nalan clan must be their root clan as well. It was just that she never expected to bump into them. Then, Halcyon didn't kill them off. Sima Yu was curious. Little Two shook his head, saying, Big brother Halcyon said he merely came here to rescue people, he didn't randomly kill people. He let those two leave. Sigh, what a pity. Sima Yu lamented. However, Big brother Halcyon didn't let anyone know that he was a sacred beast. Little Two explained. Sima Yu patted his shoulder, saying, go and eat 2 pills to let your panda eye subside. It really doesn't look cute at all. As for Fatty, you can find your own pill to eat. Little Two, let's go in. After she finished speaking, she held Little Two's hand and brought him into the house and gave him 2 pills to eat. In a moment, Bei Gong Tang came over. Nalan clan. Not a family, not one that has just one door, but is an entire clan of people. The way of doing things is exactly the same. Bei Gong Tang did not have any good impression of the Nalan clan's people and ground her teeth. Extremely hateful. Sima Yu heard that the other party had wanted to kidnap a beauty in broad daylight, and even that the old person had perverse fetishes, and hate rose in her heart. However, it's not too convenient for us to make trouble now. Wait till we clean up things on our side, then we'll go and finish them off. Bei Gong Tang nodded. No matter what she did, the rage she felt did not dissipate. On the morning of the second day, Sima Yu pulled Bei Gong Tang to the street. First, was to find out some news about the Nalan clan. When the other people found that they knew nothing of the Nalan clan, they looked at them as if they were some kind of barbarians. However, they still told them whatever they knew. As expected, the Nalan clan was a first-rate power in the Yilan continent. Their main house was not in the imperial capital, but in the northwest city of Linan. It just so happened that it was exactly opposite of the direction to the Sima clan. Since it was able to rise to the position of the four great clans, there was no way their strength would be small. However, Sima Yu was half relieved, knowing that this wasn't the main nest of the Nalan family, and pulled Bei Gong Tang one round around the streets. Yo, isn't this the beauty from yesterday? The two of them were decked in flowery clothes, and you could tell with a single look that it was not any ordinary stuff. Sima Yu glanced at them, saying, yesterday, was it them who sexually harassed you guys? Bei Gong Tang nodded. Where's the little child from yesterday? This expert really loves him to death. The vulgar old man looked to the left and right, but did not see any sign of little two, so he directly asked. Sima Yu and Bei Gong Tang both blanched inwardly. This old man was still having some designs on little two since he didn't die. Seeing signs that Sima Yu was going to explode, Bei Gong Tang pulled on her and said to the two Nalan clansmen, my older brother is nearby, you all better not follow us. She pulled Sima Yu, senior, they. The vulgar man was a bit anxious when he saw that Sima Yu and the others had left. Do not stress, let me scan the area. The vulgar senior closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings, saying, that older brother of theirs is not around here at all. Then, are we going to chase after them? No need to worry, they won't be able to run away. When the vulgar man saw this, he quickly rushed to catch up. Bei Gong Tang was pulling Sima Yu towards the outside of the city. Senior, catch that female, you naturally know yesterday had. You can relax, I will naturally catch them. It's been a while since my has been excited. Sima Yu and Bei Gong Tangs, who were walking in front, had eyes that flashed with murderous intent when they heard what the men were saying. The two were actually taking little two as a and even wanted to kidnap him. When the two Nalan clansmen saw them walking outside of the city, they wondered if they lived outside the city. After walking 5 kilometers away from the city, Sima Yu and Bei Gong Tang stopped walking and turned around to face them. Why did you follow us? Hey, pretty lady, after seeing you yesterday, my beating heart would not be still. Sima Yu stepping forward, blocking Bei Gong Tang, saying, where did this idiot come from? Is my wife someone you can invite just because you wish you? The vulgar man was extremely unhappy when he heard Sima Yu refer to Bei Gong Tang as her wife, replying, how can a man like you be fit for a beauty like her? I will kill you off today to set that beauty free. Aren't you just wishing to steal my wife from me? You even make it sound so righteous. Want to kill her? It was unknown who would kill whom. She started to tap into her spiritual chi and the surrounding spiritual chi started to fluctuate. The opponents could estimate her strength. Merely a second-ranked spirit overlord. We will send you to the gates of hell today. Sima Yu did not take him seriously at all. When she was just a first-ranked spirit overlord, she was already capable of killing Qin Wu. Senior, don't interfere. Let me kill that man. Sima Yu snorted coldly. She battled with him, and the victor was decided in a quick moment. In their battle, she exterminated the other party in 10 moves. The vulgar senior had never taken Sima Yu seriously at all because her rank was lower than both of theirs. Previous chapter. Next. You really have guts. You dare to kill my Nalan clansman. However, Sima Yu stood there without being impacted at all. You're actually immune to a high-leveled pressure. The younger generation of the Nalan clan had been killed in front of his very eyes. If news of this got out, he would be the joke of the century. Sima Yu cared not about the killing intent in his eyes, saying, is it a big deal that he's from the Nalan clan? How come I've never heard of it? If it can produce 2 people like you, I don't know how great of a clan it can possibly be anyway. Arrogant brat. After I kill you where you stand, I'll see how you continue to strut about. First-ranked spirit paragon. Sima Yu looked at the elderly man, snickering, you've lived to such an old age but you've just broken into the rank of spirit paragon. Sima Yu's words almost caused the vulgar senior to spit blood, saying, I initially wanted to give you a quick death, but now I've changed my mind. I will slowly torture you. Is this lord someone you can torture just because you want to? Sima Yu looked at the vulgar senior, saying, you want to kill me, but I want to kill you. You actually have such evil thoughts on my family's little two and want to kill him. Ha. The vulgar senior laughed to the heavens as if he had heard the biggest joke in his life. Who said that I was going to act on my own? The vulgar senior wanted to mock her for overestimating herself, but he saw a fox appear by Sima Yu's side before he got the words out. Divine beast. The vulgar senior's eyes blurred and said when he saw 1000 resonances rank, 5th ranked spirit beast. His strength has merely reached spirit paragon. Really? Sima Yu smiled in disagreement, saying, don't swallow your big words later, okay? 1000 resonances tails started to appear behind him, one by one. From the back, he looked like a fan. 7-tailed spirit fox. Sima Yu looked satisfactorily at his change in expression, saying, that's right. 1000 resonance has the bloodline of the ancient divine 9-tailed fox. His battle abilities are stronger than his rank and can even compare to a 6th ranked divine beast. After she finished talking to him, she instructed 1000 resonance, act quickly, they're still waiting for us back home. Yes, master. 1000 resonance pounced at the vulgar senior. It was better for them to watch a battle between spirit paragons from afar. Just as Sima Yu had said, 1000 resonance was able to suppress the vulgar senior completely and quickly beat his opponent to mere inches of his life. Sima Yu and Bei Gong Tang only flew over when the battle was over. She came beside the vulgar senior, giving him a vicious kick, saying, "How is it? This lord said that I would exterminate the two of you today, so I will definitely exterminate you. Want to snatch my woman and younger brother? Clean your eyes out in your next life. Not just anyone can touch them, do you understand?" The vulgar senior remained silent. Sima Yu squatted down and took the interspatial ring from the vulgar senior, saying, "Since you're going to die, we'll help you take care of these things." Pfft dash. The old man who still have a breath in him spit blood in rage when he heard what Sima Yu said. She created a fireball on the vulgar senior's body, burning it to ash. Bei Gong Tang threw a ball of fire towards the body of the vulgar man, not forgetting to take his interspatial ring first. The two of them who had evil designs on them had been gotten rid of. Now that these two were dead, the connected between them and their interspatial ring was gone and were not interspatial rings without owners. Sima Yu and Bei Gong Tang directed their awareness into the rings, checking to see what they had. "My god, this old guy has a lot of stuff. This young one too," Bei Gong Tang said. "Seeing their things, they must have done a lot of bad things. However, they never thought that it would benefit us in the end." Bei Gong Tang saw the way that Sima Yu was acting and could not help but shake her head. This guy was really like a gangster. Just now, she had called her wife so naturally. Wasn't this taking liberties with her? Right now, these bandits were also taken advantage of by her. If she wasn't a gangster, then what was she? "It's not early anymore, let's go back or else they'll be worried." Bei Gong Tang resisted the urge to roll her eyes as she handed the vulgar man's ring to her. "Okay." Sima Yu kept the ring away and said a word of appreciation to Thousand Resonance for his hard word before keeping him inside the spirit pagoda. Then, she turned to Bei Gong Tang and said, "Let's go." When they went back to the house, Wei Ziqi and the others were not as worried about them as Sima Yu had expected. They were in the guest room of the guest house drinking tea. Only Little Two had smiled and waved at her when she saw them return. How was it? Fatty Chu was extremely angry at the ones who had hurt him. He had initially wanted to follow them, but Sima Yu said he was a hindrance and left him behind in the house. "You know, just by looking at her. It must have been a success," Wei Ziqi said with a smile. Sima Yu and Bei Gong Tang sat down and drank the tea that Fatty Chu had just poured, saying, "We were the ones who acted, of course there would be no problem. Furthermore, we even got quite a bit of spoils of war." "What spoils of war?" Little Two looked at Sima Yu with large eyes. Sima Yu did not say anything and just glanced at Little Tuesday. He immediately got it, saying, "Oh, I know. Big sister and brother must have stolen others' interspatial rings again." "What do you mean stole? I picked this up, okay?" Sima Yu looked disapprovingly at Little Two, saying, "It's only stealing if you take it from those with owners. This is an item with no owner. Understand? It was only stealing if they were taken from an owner and was picking up if they were items without owners." Little Two nodded his head vigorously, firmly ingraining this logic into his head. This was why many years later, whenever he was accused for snatching spiritual medicine from those who had almost gotten them, he would reply calmly, "It's only stealing if you take it from those with owners. It's picking up if the item has no owner. Understand?" After tossing this sentence out constantly, those people were so outraged they almost spit blood. Because they had to take care of the Nalan clansmen, Sima Yu and the others had to remain in the city of Linchuan for another night. They prepared to head to Anyang City on the second day. During this time, in a warehouse not too far from where they were staying at, there were Nalan clansmen with long faces, frighteningly solemn. "Senior and cousin have been killed?" The man who sat in the center looked at a guard who was kneeling in the center and asked in a voice so terrifyingly cold. That man looked rather handsome. However, his malicious eyes caused him to look rather sinister. With one look, one could tell that he was nothing good. Despite that, the men around him stood respectfully to the side, as crowded around a respected leader. This showed his position in the Nalan clan. In reply to young master, after Senior and the others went out, they never returned. When we went out to look for them, we saw the clan nameplate on the ground 5 kilometers away from the city. Later on, we went to investigate and ascertain that he had fought with an expert the day before. The guard replied. "Have you found out who that person is?" At that time, nobody had been able to witness it directly, so they weren't able to find out who it was. However, we will definitely be able to find out who it is by morning. The guard replied. "No matter who it is, since they dare to kill my Nalan clansmen, we will catch them even if they run to the ends of the earth." Nalan Jia ordered. "Yes, young master." The men in the house replied in unison. The guard retreated and prepared to go find out who killed the senior. Just as he was leaving the house, Nalan Jia's voice carried out faintly, "If you still haven't found out who the killer is by morning, you all should return on your own for punishment." The guard's body was as if struck by lightning. He was extremely terrified of this punishment. However, he still replied with a yes and left obediently. Within the house, an elder and Nalan Jia sat across the table, showing that his position was not a low one. This person was Nalan Jia's master, Nalan Gong, who was also an elder in the Nalan clan. "Master, who would you say killed 15th elder and the other?" Nalan Jia asked. Nalan Gong pondered for a bit, saying, "Since he dared to kill an elder of our Nalan clan, if it isn't someone who holds the same power as our clan, it must be someone who doesn't know the power of our Nalan clan at all." Nalan Jia laughed coldly. "Who in this entire continent doesn't know of the power of our Nalan clan? I feel that it's more likely the first one. It's possible that a power who has some reason to take revenge on us did it." Nalan Gong did not deny it, saying, the possibility is not small. After all, the meeting is about to start. The powers will be restless in the meantime. Just wait for them to find out who it is. Nalan Jia replied before asking again, how does Master feel this meeting will go? There's less than 2 years until the start of the meeting. The middle-aged people are around the same level as the ones in the past. However, the youth will have quite a bit of new things to throw into the mix. Despite that, their talent cannot be compared to you. You just have to take note of Sima Yulin from the Sima clan, Sang Qiongli from the Sang clan and Hua Ziyan from the Hua clan. The others are not able to compete with you. Those few people have been called the 4 great perverse geniuses this year. However, I have never had the opportunity to spar with them before. This meeting will involve the ranking of the powers. The exchanges between the younger generation make up a huge part. You shouldn't be careless, or else it will be bad for your father's side. I know. Nalan Jia said, I will neither disappoint father nor the elders of the clan. It's great that you understand. But master, is that cleaved blood plant we picked really useful for that brat? With the cleaved blood plant, we'll be able to unlock that brat's physique. Once we unlock the sacred lotus physique, her future potential will be limitless. Is that lotus physique really that great? That goes without saying. Why would we take her from that land of exile otherwise? Nalan Gong said, the lotus physique can allow one to train at a speed many times faster than average. The advantage that her physique gives her will be even more obvious after she breaks through that layer. Nalan Jia naturally knew that the appearance of a person with the snow lotus physique was of extreme importance to the clan's growth. There was no other reason for them to come out searching for that pill ingredient to awaken her physique. Master, that layer you were talking about, you don't have to know about that for now. Just practice at ease. Yes, master, go and rest. When they come back with the news, we will settle that group of people before rushing back to our clan. Sima Yu slept really late this night because they had to take stock of their spoils of war. Right now, she was no longer afraid of him, so much so that she would occasionally put her arms around his shoulders. I never thought that these 2 guys would actually possess so much treasure. This should be equivalent to the collection of an entire middle-class clan. Either their Nalan clan is overflowing with resources, or they often rob from others. This was the verdict that everyone had reached unanimously. Sima Yu split the things up according to the needs of everyone before urging everyone to leave. Thinking about how she unexpectedly would get dizzy taking teleportation arrays, everyone laughed silently. On the second day, Sima Yu and the others woke up early and walked to the Spirit Master Guild after bringing Little Two for breakfast. Linchuan City was the imperial capital of the Central Wu Kingdom and there were quite a few teleportation arrays that would send them outside. There were many people in the east city of the city so there were more walking in front. Let's wait a while. They queued right at the back of the queue and watched as the line moved in front at an average pace. Sima Yu pulled Little Two and queued at the back while Bei Gong Tang and the others were in front. Wow, such a cute little brother. Sima Yu turned around to glance at the people queuing behind and realized that 2 elderly were journeying with a few youngsters. The one who spoke was a young lady from their group. Seeing that Sima Yu had turned around, that lady smiled at her saying, is that your younger brother? He is really cute. Sima Yu saw that the other party had on a sincere smile, so returned it in kind, saying, thank you for your praise. Are you heading to the north as well? Which city are you going to? Sima Yu saw that the girl looked to be barely 18 years old and her face still had some baby fat on it. She nodded lightly, saying, that's right. We are heading to Anyang City. Really? We are also heading to Anyang City. Looks like we're journeying on the same road. The girl said. I'm called Sima Yu Qing, what about you? When she heard the other party say her name, Sima Yu's heart skipped a beat. She hadn't even reached there before encountering a Sima clansman. Wei Ziqi and the others all turned around and looked at the 2 of them when they heard what Sima Yu Qing had said. If Sima Lin had wanted to protect Sima Lai, they would inevitably have to reveal their agreement made 3 years ago. If that people knew about her presence right now, who knows whether or not it would lead to any complication. Sima Yu said, you can just call me Shiman Yu. Sima Yu Qing blinked and replied, Shiman, that surname is truly rare. The man from behind came up and said, Yu Qing, you just adore children. Don't scare them off. Yu Yang, how could I scare the child when I am so cute? It's not like I've never seen you scare a child to tears, going to look for people. Sima Yu replied. This Sima Yu Yang was 20 over years old. Oh, you all are looking for. Right at this time, a loud voice interrupted the conversations of who is Shiman Yu and Bei Gong Tang. Sima Yu and the others looked over and saw a group of people rush over. After coming to Central Wu Kingdom, Sima Yu had changed her name to Shiman Yu. Despite that, they had no plans to admit to it. The people who were queuing up in the Spirit Master Guild all shifted to the side when they saw the Nalan clansman walking over, afraid to become their opponent. My god, it's actually Nalan clan's young master. Nalan Jia's here. Shoo, quiet. Nalan Jia and Nalan Gong were in front of the entire troop. Who is Shiman Yu and Bei Gong Tang? Sima Yu found out their origins by listening into the conversation around her and stepped forward, saying, I am Shiman Yu. You are Shiman Yu. That's right. Is there something wrong? You've killed my Nalan clansman and still dare to ask me what's wrong. Are you stupid? Sima Yu looked at the person with disdain. I don't even know who you are. When did I kill your Nalan clansman? You don't admit it? Someone saw them follow you outside the city. Oh, you were referring to the vulgar men who wanted to kidnap my wife and younger brother. If they have gripes and grievances with others, it could be possible that they were killed off by others. Our strength is not enough to kill them off. What did you go outside the city to do? What else can we do? We went to look for our friend. Don't say that you were looking for them. They were in the guest house the entire day yesterday. The other party did not give her time to reply and continued to interrogate. You all just came to the Central Wu Kingdom and don't know anyone, so who would you go look for? Do I have to report to you who I went to look for? No, but if you don't, this proves that you intentionally went out of the city to use the opportunity to kill my Nalan clansman. Who says that she doesn't know anyone? Yesterday, you and the others went out to look for us. And who are you? Sima Yulin had remained silent the entire time since he entered. Sima Yu looked at Sima Yulin. This ability to conceal his aura is similar to ours. Sima Yulin walked forward 2 steps, saying, Nalan Jia. Never thought that we would meet you here. Nalan Jia looked at Sima Yulin with some apprehension. After feeling the latter's spirit power waves, he was shocked. You know them? Sima Yulin glanced at Sima Yu and his eyes revealed nothing. He said languidly, no. They went out yesterday to look for you. Little sister and the others really went out of the city yesterday. Since they are your friends, you all should hand them over. Based on what? You say that they killed your clansmen, do you have proof? If you don't have proof, don't malign people. Yu Qing already said it. They went out of the city to look for them. How would they have so much time to go and murder your people? Sima Yuyang really disliked Nalan Jia and glared at him directly the entire time he spoke. You wish to protect them? This is not protecting. Do you have any evidence to say that they killed your people? Nalan Jia's gaze was deep. Although they knew that Sima Yu and the others had killed his people, what are you looking at my older brother like that for? Do you want to fight? Sima Yuyang said, it just so happens that my older brother also wants to fight with you. Right, brother? Sima Yulin glanced at Sima Yuyang and did not deny it. He truly wished to fight with Nalan Jia once. Nalan Jia wanted to fight as well, but just as he was about to take a step forward, a hand landed on his shoulder. Young master, we still have something to do. Please head back first. Consider yourselves lucky. It would be best for you to never leave the protection of our Sima clan, or else, I would worry about your dog live. As he left, his eyes were full of murderous intent, filling the hearts of everyone on site with fear. The Nalan clansmen left just like that? Everyone was filled with disbelief. In the past, they were known to have killed 1,000 innocent people before they would let one go. They had already cast their suspicions on Sima Yu and the others today, but had not acted at all. However, when they saw the Sima clansmen, everyone pretty much understood. These 2 clans had never gotten along. Just now, it was clear that the Sima clan wanted to protect these people, such that it would not be easy for the Nalan clan to have acted. The meeting is almost here. It must be that Nalan Jia does not want to fight with Sima Yulin right off the bat, choosing to conceal his strength. Some people postulated. Furthermore, didn't he already say it? Unless these few people continued to tag along with the Sima clan, they would be targeted by the Nalan clan forever. Sima Yu and the others never expected that the other party would retreat like this. No matter whether or not it was just for the time being, she still thanked them gratefully. Thank you for your assistance. Sima Yulin did not say anything but retracted his aura again, causing others to overlook him once more. Sima Yuyang stepped forward and held on to Sima Yu's shoulders, saying, this isn't much. We've never gotten along with the Nalan clan anyway, so one more issue or not really doesn't matter much. Bei Gong Tang stepped forward and pulled Sima Yu back, freeing her from Sima Yuyang's claws, saying, many thanks to you all. Wei Ziqi and the others came up as well to express their thanks. Shima, kill from their clan? Sima Yuyang asked with a smile. Sima Yu looked at them before admitting in a small voice, a vulgar man and a vulgar senior. Vulgar senior? Could it be their 15th elder? Sima Yuyang cried out in surprise, was it a short and ugly one, who had plentiful of fat on his body, an elder who liked and just wouldn't die of old age? Sima Yu nodded. Oh damn, you actually killed one of their elders. It's no wonder the entire clan has marched right up your doorstep. Sima Yuyang almost jumped up as he looked at Sima Yu as if she was a boss. Even Sima Yulin gave them a glance. However, he looked away quickly after that. I really respect you guys. It's Nalan clan's elder, but you wanted to kill him so you just did. He wanted to snatch my wife and younger brother, it's natural that I would take revenge. However, I'm not that powerful. I borrowed the power of an expert. Sima Yu said. No matter which method you used, it's great as long as you managed to kill them. Sima Yuqing said. That undying old man, no, he's already dead, he was a huge stain on the central Wu kingdom. Very few people dared to touch him just because he had a bit of power and was from the Nalan clan. I heard that he caught up to 100s. Now that he's been killed by you, you could say that it was done in the name of justice. The few of them chatted quite well with the youths from the Sima clan. If they knew that these people would go and make trouble in a short period of time, I wonder what their expressions would be like. Weren't you all in the east? What are you doing in the capital? Wei Ziqi asked. We came to pick herbs and decided to practice with the spirit beasts on the mountain range while we were at it. Sima Yuqing replied. Pick herbs? That's right. Someone in our family is heavily injured and has not healed in a long time. Initially, we could use a bizarre fruit to treat him, but someone said 3 years ago that they would bring that fruit to us in 3 years. Now that the 3-year time limit is almost up, who knows whether or not they will come. Many of our granduncles say that it's impossible for that person to show up. But great-granduncle has told us to wait. In the meantime, he has let us prepare as well. Sima Yuqing was kindly disposed to them, so casually told them the news they wanted to hear. Then does that person have any condition for making that 3-year contract with you all? Wei Ziqi asked. He does. He wants us to safeguard the lives of a granduncle and a few older and younger brothers. But those few people had committed some wrongs before. It has taken a lot out of great-granduncle to keep them safe. If those few people don't come, it would really let down great-granduncle. Sima Yuqing said. Hearing that Sima Lai and the others were still safe, Sima Yu let loose a sigh of relief. At the very least, the other party had kept up their end of the bargain. It quickly reached their turn while they were talking. Because they were going to the same place and the teleportation array was big enough, they would go off together. At the Anyang City Spirit Master Guild, Sima Yu felt queasy once again. Seeing her like this, the youth from the Sima clan all came over to ask how she was. Shiman, are you okay? Sima Yu leaned on the wall and waved in their general direction. What's wrong with him? Sima Yu Yang asked. Nothing wrong, he just has teleportation array motion sickness. Fatty Chu said. Teleportation array motion sickness? This was the first time they heard of this kind of sickness. Where is the person that you all are looking for? Don't know yet. We have to look around. Why don't you go to our house? It's okay, we can just look for an inn. Okay. Then which inn do you all plan to go to? Our clan has an inn too. We'll just look for a place nearby. The few of them left without saying too much to the Sima clansmen. Sima Yulin watched them leave and felt that something was a bit off. However, he was unable to pinpoint what it was that was off about it. Let's go. We should head back too. Wei Ziqi and the others went outside and looked for an inn that didn't look too bad and went in. When night came, they returned with their news. Sima clan is not only the first power of the Yilan continent, but their mansion is quickly becoming the size of a small city, possessing a large area in Anyang City. These men from Anyang City treat the Sima clan like gods. Gods. I've heard that there are many experts within the Sima clan, especially within the younger generation. However, there are those that say the Sima clan might be pushed back to a second-ranked power. It appears that the Sima clan is split internally. Sima Yu looked at them with eyes filled with boundless lamentation. You all could have waited for me and we could have gone together to find out this information. Weren't we thinking about how anxious you would be to know this information? Fatty Chu said. Then did you all manage to find out news about my grandfather and the others? Sima Yu asked. No we didn't. They all shook their heads. We just asked a few people about the people that the Sima clan had brought back 3 years ago, but they all refused to say anything once they heard us ask. Looks like this is a relatively taboo topic, so they don't dare to talk about it. Sima Yu said, right now, there's only 2 more months until the 3-year deadline. During this period of time, I have to make full use of every bit to cultivate. Let's see whether or not I'll be able to be a bit more powerful. Thinking about how she was now in the same city as Sima Lai and the others, Sima Yu's herd was extremely agitated. Grandpa, brothers, I'm coming. Previous chapter. After staying in the inn for a night, they switched to another inn that was near the Sima clan. Sima Yu's room was on the 4th floor. She was currently standing in front of the window and taking in everything that belonged to the Sima clan. The past general's residence in the Dongchen kingdom and the current Sima residence could not be compared to the size of this house. The high courtyard stretched long and far. Furthermore, the width of it could not be compared with any ordinary residence. It was said that the experts of the Sima clan, I wonder where Grandpa and the others are. Bei Gong Tang saw Sima Yu gaze at the Sima clan and stepped forward to comfort her. You can relax, your grandfather will definitely be fine. For the next 2 months, Sima Yu, with the spirit pagoda naturally receiving spiritual chi, often, she used quite a bit of time and energy to split up amongst pill refinement. After she had increased in rank, she felt that her inner strength had advanced by quite a bit, and she did not cultivate so fastidiously in vain. I've been in seclusion for so long, it's time for me to go out and take a look. Not bad, advanced in rank again. Evildoer. Didn't the few of you increase in rank as well? Sima Yu glanced at the few of them. Everyone had similarly increased in rank these few days. How long have I been in seclusion? Over a month. There's only 10 more days till the end of your 3-year deadline. 10 days. Never thought that they'd already spent 2 months in Anyang City. Cultivation truly was no respecter of time. That's right, when we went out that day, we saw that lady again. Sima Yu Qing. Nope, it was Sima Yu Lan. Sima Yu had some impression of this girl who was around the same age as her. Thinking about how Sima Lin listened to her as well, only giving up on the golden snake fruit when she said that she could not feel for its position, she wondered if she could feel for talents and treasures. Since Sima Yu has come out from seclusion, let's go look for a restaurant to celebrate. We can do it. Wei Ziqi said, we've all successively advanced in rank recently. It's truly a reason to celebrate. The intoxicated moon winehouse nearby has dishes that aren't bad, let's go there to eat. Okay, get Halcyon up and then we can go together. Halcyon left 2 days ago, saying that he would be leaving for a few days. He said he would definitely be back in 10 days. Sima Yu was stunned as she never expected Halcyon would leave. She wondered what he needed to go do. Then we can go on our own. Today is the day that Sima Yu has advanced in rank, we definitely have to let her wallet bleed a little tonight. No problem, I'll treat you all to a big feast today. Yay, Big Brother is going to treat us to a feast today. They left the inn after that and decided to walk slowly towards the restaurant since it was still early, window shopping while they were at it. When they walked past a little street, they realized that quite a bit of people had gone inside. This street is rather lively. Of course it is, this branch on the street is from the Xian Yuan Pavilion. Ugly person's Xian Yuan Pavilion, right. The nameplates are the same. Okay. We can see what differences there are between this one and the one at Peace City. When it was afternoon, they came to the Intoxicated Moon restaurant. Although these group of cultivators had no demands, the Intoxicated Moon restaurant was packed full. Why are there so many people? Because the things here are delicious. Fatty Chu spoke as he walked inside and a waiter came forward. Waiter, do you still have rooms? Oh my, pardon me. Our rooms are all fully booked this afternoon. No more private rooms? That's right. Our rooms have all been reserved. Our large hall only has 1 or 2 more tables left. The last 2 times we came were both at night. If it's the main hall, then just take the main hall. Okay then. Guests, this way please, since there's no private room, why don't you eat with us? Sima Yu and the others looked behind and saw Sima Yu, big brother Yu, big sister Yu Qing. You all came to eat as well. Looks like they'd already met quite a few times in the time in between. That's right. We've brought a few friends with us and invited them here to eat. I just came out today. Since you don't have a private. Hua Ziyan held a fan in his hand as he said, since they are your friends, there's naturally no problem. Sima Yu had no wish to walk, then we have to thank Yu Yang greatly. Sima Yu's eyebrows lifted. When had their relationship gotten so close that they were on a first-name basis? Since Fatty Chu had already replied, Sima Yu could not say anything and followed them upstairs. The waiter brought them to a private room. Sit. He had something on so he had to leave for a few days. Sima Yu nodded at the few of them in reply. Hua Ziyan faintly replied a bit and the others directly ignored her. Hua Zijiao pouted unsatisfactorily, saying, Big brother Yu Yang, how could you just invite anyone you please? This makes the room feel too crowded. After she said this, the atmosphere in the room became a bit stiff. Sima Yu had not wanted to eat with them from the beginning, so she felt really uncomfortable after hearing these words. She stood up and said, I think it's better for us to go outside and eat after all. Hey, don't be like this. Hua Ziyan glared at Hua Zijing and cupped his hands at Sima Yu and the others, saying, my little sister is used to being arrogant and willful, I ask for young Master Shiman not to take offense. Seeing that the other party had spoken thusly, Sima Yu could not say anything else so she sat back down again. Hua Ziyan, why do I feel that this name sounds really familiar? You don't even know my brother, you must. Hua Ziyan is the talent of the Hua clan that is as famous as Big Brother Yu Lin. Right, I remember now. I've heard someone mention it the last time. Sima Yu and Sima Yuze both liked Hua Zijiao a lot, so they naturally ignored them as well when they saw that she did not like Sima Yu and the others. Sima Yu asked, I wonder where you all are from that you don't even know about the talent of the Hua clan? Their words were dripping with disdain. We came from another kingdom. So this is the case. I was just saying that it was impossible for you to be acquainted with the Sima clans. These people followed up with each other to talk down about Sima Yu and the others, enraging everyone. Little Tu sat in between Sima Yu and Bei Gongtang and stretched forth a hand to pat Yu's shoulder, saying, Big brother, don't be angry. You've said before that even if a dog bites you, you can't bite a dog back. Dash. Everyone laughed out loud when they heard out Little Tu said. Wasn't this calling the other party a dog? You stupid brat, what are you saying? Little Tu was not afraid of her and glanced once, saying, I wasn't even talking about you, why are you so angry? Could it be that, older sister, you feel this way about yourself? You spoiled brat, I will take the place of your parents today to punish you. Does my younger brother need an outsider like you to punish him? Yuzi, how could you hit Little Tu? Sima Yuze crawled up from the ground and glared hatefully at Sima Yu, saying, Sima Yu glanced at him faintly before turning to Sima Yu Yang and saying, it looks like not everyone in your Sima clan is like you all. It will be better for us to eat outside. Take care. After she spoke, each and every one of them left before giving him a chance to reply. Want to leave after hitting me? Dash. Ouyang Fei exerted just a bit of strength before he began to cry out. Ouyang Fei was silent but his eyes flashed with murderous intent. After that, he released him and followed them out. Enough. Sima Yang saw that Sima Yuze still wanted to follow them out and berated him loudly. They are my friends, what do you mean by this? Sima, I'm going to go eat with them. We're really sorry for just now. Sima Yu and the others never thought that Sima Yuqing would specially come downstairs to apologize. Yuqing, why are you still hanging out with them? I don't like them either. Sima Yuqing said, but they're guests that came from the Hua clan. Someone naturally needs to host the. You're all family, so why is there so much difference in temperament and character? They're from the third uncle's line. That line of people are all the same. Sima Yu's heart suddenly jumped as she asked, I heard about Sima Kai and Sima Ku before. Which line are they from? Third grand uncle and the others are all children of third uncle. No wonder. No wonder their characters were all so rotten. Sima Yu and the others ordered their dishes. However, after they ate, Sima Yuqing insisted on footing the bill in order to compensate them for the incident just now. Yu, what are you planning to do tonight? We want to go to the Xianyuan Pavilion. I haven't gone there in a long while either. Let's go together. The few of them went to the Xianyuan Pavilion and it had already opened by this time. The shop assistant saw Sima Yuqing and greeted her extremely warmly. Miss Yuqing, you've come. Did you all get any good things in recently? Yup. Miss Yuqing will definitely like it. Yu, do you want to go with me to take a look? No need, we want to stay outside and walk around. Okay then, if I haven't come out by the time you're done, please wait for me. Will do. Previous chapter. That shop attendant led Sima Yuqing away and another shop attendant immediately came up, asking, do the few of you need any help? No need, we can walk around on own and talk a look. Okay then, please call us if you need anything. The things here are better in quality and variety as compared to the ones in Peace City. Take a look and see if there's anything you like. Okay then. Everyone went about their own way, looking for anything they might want. In a short moment, Sima Yu Yang's group came in as well. Sima Yu Yang nodded his head at Wei Ziqi and the others before bringing Hua Ziyan upstairs to see if there was anything he wanted to buy. Hua Zijiao and the others did not go up. After seeing Sima Yu and her gang, they didn't want to go upstairs anymore. Bumpkins, do you even have the money to buy the things here? What's it to you whether or not we have the money? Fatty Chu sneered, unless you, little miss from the Hua clan, are also the steward here. Humph, I'm just reminding you. Bei Gong Tang happened to wave to the shop attendant, asking, does this place take in pills? We do, does miss want to sell some pills? Little Miss Hua reminded me. If we don't have money, we'll end up losing face so it's better to first exchange them for a bit of cash. Sima Yu and the others saw Bei Gong Tang act this way and knew that this lady was angry. Then let us go upstairs. Miss, please follow me. Okay. Don't, we've never seen how it's like for others to sell pills. That's right, if it's just 1 or 2 pills, there's no need to walk over there. Bei Gong, why don't you do it here? We're lazy to go upstairs anyway. Your own people have already said so, why are you still going upstairs? They were sure that Bei Gong Tang and the others had come from some small place. Bei Gong Tang looked at the 3 of them before turning to the shop attendant and saying, since everyone thinks this way, we can do the exchange here. The shop attendant had no opinions towards this and said, Miss, our first rank pills are 30 gold coins for 1, second rank pills are 60 gold coins for 1. Bei Gong Tang nodded her head. The prices were considered reasonable and weren't too high. After that, the shop attendant brought her to a counter at the side, wanting her to place the pills on top. Bei Gong Tang shook her head, saying, there's not enough room here. Her voice was light, but it caused the heart of the people on site to shake. This kind of counter wasn't enough room? Didn't she just have 1 or 2 pills? The shop attendant was stunned as he turned around and gave an order to the female attendant at the side. Humph, do you have that many pills? So what if I am or not? Does it have anything to do with you? You. What, am I wrong? Bei Gong Tang laughed coldly, whether or not I am an alchemist has absolutely nothing to do with you. Sima Yuqing, Sima Yuyang and Hua Ziyan came down from upstairs and saw the people below quarreling. They asked, what's wrong? Nothing, little Miss Hua said that we don't have enough money to patronize this place, so Bei Gong wanted to sell a bit of pills to earn some cash in order to avoid really having no money and ending up as the butt of little Miss Hua's joke. Hua Ziyan, Sima Yuyang and the others were all bright, so they roughly understood what happened by what Sima Yuyu said. During this time, a servant lady came over and stopped beside the counter. After that, their shop attendant said, Miss, the table has been prepared. Please take your pills. Bei Gong Tang walked over and, with a wave of her hand, over 1,000 pill bottles appeared on the table, shocking everyone on sight. Sima Yuze and the others had said not too long ago that she would have but 1 or 2 pills, and they were harshly slapped across the face. That shop attendant was shocked as well, following up with a, Miss, we have to carefully count this many pills. Okay. Bei Gong Tang didn't say much, but took a seat and proceeded to sit down. The shop attendant quickly beckoned for more people to come over to take stock of these pills. Miss, the total is 1,100 first-ranked pills, 800 second-ranked pills, 600 third-ranked pills and 200 fourth-ranked pills. Everyone sucked in a breath when they heard the figure. Even an average disciple of any clan would not have so many pills on them when they went out, right? Sima Yuyang stared wordlessly at Bei Gong Tang. He was a direct descendant of the Sima clan, but he only had 100 over pills on him. Why don't we sell my pills as well? They just take up space in my interspatial. Everyone was starry-eyed by this scene. Although Sima Yuyang and the other 2 were a bit shocked by Bei Gong Tang's pill, they did not pay too much heed since it was just an alchemist. They had plenty of alchemists in their clan. However, they never expected that there would be 2 alchemists in a single moment. Furthermore, it was even a 4th-ranked alchemist. The most important thing was that Yu and the gang looked to be even younger than they were. In time to come, who knew what their potential would be? That shop attendant began to take stock of this second batch of pills, and it was only a good moment later that they managed to count them all. It was a few hundred pills more than what Bei Gong Tang had. Oh my, since you're selling things, why don't I clear my interspatial ring as well? Fatty Chu stepped forward, saying, do you accept spirit tools? The shop attendant nodded, saying, we do. That's great. I want to change it for a bit of cash to buy things to avoid having not enough. Fatty Chu finished speaking and went to the table. With a wave of his hand, 100 over spirit tools appeared on the table. Many were even placed on the floor because there wasn't enough room. Armament Master. Someone cried out. Out. The guests in the shop had long since noticed the events happening here. Ever since Bei Gong Tang had started selling her pills, they began to crowd around the area. Encountering 2 4th-ranked alchemists was stunning enough, but now even an armament master appeared. Would a group like this lack cash? There was absolutely no way. They sold pills and spirit tools right in front of everyone. Wasn't it just to slap Sima Yuze and gang in the face? There was a pin-drop silence in the large hall, and only the voices of the 2 taking stock of the spirit tools voiced out tiny voices counting numbers. Little 2 stood beside Bei Gong Tang and said to Wei Ziqi, Big brother Ziqi, you don't have pills or spirit tools eh? When everyone heard Little 2 start to speak, their hearts rose to their throat. After he finished speaking, their excited hearts fell once again. Little 2 hesitated a bit before speaking some more. Why don't you let the big brothers here catch a few saint beasts for you to tame? Then you can change them for a bit of cash. Otherwise, you won't have the money to buy things later. Beast Tamer Master. A few of them understood what Little 2 was saying and stared at Wei Ziqi in shock. Little 2 raised the idea of not having enough money once again, causing the people on site to laugh. Too embarrassing. Wei Ziqi laughed, saying, no need, there's nothing I want to buy. His answer was basically admitting that he was a Beast Tamer Master. Sima Yuyu secretly laughed when she heard Little 2's words. She never expected that this brat would have this move up his sleeve. How come they never realized he had this dark side to him? Everyone sucked in a breath. They had 2 alchemists, 1 armament master and a Beast Tamer Master. This kind of group would be a first-class guest no matter where they went. Furthermore, these people were still so young. They looked to be around 20 years old. Were they really bumpkins? Even a first-ranked power might not necessarily be able to produce such talent. Sima Yuyang and Sima Yuqing were shocked. Hua Ziyan also cast quite a number of glances at them. However, his face finally landed on Sima Yuyu, wondering what ability she had. Despite that, he was disappointed as Sima Yuyu did not take out any pills nor spirit tools after Fatty Chu did. She only told them, go and take the things you have chosen and bring them here while they're settling the accounts. We're going to pay the bill. Little 2, didn't you see a rock just now? Go and take it. I'll buy it for you to play with. Okay. Little 2 saw the look that Sima Yu was giving him and he understood. In a moment, he ran outside and took a rock and placed it on the counter before running out again. That rock is pure gold. I saw it just now, it costs 10,000 gold coins. In a short moment, Little 2 took 2 more pill ingredients and said, Big brother, I've helped you bring the things you took a fancy to just now. He ran off again after speaking. The 2 pill ingredients were rare treasures. One of them cost 10,000 while the other one cost 20,000. This is almost the gem of this entire After that, Little 2 ran off again, holding on to some items that everyone had taken a fancy to just now. Just as he placed down the last item, he said to the shop attendant, Big brother, that's all. That's all we want. Everyone sucked in a breath when they saw the items. The shop attendant kept a steady heart as he counted, saying, the price of these things added together cost 100,800 gold coins. You can ignore the 800, the 100,000 is enough. Do you want to split the bill? No need. Sima Yu said, although I'm not rich, I can still afford this much. You should have said earlier that you were going to gift them to us. Then I wouldn't have been so worried about not having enough money and had to sell pills to exchange for cash. Okay. The shop attendant nodded as he got his men to get boxes to wrap everything inside. Sima Yu walked over and took out a crystal card and a blue card, handing it to the shopkeeper. Seeing the blue card in Sima Yu's hand, the shop attendant was stunned. His gaze was filled with even more respect as he looked at Sima Yu as he used both hands to receive the crystal card and the blue card, giving a polite bow, saying, since you have our most precious blue card, you have a further 15% off, paying 85% of the total price. We will go and settle the payment, please wait a moment. After speaking, he took the crystal card and the blue card and went in. The men in the great hall were shocked speechless by the words that just transpired. It was a long moment later before someone said, I've heard that the Xianyuan Pavilion has 3 kinds of cards. The green card gives you 5% off, the red card gives you 10% off and the blue card gives you 15% off. Furthermore, the blue card is rarely given out. I've heard that the number of people who possess it can be counted with 2 hands. Those who thought that Sima Yu wasn't anything much just now had changed their opinion of her 180 degrees. The blue card was extremely important in the Xianyuan Pavilion. Even a first-ranked clan only held a red card. Furthermore, she actually had a blue card, which showed that, to the Xianyuan Pavilion, she was even more important than a first-ranked power. Hua Zijiao's face was red as a hot chili pepper. She naturally knew the difference between a blue card and a red card because a red card was currently lying in her interspatial ring. Thinking about how she had just said that these bumpkins would not have much money on them, this action had been a harsh slap across her face. Hua Ziyan looked at Sima Yu and wondered what kind of identity he had that he could actually produce such a precious blue card. Those who were in possession of a blue card were not only treasured by the Xianyuan Pavilion, but were also important guests of the great powers. Very quickly, the shop attendant from before took the blue card and crystal card and came out, using both hands to return it to Sima Yu, saying, it has all been settled. After Sima Yu received the card, she took out 3 more cards, saying, this is the money for the pills and spirit tools the 3 guests sold just now. Sima Yu took them, turned around and handed them out to the 3 of them. After that, she nodded at Sima Yu Yang and the others before turning around to leave. Distinguished guests, please stay for a moment. Is there anything else? The shop attendant took out an invitation, saying, in half a year's time, the Xianyuan Pavilion will be holding an auction and wishes to invite you distinguished guests to participate. Half a month. Sima Yu took the invitation and said, I will come and participate if I'm still here at that time. After she finished speaking, she left with a group of them and tarried no more. The word extravagant can't even be used to describe it. Everyone lamented as they watched them leave. Spending 100,000 in one shot, aside from those great powers, only people like them have the ability. Those alchemists and armament master all see that person as their leader. I'm guessing that he has even more talent. Of course, how else would he be able to take out that blue card? What if he just randomly picked up that card? It was only now that everyone thought of this and turned around to look at the shop attendant. The shop attendant shook his head, saying, when our blue card is sent out, it will be affected by said person's aura, making it convenient for us to authenticate it. That card was really his own. Really, too terrifying. After Sima Yu and the others left the Xianyuan Pavilion, they exchanged glances and burst out into laughter. We've never given others a slap on the face like that before. The feeling is too great. Fatty Chu burst out laughing. Little Two hugged the stone that Sima Yu had bought him, loving it too much to part with it. He said with squinted eyes, who asked those people to be so hateful, saying, bumpkin every single time they opened their mouths. They were just asking to be slapped. Wei Ziqi stretched forth a hand to pat Little Two's head, saying, never thought you would have that dark side to you. What dark side? It's brilliance. Although he didn't know what having a dark side meant, he knew that it didn't mean anything good. The Sima clansmen treated you like that, but I wonder what kind of expressions they will have when they hear that you turn up in 10 days. It will certainly be exciting. Fatty Chu snickered. Each and every single one of you have revealed your identities. Furthermore, I think that you will definitely draw the attention of the great powers. Have you thought about which faction you would like to join? Not going. Fatty Chu refuted with certainty, will follow you to the death. It has so much more future than sticking to any power. Right. Our goal is not here, but in the primordial lands. We won't stay here forever. But it's possible that I will be chased to the death in 10 days. Do you all really not want to reconsider? No need. If we're really chased to the death, we'll just take it as practice. Okay then. Then we will head off towards our goal. Sima Yu said with a smile, since you don't want to accept any olive branch offered by any powers, you better not appear for the next few days. We'll go into seclusion when we return. After returning to their inns, they told the owner that everyone was going into seclusion and would not meet anyone who came to look for them. The owner still didn't understand what was going on, but he quickly understood because a huge wave of people from the higher powers kept running over to try and meet with Sima Yu and the others. I apologize, but those few guests have said that they will be going into seclusion for 10 days and will not meet anyone during this time. Won't meet anyone? Sima Yu asked. That's right. They said that you can look for them in 10 days if anyone has anything they need. Huh, Sima Yu, I heard that those people were originally your friends, but your clan did not recognize the treasure and offended them instead. Right now, it's too late for you to want to pull them over to your clan. Sima Yu didn't say anything as he watched those people, but his expression was ugly. Hua Ziyan, who had come with him, glanced at the rooms upstairs with twinkling eyes. He never thought that those people would immediately go into seclusion upon returning. He figured it was because they were certain that people would come to look for them. What did their actions mean? Were they planning to see which faction suited them best? A few people who didn't know what was going on saw that so many powers had come to look for them, but they had hidden away instead. Could it be that something had happened? You don't know about this, I guess. I just heard this from outside, that there are 5 people in there, out of which 2 are alchemists, 1 is an armament master, 1 a beast tamer master and another one who has an unknown identity but possesses the most precious blue card of the Xianyuan Pavilion. It's the blue card that not even first-ranked powers have. What? When the people in the inn heard the news, they were shocked. What kind of identities did they have? Could it be that they had some incredible level of influence? Also, I heard others say that these people are not more than 20 over years old and yet have achieved so much. In the future, they will definitely be great figures. These kind of people were even mocked as bumpkins by someone, who also said that they had no money to buy things. After that, they took out a few thousands of pills as well as over 100 spirit tools to sell. That really slapped their faces good. Saying that an alchemist, armament master and beast tamer master has no money? What a joke. Even if it's a joke, don't laugh, because the ones who got their faces slapped were the Sima clan and the Hua clan. Be care of letting others hear about it and slap your face. Sima Yu and the others did not really go into seclusion, but were upstairs paying attention to the commotion downstairs. So many people came. Just let the owner settle it. If they went out now, they would be interrogated by a whole bunch of people and they were lazy to reply. Everyone is currently guessing what kind of rich background we're from. 10 days later, when they find out that we're from the Dongchen Kingdom, I wonder what kind of expressions they will have. Their mouths will definitely be gaping so wide that a fist would be able to fit in. I wonder whether this will have any impact on rescuing your grandfather and the others. Sima Yu thought it over and said, it should have a good impact. You all should go with me. With such esteemed presence of alchemists, armament master and beast tamer masters, they probably wouldn't dare to offend you guys. Then we can appear 10 days later. When everyone left Sima Yu's room, she crossed her legs and began to use this 10 days to steady her heart. These 10 days, Sima Yu and the others didn't take one step downstairs. There were many men from the powers who were waiting for them downstairs, but they didn't catch a single shadow of them. The night before the 3-year deadline was up, Halcyon had returned. Furthermore, he was injured. Sima Yu looked at Halcyon and said, "You're injured. No problem. Your soul is injured. Your recovery will be slower." Although Halcyon didn't know what it was, he could feel that it was nothing simple. He wasn't proud but took the bottle and said a word of thanks. "No need, I also want to safeguard against what's happening tomorrow." Halcyon took the soul fluid and went to his room to administer 2 drops of it. After that, he began to recover his injured soul. Sima Yu did not ask him where he went or how he got injured. Even someone like him got injured when he returned, so it was not a topic that she could even touch. This night, she did not enter a state of cultivation, but stood at the window and gazed at the night. She constantly looked at the Sima clan's residence. On the morning of the 2nd day, Wei Ziqi and the others came out. After Sima Yu came out, they didn't head directly to the Sima clan, but first sent Little Two to the Xianyuan Pavilion. "If it is possible, please ensure his safety for now. We will compensate you tomorrow." Xianyuan Pavilion guessed that Sima Yu was going to do something dangerous, but still accepted it. Someone said it true. To them, a person who possessed a blue card was more important than any power. Sima Yu and the others left the Xianyuan Pavilion and headed to the Sima clan. Sima Yu have come to fulfill the deal. Once they knew that Sima Yu and the others had come out, more than a few powers came as swiftly as the wind, desiring to form some kind of relations. Sima Yu saw these people and wondered whether or not they would still be this way once she had her meeting with the Sima clan. Where are they going? Someone saw them directly head forwards and guessed that they had something on. That direction looks to be towards the Sima clan. Could it be that they plan to enter the Sima clan? No way, didn't they say that the Sima clansmen had offended them earlier, and that was why they revealed their identities? Could it be that they've gone to settle the accounts with the Sima clan? Hard to say. At this moment, in a rather remote house belonging to the Sima clan, Sima Zhe and Sima Yue brought a group of little servants with them and entered. Seeing the people in the house, they said, "You traitors, what do you still hope for? You don't really think that a tiny little spirit master would be able to go across the Sophia mountain range to save you, do you?" Sima Lai opened his eyes and glanced at him before closing them again, ignoring him. Sima Yue saw them act so indifferently and did not behave like they were prisoners at all, so he stepped forward to kick Sima Yuchi, making him kneel on the ground. "You traitors, I wonder how that undying old man will find more reasons to protect you after today." Sima Yuchi got up from the ground and looked at Sima Yue, saying, "I've managed to live till today, and I will definitely take your life. It looks like you all may not even be able to see the sun rise tomorrow." "Yes, young man." All the servants and above began to hit and kick Sima Yulu and the others. In another house in the Sima clan, Sima Lin and Sima Qing were seated with a few others. Someone asked, "Big brother, I really don't understand why you would form a 3-year agreement with a tiny little spirit master, wasting 3 years of our time." That's right. It's not like you don't know how dangerous the Sophia mountain range is. Those who are not of the spirit saint rank can't even open the barrier. It looks like you won't be able to come to the meeting today. Nobody believed that Sima Yu would be able to make it today and shook their head success. I believe that he will come. If he doesn't come, we will definitely punish Sima Lai and the others. Although he was not that powerful, based on seniority, he had the capability to be seated here. Sima Lin kept his sights on his seat and did not say whether or not Sima Yu would come. He lifted his teacup and took a sip. Suddenly, he shot a glance outside and there was a faint trace of a smile in his eyes. Sima clan, the 3-year agreement. Sima Yu have come to fulfill it. This loud declaration was spread through half of the Sima clan. Even those in the more remote houses had heard it. Sima Yuming and the others had long since been beaten beyond recognition and each and every single one of them lay on the ground without the energy to stand at all. They all cried when they heard Sima Yu's voice. It's really Yu's voice. Fifth brother really came. The barrier can only be opened by one above spirit saint. Can we meet him? Sima Lai remained silent. Sima Yu stood in front of Sima Yu. Why do I feel like this name sounds familiar? I feel the same. It's like 3-year agreement. What? Everyone was surprised. Then that means he came out from the land of exile. My god, the land of exile is where Sophia mountain range is. I wonder what kind of arrangement he made with them. We'll find out if we continue watching. I initially thought they were here to rely on the Sima clan. Never thought that they would actually come to make the date of their agreement. A group of people came out from the Sima clan and were slightly surprised when they saw Sima Yu and the others. When Sima Yu Yang and Sima Yu Qing had heard what Sima Yu said, they were shocked and rushed outside. After that, Sima Yu Lin, along with the whole brother and sister who were staying with them, came out as well. You are Sima Yu? Sima Yu Qing looked at Sima Yu with disbelief. Sima Yu glanced at Sima Yu Qing but did not deny it. She continued to shout, Sima Lin, I've come to make the date, where are you? Impudent. Is granduncle's name something you can just call? Sima Yu laughed, saying, if a name is not meant for calling, then is it meant for eating? If that is so, eat one and let me see. Haha. The people watching started to laugh when they heard her speak. It's no matter. Since you've come, then enter. It's better for you to come out. Will I be able to peacefully exit if I enter? Everyone got in an uproar. Sima Lin has already become a spirit paragon in this 2 years, but he's unable to move a single younger generation. Entering the Sima clan is like a lamb entering the lion's den. Who knows whether he will be able to exit after entering. It will be better to settle it outside. It's a little safer. Sima Yu, just a younger generation but dares to speak this way. I didn't make the agreement with you, what are you mouthing off here for? Looking for death. Hold it. Sima Lin ordered that person to halt, then turned to Sima Yu and said, what do you want? I'm here to make the agreed date, not to make trouble. Item, what item? Aside from a small number of people, nobody knew what Sima Yu had that she would be able to make an exchange with a first-ranked. Sima Yu took out a golden snake fruit and the aroma filled the air immediately. Golden snake fruit. Previous chapter. Insanely pampered wife. Insanely saying, I can wait a few days but you have to release my grandfather and the others. At the very least, release their bindings. You also have to punish the ones who hurt them. This. Impudent, you dare to raise so many requests in front to us. It's already not bad that we preserved his life, so don't you have too many requests. Then, this means that you don't agree? Sima Yu and the others are from the 4th direct line of descent. I don't care whether or not they're from the direct line. They actually dared to hurt my grandfather and the others, so they have to pay the price. 5th brother, that Sima Yu said that he would kill us today. Sima Yu looked at Sima Lin and said, I'm going to ask you again, will you punish the ones who hurt my grandfather and the others? That is impossible. Then you cannot blame me. 1000 resonance, kill him. A white silhouette appeared in front of everyone, followed by a loud cry. After that, chaos ensued. Yu has been killed. You killed my grandson. I'm going to kill you. Previous chapter. In the 3 years that they hadn't met, Sima Ku had actually advanced to a spirit saint. Careful. The Sima clansmen were all seated quite far from Sima Yu and were not in time to stop it. Furthermore, Mali's strength was not comparable to Sima Yi and could not block his move. 5th bro. Sima Yuming and the others watched him attack and were so afraid that their hearts were about to leap out of their chests. Sima Lai stood beside Sima Yu. When he saw the attack, his first reaction was to pull Sima Yu into his embrace, turning around to put his back to the attack. A white ray flashed in from the outside and stopped in front of them. With a swipe of his claw, the crisis was easily averted. 5th rank divine beast. Everyone shouted in surprise as they could see 1000 resonance's rank. Sima Ku saw 1000 resonance who appeared and he, who had just advanced to the rank of spirit saint, was far from being able to compare with him. No wonder you dare act so unbridled, you had something to rely on. Sima Yu came out from Sima Lai's embrace and placed him behind herself, saying fearlessly to Sima Yi, I already said just now for you to punish them yourselves, but you were the ones who didn't want to. Since that's the case, I could only do it myself. What right do you have to determine their life or death? Sima Yu snorted coldly, the wounds on the bodies of grandfather and the others were not inflicted just today, right? Since they dare to harm my family, they must have a death wish. 2nd brother, don't talk too much with her. He killed Yu, you have to take revenge on my behalf. You can relax, no outsider can just wantonly kill our 4th direct line. In order to accompany his words, those who had accused Sima Yu just now, released their spirit paragon pressures. When they saw this, Sima Yuming and the others were all anxious for Sima Yu and wanted her to leave quickly. Yu, let 1,000 resonance take you and escape. That's right, their spirit beasts would be at Spirit Saint or Spirit Paragon's level of power. You can talk after you leave. So what if you have many Spirit Paragon? Shameless boasting. Did I speak untrue? Hearing her speak this way, even Sima Lin and Sima Qing's expressions turned ugly. Right now, I'm going to take my grandfather and the others with me. I want to see who can stop me. Men, capture them. Sima Yu and the others supported Sima Lai and the other 4 to the house as many spirit overlords and spirit saints came down from the sky, surrounding the house. Sima Yi and the others flew out from the large hall. Sima Ku looked poisonously at Sima Lai and immediately rushed up, wanting to kill him. Mali finally regained his senses from the sudden change and ran out. He looked at the battle array and shouted at Sima Yi, I already said that I would ensure this little kid would be able to exit the Sima residence safely. Do you mean to have a falling out with me here? Sima Yu looked at Mali. She never thought that this old guy would actually really think of protecting her. If he didn't kill my lackey nor try to take the traitor away, I would naturally let him leave. But he killed Yuzhe and even want to take these people away. I have no choice but to take his life today. Sima Yu looked at Sima Yi and said coldly when she heard what he said, Halcyon, I want his life. Those words were said lightly, but they shocked everyone. Ha 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 dash, Sima Yi bellowed with laughter. Someone like you wants my life? This is the funniest joke I have ever heard. Sima Yu ignored him and pointed at Sima Ku, saying, as well as this one. She had wanted to kill him 3 years ago. She never thought that, during this 3 years, he was unable to kill grandfather but had let his own grandson continuously bring people to beat them mercilessly. No more? Halcyon asked. Sima Yu turned around to study Sima Yuming and the others, saying, brothers, who do you want to kill? Sima Yuran looked at Sima Yuming and saw that her eyes held unconcealable rage, replying with a smile, just these 2. We will take our own revenge on the rest. Okay. Sima Yu nodded. She loved to take revenge with her own hands, so she understood how Sima Yuran felt. Halcyon, I want to take grandfather and the others back to recover. After you kill them, I'll give you a golden snake fruit. Halcyon's eyebrows were raised. How did she know he wanted a golden snake fruit? You still have golden snake fruits? The Sima clansmen were rendered speechless by Mali's words. Mali, the Alchemist Guild is moved by more than just you alone. Can you think properly about whether or not you want to make the Sima clan your enemy? At this time, Halcyon acted. He merely stood where he was and stretched forth his hand and lightly pointed, but Sima Ku felt that he had been restricted. Scatter. Halcyon's voice was light, but his deep voice was intoxicating. Despite that, the words he said were bone-chilling. When he finished speaking, Sima Ku did not even have time to call out before he exploded into a mist of blood, with nothing remaining. This dash. Everyone was so terrified by Halcyon that they took 2 steps back. He has just pointed lightly at a spirit saint and killed him just like that. This was too terrifying. Even if you've advanced from a spirit overlord to a spirit saint, the outcome is still the same. Sima Yu said. Sima Yi looked at Halcyon and a wave of fear rose from the bottom of his heart as he asked, who are you? He released a wave of his sacred beast pressure and all the people and beasts in the air fell down. Sacred beast, it really is. Aside from Sima Yu and the others, everyone on site was suppressed by the sacred beast pressure. Each and every single one of them felt like they were suffocating. Halcyon stretched forth a hand and sucked in Sima Yi, who flew into his hand. Don't kill me, please be lenient. This aura, it's 7th grandfather. Liar, you're back. 7th grandfather, you're still alive. Still have half a breath left. Everyone looked to Sima Yu. Even Halcyon looked at her. Kill. Everyone was stunned. Someone from Sima Lai's generation had pleaded for leniency but she had not let off Sima Yi all the same. Yu. Sima Qing voiced out, wanting to remind her to think things through carefully. To leave behind this kind of person who allowed one's younger generation to bully my grandfather and brothers to this state and wanted to kill us will have bad repercussions. Sima Yu said, furthermore, the thing I can't stand the most is when someone bullies my family. Whoever bullies them must prepare for death. No, I was wrong, I won't dare to bully you all in the future. If he did not die today, he would definitely find an opportunity to exterminate them all in the future. Although your lips say that you are wrong, you have not rid yourself of the desire to murder in your heart. Halcyon, do it. Halcyon looked at her then exerted a bit of force, directly taking Sima Yi's life. You. When the Sima clansmen saw that she really killed Sima Yi, they were shocked and outraged. The Sima ancestor sighed, saying, the few of you come over. This senior and you few little friends too. Halcyon, retract your aura. Sima Yu said. Halcyon retracted his aura and was the same as ever before, giving people an impenetrable feeling. However, everyone knew that he was a sacred beast and did not dare to probe deeply. Without the formless weight, everyone was able to stand upright and take deep breaths. Yulin, take men to clean up this area. Sima Yu saw that Sima Lai's voice had been shaky since hearing the ancestor's voice, so she knew that he definitely really wanted to meet him. She carried him and asked as she walked with him, grandfather, who is the one who spoke just now? That's my second grandfather. My grandfather's elder brother. He has always been very good to me. When I was very small, I remember him treating me with a lot of care. That means that he can be considered our savior. Second grandfather rarely went outside, and also had a very good relationship with grandfather and I. Yu, how did you get out? Little Roar helped. While they were walking, Sima Lai and the others kept asking her questions. Sima Yu told them not to worry before recounting how she settled. It's been tough on you. Sima Yu shook her head and said with a smile, that's our home. Seeing the smile on Sima Yu's face and hearing her talk about the warmth of their family, everyone felt that they were in a dream. While they were talking, they came to the back of the mountain. They thought about how many people who were ranked spirit saint and above lived on this large mountain range. Sima Lin had been silent the entire journey. He brought them halfway up the mountain peak and a cave appeared in the middle of the vines. The people behind followed after and entered. When they came across a small pathway, they came to a stone house where an old man sat on the stone praying mat. Greetings to second grandfather. Sima Yu and the others also bowed in greeting. It was only Halcyon who remained standing. Liar, the ancestor looked at Sima Lai, as his ancient and calm eyes flashed with a light smile. His face full of wrinkles was different from the average person at the peak of spirit paragon rank. Second grandfather, I have returned. Sima Yu Ming and the others knelt down as well when she saw this. Sima Yu stood motionless. You all are all that remains of this line. Grandfather. Sima Yu cried out in panic. Don't worry, this is to help them release their binding. Sima Lin explained as well, only we are able to release the Sima clan's binding. That's why, even if you take them away, they will not be able to recover their cultivation. You should first refine the medicine in your bodies. The ancestor said. Then, he turned to Sima Lin and said, tell me more about the situation. Sigh, I'm old, it must have been a few years since I've entered. Sima Lin explained right from when he went to the Dongchen kingdom 3 years ago, while Sima Lai and the others once again felt the flow of their spiritual qi once again. After that, they circulated their spiritual qi to activate the recovery pill. Halcyon had not spoken since he entered and was currently standing there silently. It was not that the ancestor was too arrogant to pay attention to him, but it was just that he had acted as if he didn't want to be acknowledged ever since he entered, so the ancestor wasn't able to engage him. Sima Lin recounted the story and when he was done, the ancestor said, although they do have fault, it does not warrant exterminating them. After all, we are still a family. No, I only have my grandfather and brothers as my family. The others are not. If my grandfather recognized his roots, then only you would count. Sima Yu said, however, don't you all want to punish my grandfather and the others as traitors? In that case, I don't think that we're going to be a family. It is impossible to unravel what happened that year. If you want to know what happened that year, you first need to treat that youngest. I said that I would try, but they insisted that it was impossible. Sima Yu said, I already suspect whether or not they wish to harm him secretly, so that my grandfather and the others will never be washed of their injustice. You're mistaken. The ancestor said, for many years prior to this, we have been looking for the golden snake fruit and earth dragon marrow. It is not because we want to make it difficult for you during this period. Furthermore, not just anyone will be able to hurt youngest uncle. Why is that? Although youngest uncle is incoherent, his cultivation is still high. It's just that he's not coherent now. If someone wants to harm him, he will definitely defend himself. Sima Lin replied. Okay then. Sima Yu pursed her lips, since this is the case, I'll go and take a look. Who knows, I might be able to cure him. I believe that your father did not do it. The ancestor said, but in order to convince the clan, you still have to heal that person. You all can go. Yes, ancestor. When they walked past half the mountain, they heard the cry of a spirit beast followed by a person's cry. Sima Lin and Sima Qing heard that voice and their faces flashed with helplessness. They brought them to a mountain far away. Stand still, you have to play with me. Don't want to, release. No, I want to play with you. Let me ride on Beastie. Don't. Stay still. One man and beast was chasing each other on the mountain. When Sima Yu and the others had come to the mountain, what they saw was like a painting. Youngest uncle, you're messing around again. Sima Lin flew up and pulled Sima Jun, who was sprinting wildly. Sima Jun panicked when he saw Sima Lin and said, let go of me, I want to chase Beastie. I want to play with him. Youngest uncle, let's not play with Beastie today. Let's play other things. Oh, where are you going to bring me to go play? Dash. Sima Lin was stunned. He had no idea what they could play. Sima Yu never thought that the person would be this way. She waved at them, saying, come over, I'll give you something fun to play with. Who are you? What are you going to let me play? I have many things that are fun to play with. First tell me what you have that I can play with before I go. Sima Yu took out a yellow pumpkin. Wah, I want to play. So quick. Sima Yu cried out. How did you do it? You want to play? Want. Sima Jun nodded. Then you have to listen to me today. Okay. Then we're going to head back first. After that, I'll bring you to go and play. You look really nice when you smile. Sima Yu stepped forward. Okay. Sima Jun held on to Sima Yu's hand and brought her. Sima Lin and Sima Qing watched them go with faces of disbelief. Youngest uncle never liked others to get close to him. Uncle's intellect had always remained as a child. Sima Yu followed them down the mountain and came to a secluded house by the foot of the mountain. This is where I stay. Sima Yu scanned her surroundings. Not even a single silhouette of a servant was in the house. Youngest uncle doesn't like to interact with others and is afraid of everyone. He chased away every single servant that we sent here. Sima Jun saw that Sima Yu was ignoring him, so he asked again, when can we start to play? I'll teach you first what I did just now. We'll each carve one, after that, I'll take your pulse, play? Sima Yu asked, or else I won't play with you. Okay. Quickly teach me. Sima Yu brought him to a pavilion in his house and took out 2 big pumpkins. After a long moment, both of them finished the carvings. Sima Jun looked at the 2 dissimilar carving qualities and said, how come yours looks so much better than mine? You just have to carve a few more and it'll look nice too. Sima Yu said, now stretch out your hand, let me take your pulse. Sima Jun stretched forth his hand and let Sima Yu take his pulse. He pursed his lips with dissatisfaction as he pouted. They always get people to come to test me for whatever illness, but I'm not sick at all. I think little Lin is the one who's ill. Dash. Everyone except for Sima Lin, who's... Sima Yu did not laugh, but turned. Yu, how is young uncle? Sima Yu retrieved her hand and Sima Jun immediately hugged the 2 big pumpkins and ran off to study them. Not bad, I have a way. She looked at the naive smile on Sima Jun's face, saying, I can treat him in 3 days. 3 days? Are you sure? What's wrong? The doctors from before all said that he would need at least a year's worth of time to recover even if we managed to find the golden snake fruit and the earth dragon's marrow. Different methods, I suppose. Sima Yu did not reveal that much, saying, when I checked him just now, I realized that he has a lot of spiritual chi in his body. His power is at least of the 3rd-ranked spirit paragon. How is he so strong? Youngest uncle is a 5th-ranked spirit paragon. I know how to make it look better now. Yu, give me another big pumpkin. Sima Yu took out a large pumpkin and handed it to him before continuing to say to Sima Lin, we want to live here for the next few days. Nobody is allowed to come and disturb us. My grandfather and the others have to be here as well. Okay. Sima Lin was very direct this time. He could accept this as long as they were able to heal Sima Jun. In any case, he believed that they would not use this time to escape. Sima Yu and Sima Jun interacted a bit while everyone went inside his house. Before she began to heal Sima Jun, she went to refine a batch of 100 revolutions pill. After that, she gave Sima Lai, Sima Yuming and her 3 other brothers 2 pills each. While they were in shock, she pushed them back into their own houses before getting Wei Ziqi and the others to watch over things here. Then, she went to start Sima Jun's healing process. Within these 3 days, the Sima clansmen were all shut inside this house. Although she had told them not to bother her, they all watched her from afar. Each and every one of them were stunned by whatever had happened in the house. The rays of light that signified an increase in rank continued to flash in the house from the first day. It even occurred a few times a day. The Sima clan had never seen this kind of thing happen before. Although Sima Lai and his grandsons were unable to use their spiritual chi due to their binding, they never gave up absorbing spiritual qi. It was just that they could only store that spiritual chi in their bodies after absorbing it and were not able to increase in rank. That was the reason why Sima Yuming and his other 3 brothers increased by quite a few ranks when their bindings were released this day. Even Sima Lai increased a rank, attaining the rank of 3rd-ranked spirit saint. After that, they ended up eating Sima Yu's 100 revolutions pill, cleansing their marrows, increasing in another 2 ranks. Sima Yu mind and Sima Yu chi even entered the ranks of spirit king. Sima Lai increased in rank to a 4th-ranked spirit saint. Sima Yu was not aware of the things that happened outside. She let Little Roar create a barrier and sealed everything inside the house and separated the inside of the house from the outside in order to prevent anything unexpected from happening while she was treating him. She first chose a few needles for Sima Jun, then asked Sima Lin to send over a few pill ingredients that were useful in healing the soul and kept them, choosing only 2 to 3 times. After that, she took out the golden snake fruit and cut out a small piece, letting him drink it after she refined its essence. Sima Jun was truly not a spirit paragon expert for nothing. On the 3rd day, Sima Yu took out 2 drops of soul fluid and dripped it into Sima Jun's mouth. After that, she retrieved the needles in his body. Sima Jun opened his eyes and glanced silently at Sima Yu before closing them once again to absorb the vast power. Sima Yu saw that his gaze was somewhat different and knew that he would be able to recover once he regained consciousness. Yu, are you done? Wei Ziqi and the others were outside and asked and they saw her come out. Sima Yu nodded, saying, he should be fine once he wakes up again. Where's grandfather and the others? They've been increasing in rank so quickly that they're going to go crazy. They only stopped today and are consolidating all they've cultivated. That's great. They waited for a day in the house while conversing about what they would do from now on. Yu, what will you do if your grandfather and the others want to go back to the clan? I will follow them. If they stay, I will be able to stay as well. If they want to leave, so will I. I still wish to stay with you. Fatty Chu said. He had long since placed Sima Yu as his cornerstone. He had not prepared his heart for a situation where she did not exist. If you stay, we can buy a house nearby as well. If you all want to go, we will be able to follow you. Sima Yu nodded, saying, we'll wait for the outcome of this situation. The day passed in the blink of an eye and at the dawn of the 2nd day, Sima Jun walked out from the house. The features on his face were no longer childish and his gaze was regular, like everybody else. He looked to be perfectly well. Sima Lin and the others who were waiting for him since long ago walked forward and bowed, saying, greetings to youngest uncle. Sima Jun's face was solemn as he swept his gaze over everyone on site, asking, where's the bastard, Sima Chang? Youngest uncle, 5th uncle has already passed away many years ago. Died? Sima Jun stared at Sima Lin to ascertain that he wasn't lying, before asking again, what about his offspring? Sima Kai and Sima Yi have already died. Sima Ku is inside his own house and I have already sent men to call for him. At this moment, a guard entered. Sima Ku and Sima Yu and the others were no longer in the Sima house. You're sure? Sima Lin asked. Affirmative, the guard said that they did not return after he saw them leaving. They also brought their things with them. The guard replied, humph, they must have guessed that they could hide it no longer after I awakened. Youngest uncle, are you saying that the one who hurt you that year? It's that bastard Sima Chang. Sima Jun grit his teeth as he said, at that time, I went to look for my father and happened to see him poisoning him. He killed him and even beat me till I was grievously wounded. If it wasn't for the fact that some people came on time, I think that I would have already been beaten to death. That was truly done by others, it was not 4th uncle and the others. Who did you say did it? Sima Lin recounted the entire situation once over as Sima Jun closed his eyes as if he was in pain, saying, I never thought that Sima Chang and the others would actually make sure false accusation. This has nothing to do with Sima Lai and the others. The book, Raging Inferno, is something that my father gave their father. No wonder Sima Ku and the others have always wanted to punish Big Brother Lai and the others immediately. It was because they were afraid that the situation would be uncovered. Sima Qing said, now that youngest uncle has recovered, they've run away to escape punishment. Give my orders that they are to catch Sima Ku and the others immediately. Then, my grandfather and the others are not traitors anymore? Sima Qing smiled as he looked at Sima Lai, saying, naturally not. It was because the truth was not yet uncovered. Furthermore, your then paternal grandparents had suddenly obtained the raging inferno, and their nameplate was even left behind that everyone thought they were the ones who did it. Lai, in the future, you all can return to our clan. You all can settle things from here. I want to meet the other oldies from our clan. Aside from the elder, there were still many other old people. Woo 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 dash, a bird ran out from inside the basket and stopped inside the house. Sima Jun saw that the house was full of animals and furrowed his eyebrows, saying, find someone to clean up the animals. Lai, follow me and we'll go meet them. As for the younger generation, they can stay in my house for the time being. After he finished speaking, he brought Sima Lai out with him. All those of the same line as the family ancestor left as well, leaving only Sima Yu and the others behind. Big brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother. Sima Yu came in front of Sima Yuming and the others because Sima Jun had come out not long after they had, so the brothers did not have time to talk for long. Yu, we really have to give all credit to you this time. As long as big brothers are well, it's good. Her initial worry dissipated when she saw that the wounds on their bodies had pretty much healed and that their strength had grown by much since their cleansing of their muscles and marrows. During this period of time, Halcyon flew down and looked at her. Sima Yu took out a golden snake fruit, saying, I shouldn't ask but, is the reason you want this because of the wound you got the previous time? This golden snake fruit was not the one she snatched from the Pu Luo mountain range back then, but it was a fruit that ripened from the golden snake fruit tree while it was in the spirit pagoda. Halcyon took the fruit and said, yes. I'll come back in a few days. After speaking, he flew up into the sky, leaving the Sima clan. Sima Yuren watched Halcyon leave and said, he looks to be flying towards the direction of the waters, right? Fifth bro, do you know what he's going to do? I don't know either. He's not my contracted beast and didn't tell me what he was going to do. You young masters are finally free. What do you say we don't go home until we're drunk tonight? We thank you for taking care of our fifth brother all these years. Sima Lai only came back when it was close to noon. He said to them, we have decided to return to our roots. We will be living here in the future. Sima Yu and the others were not surprised by this decision at all since this was within their expectation. Although everyone was rather dissatisfied with the family, it was still a good idea for them to stay here. Especially since he wanted to think for Sima Yuming and the others. With a family like this, they would be able to go farther in life in the future. Since Sima Yu planned to stay, Wei Ziqi and the others planned to get a house here as well. Sima Yu initially wanted to let them stay in the Sima clan for a period of time. However, once she thought about how she herself was not familiar with the clan, she changed her mind. When it was late, Sima Yuqing and Sima Yuyang came to look for Sima Yu. They just happened to chance upon them drinking, so they very shamelessly sat down together. When they heard that Wei Ziqi and the others were planning to settle down in the Anyang prefecture, Sima Yuyang slapped his chest and guaranteed that they could leave this matter to them and they would definitely find a suitable house for them to stay in. On the second day, he came over to look for a few people and told them that they had already found a house for them. Since they were they also brought news about the auction that was held yesterday. They said that many people were fighting over the Earth Dragon Marrow and the initial low price of 200,000 rose to over 5 million. It's a good thing that we don't need it anymore, or we would have had to fork out a huge sum of money. You're found a house. Found it. It's my friend's house. When he heard that I wanted it, he let me have it. Is that okay? No problem. He has many houses and doesn't care for one or two. If you have the time, I can bring you over there to take a look. If you don't like it, you can look for others. Okay. The brothers and the others are all busying about matters relating to their clan, but I'm free, so let's go take a look. They first went to the Xianyuan pavilion to pick up Little Two before bringing him with them to take a look at the house. The house that Sima Yuyang found was not far from the Sima clan's house and was close to the Sima clan's mountain range. It wasn't that big, but there was no issue if it were to house a few thousand people. The house was far from the heart of the city and was quiet and peaceful, suitable for cultivation. Not bad. It's not bad. Wei Ziqi said, I like it. Sima Yuyang saw that everyone liked it, so he said happily, if you like it then let's reserve this place. Alright then, let's use this place. Then it's settled. Sima Yuyang said, in a moment, I'll get some servant girls to clean it up. It's been a long time since someone stayed here, so there's dust everywhere. Then we'll have to trouble you. We're a family now, what are you being so courteous for? After settling the house, the lives of Wei Ziqi and the others were settled as well. Everyone believed that their cultivation would definitely quickly rise up in time to come. Those who wanted to rope you in would definitely come to find you soon. We have no interest in joining up with a power. Why don't I go back and look for my grandfather to discuss with him for a bit? This isn't a bad idea. Alright, then you and I will head off first. We'll come find you when we have the time. After which, Sima Yu and Sima Yuyang left, leaving the others behind. Shortly, a few servant girls came over, saying that Sima Yuyang had already sent them over and were now responsible for them. Bei Gong Tang and the others had rejected at first. However, thinking about how Little Two had to eat every day and that the entire house would need cleaning, they let them stay. Sima Yuyang and the others went back to the Sima clan and went to look for Sima Lin. He recounted everything about Wei Ziqi and the others. Sima Lin agreed very quickly to Sima Yuyang's request and sent men out to spread the news, saying that Wei Ziqi and the others had already joined the Sima clan. Once word was spread, all those powers who wished to rope them in could only stamp their feet and wring their hands. However, thinking about how they had relations with Sima Yu, they could only sigh and lament that the Sima clan had really profited greatly this time. Many thanks to clan leader. You don't have to thanks us. Thinking about how the powers were not simple at all, she understood. Due to your grandfather's request, you are not written into our genealogical Grandfather has already told me about this. You just have to treat grandfather and the others well. She did not have much opinion about being written into the genealogical records or not. It was us who failed you all in the past. The clan will definitely compensate them. Many thanks to clan leader. Sima Lin could see Sima Yu's attitude as well, and he nodded his head satisfactorily, saying, your medical abilities must be exceptional since you managed to cure youngest uncle. I have something that I need your help in. What is it? Sima Lin glanced at Sima Yang and said, Yanger, head down first. Sima Yang retreated downstairs as Sima Lin went to a dark square and pushed it. A secret path appeared in front of Sima Yu. News of the upheaval happening in the Sima clan was spread. Sima Jun's wounds had been treated, and he recounted what really happened that year, and Sima Lai's family, who were initially the criminals, were washed completely clean of any crimes and were returning afresh to the Sima clan. That day, Sima Yu was hollering outside the Sima clan's main doors and even killed Sima Ku and Sima Yuze inside the Sima residence. Adding that onto her identity, everyone was even more curious about her and wondered how she had come from the Dongchen kingdom. Meanwhile, Sima Lin and Yu were walking into a secret route. As she walked down the path, she was unsure which part of the Sima residence she was currently at. After the two had walked for a little less than half an hour, they emerged from the secret pathway and entered a cave. We're here. Sima Yu followed behind him and entered the cave. A person lay on the stone bed and his body was turning while emitted light. Who is this? This is one of the clan leaders of the Sima clan. An old family ancestor? Sima Yu looked at the person with surprise. He didn't look to hold just any ordinary position. 3 years ago, when I went to the Dongchen kingdom, I was not yet the clan leader. The one who was clan leader at the time was him. Sima Lin said, at that time, we brought your grandfather and Sima Kai back, but halfway back, Sima Kai was in a coma because of his devil pet, and I don't know whether or not it was because of their contract, but he lost his life before he left the Sophia mountain range. I was wondering why I didn't see that guy. Sima Yu said. Sima Lin glanced at her and continued, when we returned home, we found out that something happened to the clan leader, but we didn't think too much about it. However, we never thought that he was actually tied up and carried home by someone. The clan tried to think of everything, but they were unable to heal him, and could not stop his life was slipping away. In the end, we could only use our family's secret arts to preserve his life. You want me to save him? Sima Yu asked. Sima Lin nodded his head, saying, the clan's doctors have said that there is no cure, but I believe that you may have a way to save him since you managed to heal youngest uncle. I want to examine him first. Sima Yu did not say this very willingly. Okay. Sima Yu walked over and examined the old clan leader carefully with an extremely solemn expression. Every single one of his meridians were broken along with his bones. More than half had shattered and his 5 bowels and 6 viscera were severely wounded. He was practically dead. His wounds were much more severe than by Yuan Chun's before. However, the most serious wounds were not the one on his body. How is he? Sima Lin asked from the side. Sima Yu sighed, saying, his wounds would be a guaranteed death sentence for anyone. Do you not have any way to save him either? Sima Lin still had a bit of hope in his heart. It's not that there's no way. Sima Yu said, it's just that the chance of success is not great. Then he has a chance. Sima Lin's heart lit up. Sima Yu shook her head, saying, his body is already paralyzed. It won't be an easy feat for him to recover. However, the most difficult part isn't this. Then what is it? His soul is close to extinguishing. In order to preserve his life, the soul has gone into a coma. Sima Yu said, if the soul is unable to awaken, it would be useless even if you were to treat his wounds. How certain are you? Sima Lin naturally knew how severe his wounds were and knew that there was only a small chance of healing him. If not, they would not have used the secret's arts. Not even half. Sima Yu replied, also, the cost is great. We'll need a lot of expensive pill ingredients. No matter what, we have to find out who did this to our Sima clan. Not just anyone can cause such harm to the clan leader. Sima Lin replied solemnly, we will settle the finding of pill ingredients. It's enough for you to treat him. Okay. Sima Yu replied. When they left the cave, he and Sima Yu returned to the same pathway. When they were back in the house, she wrote down the list of pill ingredients. Those numerous and tightly written names numbered to more than a few hundred to over 1,000. Aside from the few main ingredients, please collect as many of the others as possible. Sima Yu instructed. After 2 days, Sima Lin sent men to call for her. There was a group of elders waiting for her along with him. Sima Yu bowed to the few of them and saw that their expressions were ugly and asked, what's wrong? Of the main ingredients that you gave us, we completely lack 3 of them. Sima Lin said. You don't have them? Sima Yu was a bit confused. She had seen those pills in her pill books before. If they didn't exist, how would they appear in the book? We have everything except for the moon breath grass, sunset cloud flower and brown honey. An elder sitting at the side said. Sima Yu had already figured out by now that the group of people she had seen that time were the elders of the Sima clan. Most of them were seniors of the same generation as Sima Lin. All of those 3 are truly rare. Sima Yu said, however, it can't be that there's completely none of them, right? Have you all gone to look at the Xian Yuan Pavilion and the Alchemy Guild? We have. Another elder said, however, those at the Alchemy Guild said that it has been a long time since they have seen those 3 ingredients, so they don't have any existing stock. Since they have no existing stock, then they should go and look for it. Sima Yu said, the first two types of pill ingredients grow beside each other and if you have them, you have honey. At that time, you just have to look for the honey. We thought this way as well. Sima Lin said, that's why we plan to a sea area soon. We called you here together to draw those main ingredients so that the men we send know what to look for. The honey is easier to describe and is easier to recognize. However, the other two ingredients look similar to other herbs and are hard to differentiate. If you want to go, bring me alone. At that time, I can point it out. Sima Yu said. That place is too dangerous and your sacred beast friend is not around. It will be better for you to remain at home. Sima Lin was not agreeable, you just have to draw out what the pill ingredient looks like. If I wasn't needed, I wouldn't want to go and join in either. However, if we mix up those two ingredients, we won't be healing him but taking his life. Sima Yu said. If that's the case, then let him go. The most senior elder said, I will be going down myself with a group of men this time. We'll bring more people and should be able to guarantee his safety. Sima Yu saw their solemn expressions and asked, is that sea area not just a sea? What's so terrifying? Everyone present nodded, saying, the creatures who live on the sea area are more than the ones on land and they are also stronger. If you are not careful, you will end up at their bellies. That's scary? Sima Yu was curious. That's only natural. The senior elder said, its dangers are not comparable to the ones on Sophia mountain range and are much higher. It is because of this that a few pill ingredients that only grow in the sea area will only rarely appear on this continent. Now that you say it like this, I really want to go and take a look. Sima Yu said while touching her chin. Thus, it was decided that they would head out to sea with the eldest senior leading the group, followed by a spirit paragon, 10 spirit saints, 5 spirit overlords as well as 2 others, Sima Yu and Sima Yulan. Their date of departure was set to be 3 days later as they had to wait for Sima Yulan to come out of closed-door cultivation. Sima Yu understood that Sima Yulan was able to feel for the golden snake fruit's presence the last time and figured that someone with her talent was necessary to go with them and bringing her would definitely help. No wonder I hadn't seen her the entire time. I think that she began her closed-door cultivation after Bei Gong and the others met her. Sima Yu pondered. After that, Sima Yu went to a different house and told Wei Ziqi and the others that she was going to leave for a period of time. She also told them to look for Sima Yang if anything happened and that he would come to their aid. 3 days later, Sima Yulan came out of seclusion and the entire Sima clan was now ready and waiting. Within the team that was ready to leave, Sima Yu realized that there was an additional person. Why is he going as well? She asked in a small voice when she saw Sima Yulin, who just entered. Unexpectedly, Sima Yulin just happened to be walking over and heard what she said and actually stopped and said, the meeting is about to begin so I am coming along to practice. After he spoke, he continued to walk forward and came beside the eldest senior and said something to him. This guy is actually really good at concealing his aura. She got angry when she thought about how the other party actually got so close before she realized it. Sima Yulan walked over and said, Big brother Yulin began learning how to conceal his aura since he was young. That's why he had already able to penetrate into his ribs. Sima Yu turned around and nodded at Sima Yulan. She remained pretty much the same as she was 3 years ago. She didn't even grow that much bigger and her growth was apparently slower than the others. Thank you for the medicine you gave me 3 years ago. Sima Yu said. At that time, I was merely stunned when I saw that you were so determined despite having such severe wounds. Sima Yulan's smile was pure and it seemed as if the slight arrogance that she possessed 3 years ago was polished away. No matter what, I still want to thank you. Sima Yu said. Honestly speaking, although I was moved by you back then, I never thought that you would succeed. That's why I went into seclusion when I felt like it was time to break through. Sima Yulan said, I never thought that the family would have gone through such a huge change when I came out. However, I'm glad that you all have managed to return. These two did not engage in any huge conflict 3 years ago, so now that they were a family, they were able to disregard whatever was said back then. Fifth bro, I heard that guy Yu Yang say that the sea area is fraught with peril. You have to take care of yourself. If anything happens, don't rush to the front, understand? Sima Yulu and the others came to send her off and were afraid that she would charge to the front excitedly, so they nagged and nagged at her. Sima Yu just nodded at everything and promised that she wouldn't charge to the front. It was only when the eldest senior said that they were moving off that she and Sima Yulan went up the flying spirit beast together. Anyang City was northeast of the central Chu kingdom. The coastline was not far and most of the flying beasts reached there with just a few days of flying. An city was just a few letters off from Anyang City but the difference was like night and day. This An city was not even half the size of Anyang City and there were also a lot less people. Most of the people here made a living off of fishing. At the dock of Anyang City, the Sima clan's boat was already prepared. It was 100 meters long and 10 meters tall. It was said to be the Sima clan's largest boat. Once the group went up, the boat began to leave the coast and head towards the direction of the deep sea. This was not the first time that Sima Yu had sat on a boat. In her previous life, he had secretly possessed a little vessel that she bought using a different identity, with the money she made by being an assassin. The fish here are really big. Sima Yu sighed as she lay on the banister and saw a 1-meter-long fish that was just lying there. The ones here are relatively small. Sima Yulan stood on the deck with her and said as she looked at the fish in the sea, the fishes here are normal. The ones in the deep sea have much longer bodies. When you see the fish who look like mountains, don't be surprised. Sima Yu's eyes shone as she asked, they're as big as mountains? How is the quality of their meat? Is it tasty? 3 black lines appeared on Sima Yulan's forehead as she said rather speechlessly, sea creatures that are that big will naturally be really strong. Not many people have been able to eat their meat. Sima Yu touched her chin as she thought to herself that she definitely had to find an opportunity to try it. The sea spirit beasts use spiritual chi to cleanse their bodies, so there's no need to mention the quality of their meat. Sima Yulin walked over and said lightly. Sima Yu and Sima Yulan were a bit surprised that Sima Yulin had come over to chat with them. Wasn't he someone who hated this kind of things? What was he doing here now? Is it raining red rain now? Sima Yu looked up and said, no it isn't, how strange. Sima Yulin glared at Sima Yu. This guy really deserved a beating. He was already standing at the deck when Sima Yu was showing an interest in the fish. He had not initially planned to participate in the conversation to begin with. However, when he saw the way Sima Yu's eyes lit up, he unknowingly walked over to comment about what she said. Those sea creatures are quite powerful. Even if it's us, we can't randomly disturb them. He warned, it is best not to act blindly without thinking although you are interested in them. I'll do my best. Sima Yu nodded. This was her first time coming to the sea area, so she naturally would not act rashly. A place like this, where even those spirit paragons were wary of, was definitely fraught with peril. Yulin, every time I hear this name, I will think of Yuling. Sima Yu said in a small voice. However, her voice was apparently not soft enough as the 2 people beside her heard it. Seeing that the calm on Sima Yulin's face was gone and his mouth was pursed, Sima Yulan could not help but snicker secretly. Seeing his unstable appearance, Sima Yu was satisfied. Right, I came to recognize the herb, Yulin came to lend us his powers, so Yulan, why did you come as well? Didn't they say that this place is dangerous? It's because Yulan's talent allows her to be sensitive towards treasures. Sima Yulin said. A talent that allows her to feel for treasures? Sima Yu's eyes grew large as she stared at Sima Yulan, appraising her. It is said that our deceased grandfather had a spirit beast's bloodline. However, nobody took notice of it before because nobody showed this before. Has the spirit beast bloodline awakened in Yulan's body? Sima Yu asked. Sima Yulan nodded. Sima Yu was thinking of saying something more when she felt a sense of danger and turned around to face the sea. A sea creature is approaching. The eldest senior's voice carried over from the room on the highest floor. Those spirit overlords appeared on deck very quickly. Sima Yu looked towards the sea and saw that the waves appeared calm, however, a dangerous aura was approaching from beneath the waters. G-. A high-pitched cry was heard as a few tens of fish appeared on the surface of the water. Swordfish. There are so many swordfish. Even the weakest one is a saint beast. All those at the front are divine beasts. All those on board who saw the school of fish were all discussing heavily. However, they weren't surprised. It was as if it wasn't their first time encountering this kind of situation. Sima Yu was quite curious when she saw the school of swordfish. She wondered how powerful the spirit beasts in the water were. The front of the swordfish is extremely sharp. Do not let them come close to the ship. Sima Yulin ordered. They began to attack the swordfish that came close to the river and a column of water would shoot out from their mouths. Those spirit overlords quickly used their spirit arts to reflect it back, dispersing the columns of water midair and sending them back into the water. Sima Yu participated in the battle as well and directed her spirit attacks to those swordfish, especially to their piercing attacks. It was one shot one hit for her. Many swordfishes had their sword noses broken and fresh blood stained the sea. Those 2 saint beasts are coming close to the boat. Someone shouted. Humph. 2 spirit saints flew into the air with a grunt as they began to battle the 2 saint beasts. Those 2 spirit beasts were merely at rank 1 or 2, so their strength was roughly equal to a 3rd or 4th ranked spirit saints. However, those 2 spirit saints were already 5th rank. That's why they were able to battle them. Sima Yu watched the battle carefully from the deck. When it just started, she had no idea how sea beasts could be stronger than the beasts on land. However, she found out later that it was the sea waters that protected the beasts, weakening any attacks on them to a certain degree. She called Little Rock out and ordered, go and catch 2 swordfish for me. Oh, it will be best if they're both saint rank. Yes, master. Little Rock acknowledged as he spread his wings and aimed to catch one of the swordfish. 4-winged rock. Quite a few people recognized Little Rock the moment they saw him. Saint beast. It's really a saint beast. This is young master Yu's contracted beast. Isn't young master's contracted beast that saint-ranked fox? He has 2 saint-ranked beasts. Even young master Yulin only has 2 saint-ranked beasts, right? So he does as well. Chirp chirp dash. Little Rock flew on top of the swordfish and swooped down. He was quick and was merely a blur as he flashed in front of everyone's eyes and caught the saint-ranked swordfish. Plop dash. Little Rock's 2 talons were as hard as steel. Using just a bit of strength, he cut the swordfish that was struggling with all its might into 2. He threw the swordfish onto the deck and was prepared to catch another when he realized they were already at the shallow waters. Master, I'm sorry but I only managed to catch 1. Little Rock apologized. Sima Yu waved her hand and said, no worries, this one is enough to eat. Sima Yulan walked over and said when she saw the swordfish at the side, do you really want to eat this? Of course. Sima Yu nodded her head extremely seriously, saying, "Didn't Yu Lin say just now that the flavor of the sea beasts were tantalizing? Furthermore, their meat is so full of spiritual qi. If we eat it, it'll definitely fill us with strength. How do you plan to cook it then?" Sima Yulan asked. Sima Yu took out her pots and pans and such, saying, "Bake some, boil some into soup, roast some and add some pickled vegetables and turn it into broth. All are possible." Everyone there heard her speak with such detail and knew she was definitely a foodie. This thought was solidified even further when they saw how tidy her cooking tools were. Sima Yulan was also shocked by this guy Sima Yu, touching things here and there as she asked, "Do you always bring these things with you?" "Of course." Sima Yu stored the fish meat away satisfactorily, saying, "After you took away my grandfather and the others, I went to the Sophia mountain range 3 months later. I lived there for over 2 years, so I'm naturally ready. But spirit masters don't need to eat." Sima Yulan replied. "I'm used to it. I feel like I'm missing something whenever I don't eat." Sima Yu shrugged. Sima Yulin SW those cooking utensils and such and realized that it was not the usual wares and asked, "Are all these spirit tools?" "That's right, they're all made by Fatty." Sima Yu said, "That guy was just learning how to make spirit tools and wanted to practice, so I let him make these for him. However, don't make light of these things. The things that this spirit tool can make is a lot tastier than what your average tools can." Everyone was completely speechless when they heard what she said. She was probably the only one who would think of using spirit tools to cook food. Furthermore, that Fatty would probably be the only armament master who would be willing to make spirit tools for cooking. Who asked him to like eating so much? Inside the spirit pagoda, Little Roar was insisting on being let out because he knew that Sima Yu was cooking outside. It had been such a long time since Sima Yu had cooked for everyone. When she saw Little Roar, Sima Yulan's heart filled with fear as she thought of the time where they were in Dongchen Kingdom and he had shouted loudly that he was going to exterminate the 6-toed devil mouse. However, the fear quickly left her because she realized that he was a rogue with no principles. Yu, hurry up, I'm going to starve to death." He lay on Sima Yu's shoulders as his eyes stared directly at the swordfish in her hand. Dash. Sima Yulan looked at Little Roar with amusement. At his level, he could not feel hungry at all, but he actually said he was going to starve to death. How funny. Sima Yulin looked at Little Roar and realized that he could not see his original body at all. He could only feel that he was really strong, but also that he had no battle power. Yu, what kind of contracted beast is this? If he didn't know, he could just ask and find out the reason. He held fast to this principle. Little Roar? Sima Yu glanced at the Little Roar whose saliva was almost dripping out, saying, "It's just a lazy beast who only knows how to eat without working." She did not fully trust him, so she naturally would not tell him about Little Roar's identity. Even though Sima Yulan saw at that time, she did not know what he was either. She quickly finished up the swordfish and turned a portion of it into swordfish soup, steamed another portion and fried the rest. She even roasted a few and a fragrance wafted from the table very quickly. She asked Sima Yulan and the other guy to eat with her and forgot about those guards and stuff. She did not have enough energy to cook for 10 over people. Besides, those people on the boat usually went back to their houses after traveling. The taste is great. She drank a mouthful of fish soup and realized that the taste of the sea beasts was really fresh and could not help but close her eyes in appreciation. Sima Yulin tried a mouthful as well and his actions were elegant. It was as if eating was something extremely sophisticated and was vastly different from the way Sima Yu wolfed down the food. Delicious. Although he did not have any requirements for his food, he was still taken in by the delicious food in his mouth. So particular even when eating. I really want to see what you will look like when you rage. Sima Yu could not help but mutter in a small voice when she saw the high and lofty way he was acting. Sima Yulan had never eaten anything as delicious as this and wiped out all the food on the table together with Sima Yu and Little Roar. However, at the end, Sima Yu realized that although Sima Yulin appeared to be eating very pristinely, his speed was not slow at all. At the end he didn't eat any less fish fins than they did. They met quite a few sea beasts along the way, then they entered the sea area again where the ranks of the sea beasts were higher. When they were about to reach the small island, even another elder had to act. The one who had the biggest gains on this journey was still Sima Yu. Most people would, at most, kill those sea beasts that they met and throw their carcass into the sea. She, however, would always get Little Rock to catch more than a few sea beasts to keep for ingredients later. Of course, Sima Yulin and the others also got to eat quite a bit of delicacies. We'll reach in about half a day's time. Sima Yulan said while eating some roast meat. Sima Yu was glad. She had already been traveling for a good half of the month and only saw the vast sea every day. She was inexplicably bored and the new experience had long gone dull. Which island are we going to? Forgotten Misery Island. Sima Yulan said, that's the biggest island that we can head to right now. There are many precious pill ingredients it's just that it's very dangerous and there are many saint beasts. Is there moon breath grass and sunset cloud flower? Sima Yu asked. These were the most important, if not they would have completely wasted their time. Sima Yulan nodded, saying, the people from the Xian Yuan Pavilion said that some people who picked the moon breath grass picked it from the Forgotten Misery Island. That'll be great if it were the case. Half a day later, they arrived at their destination and came to Forgotten Misery Island. Sima Yu stared open-mouthed at the island, saying blankly, what kind of island is this? It's almost a small continent, okay? The eldest senior stood beside her, saying, "This island is small in comparison to the entire sea. If you go in deeper, there are even bigger islands." "Just how vast is this sea area?" Sima Yu sighed. "Nobody knows." The eldest senior said, "Nobody has even traveled across the entire ocean. Not sure if it's because it's too dangerous or because time was not enough." Sima Yu understood. This must be an enormous ocean if they didn't have enough time. It's easier said than done to find the moon breath grass and the sunset cloud flower in a place as big as this. A guard lamented. Sima Yu was also thinking about this problem at this moment. "No need to worry. We have found the person who had found the moon breath flower before, and he drew a sketch for us that roughly showed where he got that moon breath grass from that time." The eldest senior said, "Furthermore, Yulan has also smelled the box that contained the moon breath grass. If we encounter it, she will definitely be able to find its position." Cough cough dash. Sima Yu suddenly thought of what she shouldn't have thought of when she heard what the eldest senior said. She wanted to laugh, but it was not the right time to laugh out loud and could only smirk. Sima Yulan gave her a smack, glaring daggers at her huffily. "Didn't I not say anything?" Sima Yu could not hold it in anymore and laughed out loud. "You still dare to laugh?" Sima Yulan immediately shot after Sima Yu, who broke out into a run. Sima Yulin watched them mess around and suddenly said, "Somebody's here." Sima Yu and Sima Yulan stopped as everyone turned to look at Sima Yulin, asking, "Somebody's here?" Sima Yulin walked over to a boulder somewhere as Sima Yu and Sima Yulan followed him. They saw that there was a pile of firewood that had been burning as well as some torn clothes. The blood on it was 2 or 3 days old. "There really was someone, I wonder who it was," Sima Yulan said. "Looks like it was a single person. I wonder who's so daring that they dare to live alone on this island," Sima Yulin said. "Who knows, we might be able to encounter him," Sima Yu said. "Who knows?" Sima Yulan said, "When that time comes, I definitely have to see what kind of deity dares to live on his own. Let's go, eldest senior has made arrangements." Sima Yu and the others returned and told the eldest senior what had happened. After pondering about it for a moment, he said, "Maybe someone is stuck on the island. If we encounter him, we can see whether or not he wants to leave with us." "Understood. It's still early now, let's go inside and take a walk," the eldest senior said. They left 10 guards behind to take care of the ship as everyone else followed them onto the island. It was peaceful from the beginning. Maybe it was because they were still at the periphery of the island, so they did not meet too many amphibian sea beasts. However, everyone kept their guard up. "Let's set up camp here for tonight," eldest senior said. This was the bottom of a mountain and the terrain was rather spacious and suitable for setting up camp. The guards all began to set up camp. Even Sima Yulin and Sima Yulan set up their own tents, without the arrogance of the average young lord or lady. The curtain of the night quickly descended as the group sat in front of their campfire and chatted to pass the time. A wood dash. A wolf's cry carried from the outside and everyone stood up in shock. "There are actually wolves here?" "Not a wolf, it's someone's voice," Sima Yu said. "It's really someone's voice." The guard listened again and this wail was not specialized, and really sounded like someone calling out. "Do we take a look or not?" someone asked. "Young Master Yulin, take a few people with you and check it out," the eldest senior said. "Okay." Sima Yulin nodded and called a few of them and left. Sima Yu was part of the group and looked at Sima Yulin with dissatisfaction, saying, "I'm so weak, why did you call me to go?" Sima Yulin turned around and glanced at her saying, "I will protect you." Sima Yu was stunned. This guy actually said that he would protect her? Apart from grandfather, her brothers, Wei Ziqi and the others, nobody had ever said they would protect her before. Seeing that Sima Yu was stunned into silence, Sima Yulin merely turned his head back, his mouth turning up at the corners. He realized that he couldn't use force with this guy. The more you pressured him, the more he retaliated. If he wanted to get along peacefully, he could only use this kind of method. However, seeing his reaction really showed that his method was effective. They stood on the peak of the mountain and saw someone being chased by a group of amphibian sea beasts on another hill. The man who was being chased started to run over here. Why is he not just flying up and escaping these spirit beasts directly? Sima Yu didn't understand. There are restrictions on this island, so you're not allowed to fly into the sky, Sima Yulin replied. Seeing the silhouette coming closer and closer, he cried out in surprise, "It's him." Sima Yu looked at the silhouette that had already received multiple wounds and asked, "You know him?" Sima Yulin nodded his head, however, it seemed as if he didn't have a good impression of this guy. When the other party saw that there were people on the mountain top, he changed the direction he was running and ran towards them. When he saw Sima Yulin clearly, he laughed loudly, "Heaven is helping me, brother Yulin, save me." Sima Yu looked at the person who could still laugh in this kind of situation and her first thought that this guy was a bit carefree and unreliable. Although Sima Yulin didn't really like this guy, he still said to the guards with him, "Go and defeat those spirit beasts." The guards charged down to battle those spirit beasts as that person proudly chased after them to kill them as well. "Who is he?" Sima Yu asked again. "Xian Yuan Pavilion's little pavilion owner, Jun Lin," Sima Yulin replied. Previous chapter. Next. Xian Yuan Pavilion's young master? Why would he be here alone? Sima Yu asked as she looked at the person who was chased by the wolves. "That guy is always running around outside all day. Even the people in the Xianyuan pavilion don't know where he is. Recently, he's been gone for so long. Who knew that he would actually be here? Sima Yulin said. Junlin ran over to Sima Yulin while calling out, a woo dash, and stopped in front of them. He held on to his neck and said, Brother Yulin, I actually bumped into you here. We have such fate. You all must have taken a boat here, right? Bring me with you when you leave. I've already been on this godforsaken island for half a year and I'll turn into a savage if I don't go back soon. Dash. Sima Yu looked at Junlin who was being so unreasonable with such enthusiasm and looked also at Sima Yulin who was having a hard time keeping a straight face, and immediately laughed out loud. Junlin looked at Sima Yu and realized that she was a Sima clansman he had never seen before and asked, Brother? Are you a Sima clansman? I've never seen you. I just returned to the Sima clan. Sima Yu replied. Ah, I see. No wonder I've never seen you. What are you doing with a black fox? Be careful or he'll teach you the wrong things. Junlin said. Sima Yu now knew why Sima Yulin didn't like him. Who would like being called a black-hearted fox? Little brother, what's your name? What are you all doing here? Junlin came beside Sima Yu and naturally held onto her shoulders familiarly and asked. Sima Yu swatted his hand down and replied, I'm called Sima Yu. Aren't you the Xianyuan pavilion's young owner? What are you doing here alone? The smile on Junlin's face fell immediately when he was asked this and said, I made a bet with them and I lost. I staked that I would stay here alone for 3 months and in the end, my ship was ravaged by sea beasts. Furthermore, I didn't have any flying spirit beast, so I could only stay here and wait to see if there was any way I could get out of here and say bon voyage. 3 months later, I finally met some people. You stayed here alone for half a year? Sima Yu looked at this guy with shock. Wasn't this place extremely dangerous? He must be super powerful if he managed to live here alone for half a year. It was as Sima Yulin knew what she was thinking as he said, it's not that he's really powerful. It's that his ability to escape is first class. Ability to escape is first class? Sima Yu looked at Junlin. Just now, she saw that he truly was very quick as he was running. I wonder how many powers he has harmed, but he has never been caught no matter how many chase after him. Sima Yuli said. Really? Sima Yu asked. It was as if Junlin was taking this criticism and turning it into praise as he slapped his chest and said proudly, of course, at that time, they dispatched quite a few spirit paragons as well as a spirit saint to chase after me, but I escaped all of them. So powerful. Of course. Junlin held Sima Yu's shoulders again, saying, in the future, when you hand out with Big Brother, I will guarantee you will have this kind of speed. What kind of people did you aggravate that they would even chase after the young master of the Xianyuan pavilion? Sima Yu said, if I mix with you, I'd probably have to run for my life within 2 days. Sima Yulin saw that Sima Yu was interested in Junlin at the beginning and was afraid that he would be cheated by Junlin. However, he relaxed once he heard what he said. Seeing that the guards had already cleaned up those sea beasts, he said, let's go back. Eldest Senior is still waiting for us. Okay. Eldest Senior came as well? Haha, then it must be really safe. I want to come as well. Junlin came along on his own initiative. When they went back, Eldest Senior was quite surprised when he saw Junlin return with them. After hearing the troubles he went through, he said, then you can follow us first. When we go back, we'll take you with us. Many thanks to Eldest Senior. Junlin was beaming as he bowed. Sima Yu came beside Sima Yulan and asked, I feel as if Yulin doesn't really like that young pavilion master, do you know why? Sima Yulan pursed her lips as she whispered into Sima Yu's ear, saying, the first time that they met, Junlin was drunk and thought Big Brother Yulin was a girl and took liberties with him. Dash. Sima Yu was currently drinking some fruit wine and spurted everything out when she heard what Yulan said. You mean that Yulin has been violated by Junlin? She stared at Sima Yulan with wide eyes. That's right. Sima Yulan nodded as she said while smiling happily, you have no idea, but at that time, Big Brother Yulin's face was extremely black and beat him up. From then on, he always has on a bad expression whenever he sees him. Sima Yu touched her chin and she could picture what had gone down. That male who always appeared so elegant and noble was actually violated by someone who thought that he was female. It was such a pity that she didn't see it firsthand. Oh right, do you know what kind of influence the Xianyuan pavilion has? Sima Yu asked, it looks like it's more awesome than those first-ranked powers. Of course. Sima Yulan did not have much guard up against Sima Yu and told her everything that she knew. I heard that the power backing Xianyuan pavilion isn't from the Yilin continent, so even the royal family is wary of offending them. For a power like our clan, we naturally know a bit as well. So this is the case, don't you have the blue card of the Xianyuan pavilion? Could it be that you don't understand what kind of organization it is? Sima Yu smiled and said, at that time, I just came out of the Dongchen kingdom so I had no idea what kind of powers there were. How would I know what kind of organization it was? How did you get the blue card? I just took some pills and got them to auction it. I also sold a pill method to them, then they gave it to me. Just like that? Sima Yulan looked at her with disbelief. He managed to get the Xianyuan's blue card just like that? That pill method must not be that simple. Junlin had Sima Yulan's shout of surprise and came over, saying, most people are not able to get our card just by selling a pill method. It's okay. Sima Yu didn't say what kind of pill it was, but she felt that she wouldn't be able to hide it from Junlin. He could find out just by going back and asking. Rest well tonight. We'll enter the island tomorrow to look for the moon breath grass. Eldest senior returned to his tent after he spoke. I'm going back to rest, good night. Sima Yu stood up to leave as well. Sima Yulin bade his good night as well as he returned to his own tent. Junlin touched his chin as his eyes flashed. Able to get a blue card just by selling a pill method. I really want to know what he sold, but I will know just by going back. This guy really isn't simple. Previous chapter. On the morning of the second day, the group finished packing up. The eldest senior split them into 3 teams and got everyone to start looking. Before they left, Sima Yu drew out the appearance of the moon breath grass and the sunset cloud lower and told them about the distinctive trait of the honey. She told them to report back once they had any leads and trails. The 3 group immediately set off as Sima Yu, Sima Yulan and Sima Yulin naturally followed the eldest senior, while Junlin was added on as well. Apart from that, there were 4 more guards following them. They had not gotten far before there was a rustling sound of something getting out of its den. There's movement. Eldest senior stopped and looked towards the front, saying, Young master, can you settle it on your own? Sima Yulin closed his eyes and sensed around before nodding and replying, I can. So, everyone else just stood where they were without moving while Sima Yulin went to the front on his own. He concentrated his aura and shot in front, releasing a white ray of light into the grass that was as tall as a person. Giant green crocodile. A guard shouted out in surprise when he saw what the spirit beasts looked like before exclaiming, so many of them. Sima Yu glanced over at it. Those crocodiles were not that high in rank, so it wasn't too dangerous even though there were many of them. Sima Yulin defeated 10 over crocodiles on his own. He constantly moved around in the center of the group of crocodiles and was extremely fast. The sword in his hand was incomparably sharp, claiming the lives of these crocodiles. You can do it, young master. The guard saw Sima Yulin's powerful battle abilities and cried out excitedly. This was the first time that Sima Yu had seen Sima Yulin act. His attacks were ruthless and not a single strike was wasted. It was like firing blindly with one-shot one-kill accuracy. He has such powerful battle strength. Looks like he places much emphasis on combat, not like those usual pampered little lords and misses. Sima Yulin cleaned off those crocodiles very quickly without sustaining a single injury. Not bad. Eldest senior nodded his head with praise. With your current strength, you would not have any problems if you met with any other clansman your generation. Yulin walked over and kept the sword in his hand, replying, I don't feel that it's that certain. As I become stronger, so do the others. Especially for that Nalan Jia. He always gives me an unfathomable and impenetrable feeling. Nalan Jia has truly gotten much opportunities. Furthermore, it's been a long time since anybody on the outside has gotten a grasp of his current abilities. Every clansman is extremely curious about what his current rank is. Eldest senior said. I feel that he will be the greatest opponent in this meeting. Yulin ascertained, that's why I still have to continue to improve or else I will be beaten by him. What meeting? Sima Yu asked. Junlin looked at Sima Yu and asked, you actually don't know about the meeting? Sima Yu shook her head, saying, I just got here and haven't heard anyone talk about any meeting. What kind of meeting is it? That's the one meeting where every single power competes with each other. They will compare with each other at every level to determine the position of the powers. Yulan explained, if a first-ranked power is defeated, he might become a second-ranked power. Furthermore, those lower in rank can challenge a higher rank. If they win, they can increase their position. I got it. So you're saying that this meeting is a battle of power for position. Sima Yu said, that Nalan Jia. Looks like he really does have some ability. That goes without saying. He was already a 4th-ranked spirit overlord 1 year ago. Now that a year has already passed, his growth in power would definitely have been even faster. Junlin said, if we wait another 2 years, he might even become a spirit saint. Big brother Yulin is very powerful as well. Sima Yulan said, I believe that big brother Yulin will definitely be able to defeat Nalan Jia. Your pretty big brother is definitely quite powerful. Junlin said, just now, he actually didn't display his rank, and it looks like he didn't reveal his true strength. I actually couldn't tell what rank he was, how weird. Sima Yu looked weirdly at him without saying anything. She kept the crocodile carcasses away and they continued to explore outwards. The 3 teams searched for an entire day but they were neither able to find the moon breath grass nor the sunset cloud flower. But they were not discouraged since there was no way something like this would be easy to find. When night came, Sima Yu was alone on the mountain top practicing her soul arts. Most of the camp was resting at the bottom of the mountain. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and asked, Big brother Yulin, why are you hiding behind the tree? Sima Yulin came out from behind the big tree and said, I saw that you came out alone and was afraid that you might be in danger. Eldest senior and the others are all below, what dangers could there be? Sima Yu turned around and asked. Sima Yulin walked over and looked at the moon shining overhead and said, your perception abilities are sharp. You actually knew I was over there. So. Sima Yu said, your ability to conceal your aura is strong. If you didn't encounter me, most people wouldn't be able to detect you. Are you praising me or yourself? Sima Yulin smiled as he spoke, as he came and sat beside her. Both of us. Sima Yu looked at his smirk and muttered to herself, this guy is really attractive. It's no wonder Junlin would treat him as a woman and assault him. It was such a pity to not have wine on an occasion where she was moon-gazing with a pretty boy, so she took out 2 jars of wine and offered one to Sima Yulin. They clinked their jars together and took a swig. Do you know that I've always been curious about you? Sima Yulin took the wine jar and said while looking at Sima Yu. Curious towards me? Sima Yu was confused. I knew about you 3 years ago. Sima Yulin said, Yulan came back and told me about all that happened that day and said that she was moved by you. Your burning desire to protect your family caused her heart to feel unsettled for so long. She told me that day, in order to come along with your grandfather and the others, you even battled my grandfather on mental abilities. At that time, I had the feeling that I would be blessed if I were your family. Sima Yu did not follow up, she just listened to him silently. Actually, the golden snake fruit was already in your hands at that time, right? Sima Yulin was asking her, but his tone was certain. Why do you think so? Sima Yu raised her eyebrows. At that time, you spoke with such confidence. That you would obtain the golden snake fruit within 3 years. Unless you already had it, there's no way you would have the confidence that you would definitely get it. Sima Yulin explained. Sima Yu smiled and didn't refute it. Meanwhile, she thought that this guy was smart. You want to protect your grandfather and the others while I want to protect the Sima clan. After a long moment passed, Sima Yulin continued, if we fail this time, it won't be something as simple as falling from a first-ranked power to a second-ranked power. We could be exterminated by other powers. I don't understand the workings of all you great powers. Sima Yu said, I don't have too much interest in these things either. Even if you told me, I wouldn't understand the twists and turns. Sima Yulin lost his smile, saying, I can see that you have no interest in these things. Then why are you telling me these things? Sima Yu didn't understand. Sima Yulin looked at her and said with all seriousness, I want to ask you to help me. Previous chapter. Sima Yu was stunned when she heard what Sima Yulin said and immediately smiled, saying, how would I be able to help you? You're so powerful and you have the backing of the Sima clan. Sima Yulin shook his head, saying, my gut tells me that you can help me. So confident? Sima Yu said. My perception has always been acute. It saved me on many occasions. Sima Yulin said. How do you want me to help you? Sima Yu asked. I know that your movement arts are more powerful than mine. I want you to teach me. Sima Yulin just spoke his thoughts directly. Just this? Sima Yu looked at Sima Yulin. He came to find her just because of this? She had thought that he had uncovered some of her secrets. Just this. Sima Yulin said, if I can improve my movement arts just by a step, my battle abilities would increase by that step. Are you willing to teach me? I can't teach you, but I can give you the book that taught me this art. Sima Yu said. Thank you. Don't thank me yet, we still don't know if it will be useful. This night, the two of them continued to sit on the mountaintop, discussing under the moonlight about different methods of chi. After the two exchanged pointers, Sima Yu let her guard down. The main point of her assassin chi allowed her to blend in with her entire surroundings while Sima Yulin's main point of his chi was an inward style. It sucked the chi back into one's body, and they were the complete opposite of each other. As a result, Sima Yulin found a style that suited him based on Sima Yu's method and managed to perfect his method of concealing his chi. As the sun rose from the east, Sima Yu quietly watched the sun rise overhead. She felt its warmth on her body along with the emotions of all living things on the earth and she slowly let herself blend into it. Sima Yulin was immersed in his cultivation and suddenly realized he could no longer feel Sima Yu's aura. He turned his head in surprise and only let release a breath when he saw him sitting beside him. At the same time, he exclaimed in his heart, he's clearly right beside me but I can't feel his aura. His aura concealment method is actually at a higher level than mine. He felt that Yu was already one with the earth and had spread out his aura. It was as if he had realized something and did not bother him. He began to work on his own method once again. He has blended his aura into the environment while my aura is kept within. I have to let myself turn into the dust in the atmosphere. He slowly closed his eyes as his aura disappeared as well. It was as if he had become just a speck of dust in the atmosphere. As such, the aura that he released was much weaker. If he was standing in front of someone right now, he would definitely be able to assassinate them. The Sima clansmen did not disturb them, but continued to search nearby for the moon breath grass in the center of the mountain. When it was afternoon, Sima Yu finally woke up. She prepared to say something to Sima Yulin when she realized that he wasn't beside her. Boom dash. Sima Yulin was currently battling with a python not far from where she was. The python was already almost at saint rank, and its strength was equal to a low-ranked spirit saint. She saw that the ground near the place that she was sitting had all been flattened. It was probably that the python was already extremely close to them, but Sima Yulin did not want to disturb her in the midst of her contemplation and battled the snake further off. Sima Yulin was not the python's opponent, but he did not call out his spirit beast and was constantly challenging his limit. Sima Yu stood at the mountain top and did not go to help him. She knew that he didn't need it. After a tough battle, Sima Yulin finally killed the python. However, he had been injured as well and was unable to stand. His sword was stuck in the earth, supporting his weight. Sima Yu went over, took out a pill that would dispel the poison and handed it to him. The medicine you have is useless in treating the python's poison. Sima Yulin ate the pill before sitting down to activate the pill in him. Sima Yu walked over and cleaned the python up, taking out a pot to make snake stew. Sima Yulin waited until the poison had been completely cleansed from his body and opened his eyes to see Sima Yu reaching inside the pot to stir the contents with a ladle to prevent the insides from sticking to the pot. You really know how to cook anything. He walked over where Sima Yu had already set up a table and chairs. All these spirit beasts are delicious. Sima Yu replied matter-of-factly. Then, she glanced at Sima Yulin, saying, aren't you powerful? You're able to defeat a first-ranked divine beast just by your strength alone. However, you've wasted quite a lot of mental energy and spent your strength. At the end, you even got some poison wounds. Sima Yulin was as if struck by lightning as he asked her, how did I overcomplicate it? Sima Yu didn't keep it from him as she said while stirring the stew, you were in a life and death battle with the snake, not in a competition. Why did you take so much considerations? That's why your best method is not to kill it based on your strength, but to find the most effective method to take its life. I also attacked his weak spot. Sima Yulin said. Sima Yu shook her head, saying, although you attacked the weak spot at its 7 inches spot, since it got bigger, that would have gotten bigger as well. Your general direction was right, but you didn't manage to accurately get that point. Point? Sima Yulin looked at Sima Yu without comprehension, but he suddenly understood, saying, your meaning is that I have to find the precise point of its weakness, not just the general direction to gain dominance, right? Sima Yu did not refute him and continued, also, when you lack the strength, it's not wise to stand in front of it. When you were battling the python, if you had run behind it long ago, you would not have been poisoned by its fangs. When you lack the strength, the best method is to attack from behind. Sneaking an attack is always the best. Sima Yulin listened to Sima Yu's analysis and understood his weak point in his battle just now. Aside from needing to have strength in a battle, one's method was extremely important as well. Sima Yu did not carry on saying much more. She knew that Sima Yulin was a smart person and would understand her point. She cut straight to the point immediately. When the stew was ready, she took out 2 bowls while Little Roar cleaned out the remaining. Let's eat. She placed the snake stew in front of him while he was still contemplating. They had not finished eating the whole bowl of snake stew when a signal flare exploded in the sky. There's danger there. Sima Yulin recognized the emergency flare and stood up immediately. Sima Yu kept everything away and called out Little Rock, saying, take us there. This island had a rule that prevented one from flying in the sky. Only flying beasts were able to fly using their wings. Little Rock called out towards the sky and brought the 2 of them to the place where the signal flare had exploded. On the way there, they saw Eldest Senior and the others. Sima Yu let Little Rock take them with them and continued to fly. Far away, they heard the roar of a group of spirit beasts and it sounded like there were many of them. It looked like the Sima clansmen had not just encountered 1 or 2 spirit beasts. Sima Yu and the others sat on Little Rock and rushed towards that direction. Water lizard, giant green crocodile, black river horse. Why are there so many amphibian sea beasts? There are even land sea beasts. They're injured. Little Rock, hurry. Sima Yu said as she patted Little Rock on the back. 10th Elder is there as well. He's protecting those guards. Sima Yulan said. Call out the contracted beasts, let's go save them together. Little Rock arrived on the ground and placed everyone down as he charged into the battle first. Everyone called out their own contracted beasts and charged in, rescuing those inside. Sima Yu called out Yaguang and Thousand Resonance. Along with Little Rock, she had 3 divine beasts. This was the biggest troop, causing the Sima clansmen to be incomparably surprised. The 100 over spirit beasts were engaged in combat with the Sima clansmen. The divine beasts made up half of the numbers while there were not many saint beasts that were on par with the spirit paragons. However, they all died there. Little Rock was in midair and enjoyed exceptional advantages. That was why he was absolutely unrestrained by the sea beasts below even though he was not that powerful. Thousand Resonance released his 7 tails and each one slapped away a single spirit beast. With him at the head, they very quickly killed out an escape route for those in the center. 7-tailed fox. The Sima clansmen cried out in pleasant surprise when they saw that it was actually a 7-tailed spirit fox that had killed a way out for them. Whose spirit beast is that? Someone asked. Why do you care whose it is? The most important thing is to get out from this siege. Someone else said. Right. Let's quickly escape. With Thousand Resonance's strength, aside from those who had already died, everyone else escaped the siege. After which, Sima Yu let everyone get on Little Rock's back and took them out of there undeterred. The spirit beasts below had to watch them leave with open eyes as they called out relentlessly without any way of chasing after them. They could only divide up the few carcasses and gnaw at them. When the Sima clansmen sitting on Little Rock's back saw that not a bit remained of the comrades that they had gone through thick and thin with, their eyes turned red. Little Rock took them to a safe place before flying down. Everyone finally calmed down when they arrived here. How did you all end up encountering so many spirit beasts? Eldest Senior asked. We don't know either. In the beginning when we went, there were not that many spirit beasts. However, when we went there today, there were suddenly so many spirit beasts. Furthermore, they were all divine ranked. 10th Elder said. I smelled the sunset cloud flower when I was there just now. Sima Yulan said. Could it be that the sunset cloud flower had attracted those spirit beasts? Someone asked. It wouldn't. The sunset cloud flower is not that attractive to those spirit beasts. Sima Yu shook her head, it should be because of something else. Since there's the sunset cloud flower, there must be the moon breath grass nearby. Sima Yulin said. Sima Yu nodded, saying, therefore it should also have the brown bee. When this point was mentioned, her eyes lit up as she said, I know why those spirit beasts were there. You know the reason? Sima Yulan looked at Sima Yu and asked. That's right. If my guess isn't wrong, we have obtained something really good. Sima Yu said, 1,000 resonance, Yaguang, Little Rock, let's go. We'll go back to the place just now. After speaking, she took 1,000 resonance and Yaguang as they hopped on Little Rock's back. I'm going too. Sima Yulin hopped on as well. You all really want to go? Eldest senior looked at the two. Sima Yu nodded, saying, that's something really go. It will be gone if we're too late. You all can wait here for us to return. Little Rock, let's go. I want to go too. Sima Yulan called out. Sima Yu turned around and looked at her, saying, it's dangerous there. You don't know how to hide your aura. It's better for you to stay here. As she spoke, she patted Little Rock and he spread his wings and flew up. Eldest senior, are you really letting the two of them go? 10th senior asked. Eldest senior watched as their silhouettes got further and further away, saying, they're already gone. His point was that they had already left, so even if he didn't let them go, there was no other way. Eldest senior, will Big Brother and the others be in danger? Sima Yulan looked in the direction they had left in with worry. It should be no problem. Eldest senior said, young master understands the dangers, however, he still went without hesitation. It should be that he has enough confidence in Yu. That young master Yu was a lot more valiant than he appeared. 10th senior said, he has 3 contracted beasts that are divine ranked and even 1 white ball, whose strength we cannot perceive. With this kind of strength, even young master Yulin cannot compare. Sima Yulan had seen Little Roar's power and was a bit more calm when she heard them speak this way. If things did not go well, they could always sit on Little Rock and escape. At least their lives were not in danger. The clan is slowly declining. Maybe they will be able to turn the tables on their return. Eldest senior said faintly. Maybe the clan would change just because of him alone. Sima Yulin sat beside Sima Yu and could not help but ask when he saw her eyes shine, what kind of item is it that you would be so excited? Sima Yu laughed with a hee-hee, saying, it's a treasure that will cause the entire continent to tremble once we take it out. What treasure? I've said before that with the moon breath grass, there would be a sunset cloud flower. With the sunset cloud flower, there will be brown bee. Sima Yu said. You've said it before. Sima Yulin nodded. This is common knowledge to many. However, there is something that many don't know, which is that when the brown bee queen evolves, it turns into the scarlet queen bee, which is a paragon queen bee and every queen bee will listen to its orders. Sima Yu said excitedly. Then why will it attract the attention of the spirit beasts? Sima Yulin didn't understand. Because the scarlet bees that the scarlet queen bee gives birth to have the ability to increase one's inner spiritual chi as well as has medicinal value. Furthermore, the scarlet queen bee is very beneficial to spirit beasts since eating it will increase their strength. Sima Yu said. No wonder so many spirit beasts would be attracted. Once the brown bee turns into a scarlet bee, it is a lot more powerful and is at least of the divine rank. In the future, it can even turn into the level of a sacred beast. Most spirit beasts have no way of reaching it. Then are we not in any danger? Sima Yulin frowned. After it evolves, there is a short period of time where it will be very weak. At that time, we have to contract it. Otherwise, our plan will fail. Sima Yu was not worried at all. Even if we need to form a contract with it, we need a beast tamer master. We didn't take one with us this time. Sima Yulin was not happy at all. Sima Yu smiled without saying anything, which made Sima Yulin extremely surprised. You're a beast tamer master? He looked at her in shock, no wonder you have 3 divine beasts. How could you be so skillful if you weren't a beast tamer master? The more time he spent with Sima Yu, the more surprises he was given. He became less calm and collected the more he hung out with her. They came to the canyon that they were at the previous time and those spirit beasts were all still waiting at the canyon. On a big tree in the canyon, a beehive was currently releasing red rays. The rays were getting brighter as if it was going to shoot through the sky into heaven. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Sima Yu saw the white ray of light and said, we came just in time, she's just about to enter the evolution. Sima Yulin surveyed the surroundings and said, there are so many spirit beasts. It won't be easy to get close. Furthermore, that scarlet bee is inside the beehive, there will be many bees protecting her. Once it evolves into the scarlet queen bee, she will need to leave the beehive for a while and come outside to baptize herself in the earth, absorbing every drop of the evolution fluid. We just need to grasp that opportunity. Sima Yu was staring straight at that huge beehive, waiting for the red light rays to fade away. She hopped off Little Rock and said, 1,000 resonance, Yaguang, help me to hold off those spirit beasts. Just a moment will do. Those spirit beasts also began to move, rushing towards the beehive. Countless bees surged out and charged at those saint beasts. Although they were not powerful, they were willing to stake their life to protect their queen. As a group of bees died, another group of bees rushed out again, wave after wave. Sima Yu concealed her aura, using the blood in the canyon to conceal herself as she crept closer to the beehive. A damp and scarlet-colored bee was carried out and placed on the beehive, surrounded by many bees. She's out. Her heart was excited but that dense cluster of bees was giving her a bit of a headache. No matter how many bees died, that damn queen bee would not move. Peng dash. A burst of spirit power that was neither light nor heavy landed on the beehive, and with a sway, it landed on the ground. Buzz 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 dash. Those bees were infuriated as they left a few behind to protect the queen bee, and the others flew towards the perpetrator. Sima Yu glanced gratefully at Sima Yulin, then wrapped her palm with her spiritual chi. She then stretched forth a hand to catch the queen bee in her hand. The average bee was just the size of a section of a finger, but the bees here were the length of an entire finger. Furthermore, the scarlet queen bee was 1 foot long. The queen bee was still really damp as she used 2 hands to catch her. Buzz 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 dash. The brown bees saw that their queen was captured, and they all raged and charged straight at Sima Yu. Slap 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 dash. At the crucial point, Thousand Resonance rushed over and stood beside Sima Yu, using his 7 tails to beat down those brown bees. Thank you, Thousand Resonance. After Sima Yu finished speaking, she closed her eyes and began to contract that scarlet queen bee. Although the scarlet queen bee was quite weak, she was still aware of her surroundings. Her mental energy was powerful as well and wanted to reject Sima Yu's contract formation. However, no matter how hard she tried to resist, she was unable to defeat the power of the Imperial Beast Taming art. Adding on to that Sima Yu's terrifying mental energy, she was contracted at the end. You actually managed to retain your consciousness. Sima Yu could feel that the Scarlet Queen Bee had a very strong mental power and said to herself, if I don't contract her now and wait for her to regain her power, I'm afraid that she will be able to reject the contract. Since this is the case, I will contract you right now. Sima Yulin was currently battling the bees with much pain as each wave left him feeling overwhelmed when the contracting light suddenly lit up from within the canyon. It enveloped Sima Yu and the Scarlet Bee, then became 2 separate beams of light, inserting into space between the beast and man's eyebrows. Contract success. After that, 2 rays of light that signified an increase in rank flashed. Sima Yu had increased to a 5th rank Spirit Overlord. She had actually risen by 2 ranks. The Scarlet Queen Bee rose from 4th divine rank to 5th divine rank, giving Sima Yu a shock. She was actually a 4th ranked divine beast. If I didn't contract her right now, I'm afraid that nobody would ever be able to control her. Sima Yu gaped twice and gulped. Sima Yulin looked at the man and beast that had increased in rank. He never expected that he would actually successfully contract her. Where did this perverse genius pop up from? He actually managed to contact so many saint beasts. Since the Scarlet Queen Bee was weak, Sima Yu placed her inside the Spirit Pagoda. She called for Little Rock and hopped onto his back and picked Sima Yulin up. Then, she used her contracted abilities to retrieve Yaguang and Thousand Resonance into her contracted space. Then, she sat on Little Rock and flew off. When those brown bees saw that their queen had been taken away, they gave up on those spirit beasts and all chased after them. Sima Yu did not return directly to the camp but stayed at the mountain top. She took out a few pill ingredients and placed them on a stone, then she took out the Scarlet Queen Bee and placed her on those pill ingredients. The Scarlet Queen Bee looked weakly at Sima Yu, then began to absorb the pill ingredients as well as the spiritual chi from the heaven and earth. When Sima Yu saw this, she took out a basin that had some diluted soul fluid. She placed the Scarlet Queen Bee inside, then began to refine the pill ingredients. She extracted the essences of those ingredients and placed them in the basin as well. Sima Yulin watched as Sima Yu took out those pill ingredients and was shocked by her skill. After that, he watched as she placed the Queen Bee inside the soul fluid and guessed that the items must definitely be very expensive. He continued to observe the fluidity of her actions in refining the pill ingredients and guessed that she must definitely be an alchemist whose rank was not low at all. Alchemist, Beast Master Tamer. It's no wonder he obtained the Xian Yuan Pavilion's blue card. Sima Yulin muttered. He admitted in his heart that this youth was much more powerful than he had anticipated. It was lucky that the clan did not wrong a person with such talent. Or else, that person would regret it to his grave. He squatted down and looked at the Scarlet Queen Bee that was fluttering inside satisfactorily and asked, what does that do? She's just like a newborn baby right now. The more things she absorbs right now, the better her future will be. Sima Yu explained, all these pill ingredients are things that are beneficial for her. Buzz 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 dash, all those bees caught up and were on guard as they stared at the duo. Sima Yu looked at them and said, right now, I have already formed a contract with your queen. If you wish to stay with her then stay. If you don't want to, you can leave. Sima Yulin saw that those bees were infuriated, but since the situation had already come to this, they had no way to change it. They could only choose to remain at Sima Yu's side. How are you going to handle this many bees? Sima Yulin asked as he looked at the few thousand of brown bees. Look for a good place for them. Sima Yu said, however, I have to wait till the Scarlet Queen Bee gets better first. Scarlet Queen Bee welcomed the sun as she absorbed each drop of its essence. Sima Yu could feel as her power began to grow bit by bit. Especially her mental power, which went through a 180-degree change. As long as the circumstances were right, she would be able to grow to a terrifying height. After half an hour had passed, the Scarlet Queen Bee finally absorbed every bit of the soul fluid. With a hum of her wings, she flew out of the basin. Alright, done. Sima Yu kept the basin away and said, Scarlet Queen Bee, first take your bees and settle down somewhere. She kept all the bees away into the Spirit Pagoda. The environment there would be enough to attract them. She was not afraid that Sima Yulin would find out about her secret. She had enough power now in this world to protect her own items. These were also not her only trump cards. If anyone had any plans to hurt her, she would properly plan how to kill them. She also believed that Sima Yulin would not do this kind of things because he was a smart man. Previous chapter. Sima Yulin's face was actually extremely shocked when he saw the entire colony of bees disappear. However, he didn't ask anything and merely asked lightly, "Are we going back now?" "No." Sima Yu said, "We will wait. Then, we will go and look for the moon breath grass and sunset cloud flower. I hope that they haven't been eaten by those spirit beasts. Then we'll wait a bit more. Those spirit beasts should have all gone by then." Sima Yulin said. They waited on the mountain top for quite a long while before they sat on Little Rock and headed back to the canyon. The canyon was a complete mess. Those grass had long since been trampled flat and the trees had mostly been broken off in the middle. These were all results of the fight. Sima Yu looked in the canyon for quite a long while and finally found just one stalk of moon breath grass. That, however, the flower had been brown and was trampled to dust by the spirit beasts. What a pity. She lamented as she held that half-dead moon breath grass. "We'll explore a larger area and hope we can find some more," Sima Yulin said. "I know where to find those herbs you need," the Scarlet Queen Bee suddenly said. "You do? Where?" Sima Yu asked. "My colony comes out to harvest honey, so we definitely know where to find it," Scarlet Queen Bee said. "I'll let them take you there." Sima Yu called out a brown bee and it looked at her, saying, "I'll take you there." They all liked the place that Sima Yu had kept for them and all liked her now. Since Sima Yu had formed a contract with the Scarlet Queen Bee, she could naturally understand the bee's words. "Let's go, it'll take us to look to the moon breath grass and sunset cloud flower." She called Sima Yulin and they followed the brown bee outside the canyon. The brown bee brought them somewhere nearby that would have been difficult to find. They turned quite a few corners and finally entered another canyon. "There are many of those kinds of flowers you want," Brown Bee said. Sima Yu looked at the patch of moon breath grass as well as the sunset cloud flower that was swaying gently on an overhanging cliff and patted the brown bee, saying, "Thank you. So many moon breath grass without a bit of injury. Its maturity is even higher than the ones we saw," Sima Yulin said. "This place is hard to find and doesn't have any special treasures, so those spirit beasts would not usually come here," Brown Bee said. "Furthermore, you're not allowed to fly in the sky on this island, so even less spirit beasts come here. It's only us bees who come here to harvest honey. I've seen them fly in the sky in other parts of the island, so why can't you do it here?" Sima Yu asked. "No idea. Queen said before that a terrifying existence lives here. It seems that we cannot fly in the sky because of it." Brown Bee buzzed his wings as he replied. "A terrifying existence? Did Scarlet Queen Bee say what it was?" Sima Yu looked at Sima Yulin and told him about what the brown bee had told her. From the way he looked, it seemed as if he didn't know much about it either. "Nope. Queen only said that we are not to randomly fly around. We should only harvest honey quietly," Brown Bee said. "Alright, I understand." Sima Yu kept Brown Bee away and said, "Let's begin to pick the herbs." She handed a jade box to Sima Yulin and said, "Leave the moon breath grass to me, you go over to the sunset cloud flower, take it and put it in the box." Sima Yulin nodded, took the box and headed to the overhanging cliff over there. Sima Yu squatted down, took out a trowel and began to dig out the moon breath grass. The ones here were quite mature, filling her heart with joy. "There are no sea pill ingredients in the spirit pagoda, so I definitely have to harvest these ones well. Or else, there won't be any to use in the future if I need them." Sima Yulin took the box and returned very quickly and he helped Sima Yu dig for those moon breath grass. After the duo had successfully wiped out the entire area, they took Little Rock and rushed back. She suddenly felt a terrifying aura come from the bottom of the Forgotten Worry Island and all the flying creatures on the island all suddenly escaped. Those birds all flew into the air. Sima Yu and Sima Yulin exchanged glances and got Little Rock to fly even quicker. They very quickly returned to the camp. "Young master, you've returned." Eldest Senior released a breath when he saw them return. "What happened? Why are those spirit beasts so agitated?" someone asked. "We felt a wave of a very dangerous aura. We have to rush out of here. I have a feeling that something dangerous will happen if we don't leave," Sima Yu said. "But the moon breath grass and sunset cloud flower. We've already picked them. There's not enough time now, we should all sit on Little Rock and leave," Sima Yu said. Eldest Senior looked at Sima Yulin for a moment and saw him nod his head. He said, "All go up the divine beast's back. We will head for the boat immediately." The guards could feel that terrifying aura as well as they hopped on Little Rock's back. Little Rock flapped his huge wings and took them towards the direction where their boat was docked. Many flying spirit beasts could feel the dangers as they flapped their wings to escape as well. However, they were not quick and were quickly overtaken by Little Rock. As they flew to the seaside, they saw the boat frozen in the bay. "No movement," Sima Yu said when she saw that the flying creatures in front had all frozen still. "Master, the things in front have been frozen. I can't go out," Little Rock said. Sima Yu sent out her spiritual chi but her attacks appeared to have encountered something and disappeared into nothing. When they saw this, everyone turned pale with fright. "Let me." Eldest Senior called out loudly and sent out an attack of his spiritual chi. However, the result was the same. It had disappeared into nothing. "What is going on?" someone yelled. Sima Yu let Little Rock land as she looked at the separated scene that had no shadow. She called out Little Roar and threw him across, saying, "Go and try." Wah wah, you what are you doing? Little Roar, who had just come out, had no idea what was happened and cried out loudly. We're being locked in by something, see if you can figure something out. Sima Yu said. Hurts like crazy. Little Roar flew out quite far and lay on the ground, glaring at Sima Yu with grievance. However, he could immediately feel that dangerous aura as he stopped dawdling and jumped out. Oh damn, what is going on here? Such a scary aura. Sima Yu saw Little Roar fly out and knew that thing could not stop him and urged, quickly get us out. Okay. Little Roar ran over on his little short legs, but he could not run quickly and it was a long moment before he arrived. He stretched out his claws and drew a blue circle on an area nearby. The opponent is quite strong. I can only make one about this big. Sima Yu looked at that blue circle, stooped down and exited. The Sima clansmen did not waste time and all stopped down and exited from that circle. On the boat. Those who remained on the boat had long since seen that things over there were not going right and they immediately set off once everyone had boarded. Once the boat left the coast, the Sima clansmen finally felt as if they were granted a new life as they stood on the deck. Guys look, what is that? A guard shouted as he pointed to the Forgotten Worry Island. His voice was dripped with fright. Everyone looked over and only saw that the island began to sway as the spirit beasts howled to the sky. Every single cry was filled with unrestrained terror and despair. All the spirit beasts on the island wanted to escape, but they could not leave the island. A formless basket trapped all the living creatures inside. Suddenly, a black ray shot out from the heart of the island to the sky, absorbing every single living. Even the divine beasts at Spirit Paragon leveled power were unable to avoid the disaster. That ray of light is so demonic. That must have been the thing giving off that terrifying aura. What on earth is that? Are all those creatures dead? If we were in there just now. Everyone's hearts shuddered. It was lucky that Sima Yu had brought them out. He had saved everyone's life. What on earth is that? Sima Yulan asked blankly. Sima Yulin's face was also tinged with fear, saying, no matter what it is, it's not an existence we can hold up against. Little Roar was extremely unsettled when he saw that ray and impulsively jumped out from Sima Yu's embrace, roaring towards the island. Roar dash. That ray stopped for a moment but continued to absorb those creatures. Sima Yu could feel that Little Roar was rash because he was unsettled, so she kept him in the spirit pagoda. Suddenly, she felt a life form come close to that island. She lifted her head and saw it was an enormous bird. Halcyon? Halcyon landed on the boat and looked at her. Then, he cast his gaze towards the island, looking extremely solemn. He suddenly moved and flew into the air, attacking the ray of light fiercely because that ray of light looked like it was about to open wider. Everyone had a feeling that if that black ray were to open up, they would still be sucked in even if they were outside. Sima Yu saw that Halcyon's attack had penetrated the barrier and hit that black ray. It was as if the black ray could feel the danger and suddenly changed direction, attacking Halcyon's flame on its own. Peng dash. Everyone felt as if the heavens were shaking. If they were hit by this attack, they knew that would be paying a visit to the kill of hell. So powerful. Someone said in a small voice after a long time had passed. After that ray attacked Halcyon, it began to grow weaker. After that, it withdrew back to the island and disappeared without a trace as if that horrendous situation had never occurred. It was only now that the people on the boat felt the suppression in their hearts from the horrifying aura disappear and could now breathe deeply. That black ray has disappeared. It was as if I saw the god of death wave to me just now. It is lucky he came. Otherwise, we would have perished here today. Many thanks to Senior's help. Eldest Senior led the whole group in a bow in gratitude. Halcyon nodded, saying, start the boat. Leave this place. Yes. Eldest Senior immediately got his men to start the boat and quickly departed the island. Everyone else left the island as Sima Yu looked at Halcyon, saying, what are you doing here? When I got back, I heard that you came to the Forgotten Worry Island. Halcyon said, I told you before that I would protect you while you were on this continent. It's natural for me to fulfill what I say. What he didn't say was that he made a mad dash here the moment he heard that she had come to this island. He never expected that he would see that guy emerge the moment he arrived. You came because you were worried about me, right? Sima Yu beamed at Halcyon. Narcissistic. Halcyon retorted with just this word. How am I narcissistic? If you're worried about me then you're worried, what's there to be embarrassed about? Sima Yu stepped forward shamelessly to pull on Halcyon's arm. She was not afraid of him at all. When the people on the boat saw that Yu was on such close terms with the sacred beast, they were all extremely envious. This youth has so many divine beasts, and is now even on such good terms with a sacred beast, so ridiculously jealous. Halcyon, did you get injured the last time because you came here? Sima Yu asked. Scarlet Queen Bee said that a terrifying existence lives down below. Do you know what that is? Sima Yu asked. Halcyon shook his head, saying, I received a request from a friend last time to help. After that, I came to take back his descendants and got into a battle with that thing. I couldn't fight it. Even you couldn't defeat him? Sima Yu sucked in a cold breath. It must have been locked up here, so I was able to do my best to take a bet. If I were to face it, I would not be its opponent. Halcyon said. So terrifying. Sima Yu clutched at her chest with a mask of fright. It was only Sima Yulin who felt that there was no fear in her eyes at all. He believed that she would have been fine even if Halcyon did not come. You obtained the Scarlet Queen Bee? Halcyon asked. That's right. My luck isn't bad, right? Sima Yu said. Halcyon nodded and did not push her hand off, saying, that last time I came, I realized the Scarlet Queen Bee was evolving. I never thought that you would actually obtain her. This is called fate between you and me. Sima Yu smiled as she said. Halcyon smiled wordlessly. Her luck was good. No, her fate was good. Those whose fate was good would continuously have good opportunities. These type of people were born lucky. He looked in the direction of the island and muttered, trouble is approaching. When they heard what she said, Sima Yu and Sima Yulin felt a sense of foreboding. On the route back, Sima Yu could somewhat feel that the sea was somewhat unsettled. The sea beasts that they met on the way back were much more than they had met on the way here. They were also a lot more powerful. Quite a few divine beasts at the level of Spirit Paragon even emerged. Every time those sea beasts got close, Halcyon would use his sacred beast aura to get them to retreat without taking their life. The Sima clansmen watched as wave after wave of sea beasts retreated and rejoiced, we're lucky he's here, or who knows what would have happened to us on the way back. After half a month had passed, they returned to An City and changed their mode of transport to flying beasts and returned to Anyang City. When Sima Lin knew they had found the moon breath grass and the sunset cloud flower, he was incomparably happy. When he heard about what had happened on the Forgotten Worry Island, he furrowed his eyebrows, saying, is turmoil going to come to the marine area? Clan leader, any unrest in the marine area will affect the continent. We should prepare ahead of time. Eldest senior said. This is for sure. However, our situation isn't too good now, we should use both hands to grasp it. Sima Lin said, however, the heart of it should still remain on the shoulders of the younger generation. Clan leader, I have a feeling that the child Sima Yu will be a great supporting figure that has suddenly emerged for our Sima clan. 10th elder said. Why do you feel this way? Sima Lin asked. That child has gut and brain. Even young Master Yulin, whose temperament has always been tranquil and calm, has been drawn to him. 10th elder said, if it was not for him this time around, there's no need to talk about locating the moon breath grass and sunset cloud flower. We would all have perished on the Forgotten Worry Island. I feel that he is a very blessed person who will change the world structure. Eldest senior said as well. Maybe we will really have to depend on him. Sima Lin said, once he came, youngest uncle's 100-year illness was treated and the truth was revealed that very year. The previous clan leader's wounds also have a hope of being treated. He even saved your lives. It's no wonder that the ancestor said he is our lucky star. Previous chapter. Sima Lin and the others were discussing about her, but she was not concerned. All her attention was on the Scarlet Queen Bee. Big brother, is that Scarlet Queen Bee really that powerful? Little Two lay on the desk and asked with curiosity as he watched the Scarlet Queen Bee on Sima Yu's shoulder. Of course. Sima Yu said proudly, you'll know how powerful she is in time. How long more? Little Two pursed his lips. Very quickly. She will begin to lay eggs in a few days and all that emerge will be scarlet bees. In time, you will have scarlet honey to eat. Sima Yu said with a smile. What did you say you encountered when you left? Wei Ziqi asked. A very weird black ray of light that shot into the sky. It sucked in all the living things on the island. When Sima Yu spoke of this, her gaze became solemn, saying, that black ray was very terrifying. Halcyon said that the thing that lives below is even stronger than he is. Is it being locked in there? Fatty Chu asked. We don't know either. Sima Yu said, but I have a feel that once it comes out, it will cause a great commotion. That's why we have to quickly become stronger. I have been cultivating very diligently recently. Little Two said while nodding. Not only will there be a great commotion in the sea area, there will not be peace on the continent either. Sima Yu said, the Sima clan leader of the previous generation was injured, and the thing that hurt him was not of any normal strength. The Sima clan will definitely have its revenge. When that time comes, there will definitely be a violent change. Will you participate in the meeting 2 years from now? Bei Gong Tang said. We'll see. Sima Yu said, right now, I have to grow stronger. I heard that Sima Ko brought Sima Yu with him to join under the Nalan clan. Ouyang Fei said. The Nalan clan has always been at odds with the Sima clan. Its power can also contend with ours. That they would rely on them is within our expectations. Sima Yu said, however, the Nalan clan now knows a lot of our Sima clan's secrets. It will be bad for the meeting in 2 years. Yu, could it be that you wish to interfere? Fatty Chu looked at her with a snicker. What do you mean I want to interfere? Sima Yu glared at Fatty Chu, unhappy that he had guessed what she wanted to do. I've seen you observing the Sima clan during this period of time, seeing whether or not they're suitable for the general and the others to stay. It should have received your acknowledgement now. Wei Ziqi said. Bei Gong Tang followed up, since you've decided to let them stay, you will want to give them a stable environment. However, right now, the Sima clan is just a fat piece of meat in the eyes of all those powers. That's why we've guessed that you will start to move. Fatty Chu concluded. How am I supposed to do anything? I'm just a normal person. What can I do? Sima Yu said. Big brother is coming up with schemes again. Little Two said with a laugh. When did I ever scheme? Sima Yu stretched forth a hand and knocked him on the head, saying, Big brother is pure and kind, you can't slander me, do you understand? Enough, don't teach him the wrong thing. Bei Gong Tang glared at Sima Yu. This guy's skin was becoming thicker and thicker each time. Let's not talk about this first, I want to let you all into the spirit pagoda to cultivate. You'll come out when you all advance in rank. Sima Yu said, if you don't want to go in, you can do so outside as well. I want to go in. Fatty Chu was the first to declare, you've said before that our experiences are enough. The most important thing to do now is to find a quiet place to cultivate. That place of yours is so awesome, of course I want to go. We want to as well. Wei Ziqi said. Big sister, where are we going? Little Tu asked. To a good place. Fatty Chu said, that place is our secret, you definitely cannot tell anyone. Otherwise, we won't take you with us when we go. I definitely won't expose it. Don't abandon me here alone. Little Tu said. We won't abandon you. Bei Gongtang said while patting his head. Then, go and tell your servants that you're going out. Okay. Sima Yu took them with her and left. Then, she found a secluded place and kept them into her spirit pagoda. When Little Tu entered, he was inconceivably happy. Bei Gongtang took him to take a look around the place, then they left him alone and went to cultivate. Sima Yu returned to the Sima residence and had just entered the main gates when someone told her that Sima Lin was looking for her. She followed the guard into the great hall. There in the great hall, there were only two of them. Sima Yu cupped her hands and bowed to them, clan leader, eldest senior, you asked for me? Yu, we really have to thank you this time. Otherwise, we would have lost many of our men. Sima Lin said. It's nothing much. At that time, I was merely protecting myself. Sima Yu replied. We have already gathered all the pill ingredients you asked for. When do you plan to start the procedure? Anytime. Sima Yu said, however, I have to first refine the ingredients. Then we'll hand the pill ingredients over to you. When you've finished, let us know if you need anything else. Sima Lin handed an interspatial ring to Sima Yu containing the ingredients she requested. Sima Yu took the ring and said, okay. After that, she said her farewells and returned to the house she lived in. It originally belonged to Sima Jun, but when his wounds were healed, he said that he wanted to go out and walk around and see the world. He left within 2 days of her departure. Right now Sima Lai and grandsons lived in that house. Grandfather, I'm back. Sima Yu said when she saw that Sima Lai was not cultivating. How are those kids now? Sima Lai asked because he knew that she had gone to look for Wei Ziqi and the others. Not bad. Sima Yu said, Grandfather, where are my brothers? They're all in the house, why? Sima Lai asked. I have something to tell them. Sima Yu said, I'm going to call them out. Sima Yuming and the others were all currently focusing on cultivating. It was only when they came to the central Wu kingdom that they knew the people outside were much stronger than those in the Dongchen kingdom. Although their previous ranks were not low, they still felt that their current strengths were not enough. Yu, is there a reason you asked us to come over? Sima Yuran asked. Sima Yu told them about the Black Ray and about how there would be chaos in the sea area and then said, I'll bring you all to a place where you can quickly increase your strength. After she spoke, she brought them into the spirit pagoda. The surroundings changed in an instant, shocking Sima Lai and the others. It was only because they saw that Sima Yu was there as well that they did not move. Yu, where is this place? Sima Yu asked. This is the spirit pagoda. It's a separate world where 3 days in here is only one on the outside. Furthermore, the spiritual chi is much denser and you all can cultivate here. Your strength will definitely soar. Previous chapter. Next. Your world. Sima Yuran was feeling unsettled. This kind of place actually belonged to her? Was it inside the item that your father had left for you? Sima Lai asked. It is. Sima Yu said, it was the thing inside the box that father had left behind. However, it wasn't that great back then. This is the result of the fusion with the library. Our library pavilion? Sima Yuming asked. Sima Yu nodded and took them where the little pagoda was located, saying, actually, that library was an ancient 7-layered pagoda. However, the spirit tool disappeared and could only hoard items. After that, I thought of a way to fuse it with my spirit pearl, and this is the result of that. Then what's the top of the pagoda like? Sima Yu asked. I don't know either. My power now isn't capable of unlocking the second level. Sima Yu said, I'll take you to where you will be living. She brought them to her house and saw that Wei Ziqi was not cultivating, so got him to take them to get a feel of this place. She went to her pill room to refine pills. By the time she had finished refining pills and came out, Sima Lai and the others were already familiar with the things here and were blending in well here. Grandfather, big brother, you all should cultivate here when you have the time. This will speed up your growth in strength. You can just use whatever is in here and take whatever you need. Alright, go and do your things. They nodded and went to do their own things, no longer paying attention to her. Sima Yu saw them adjust to this place quickly and nodded her head with a laugh and went outside with a flash. After that she looked for Sima Lin and told him the pills were already prepared. They could now heal the previous clan leader. After that, she, Sima Lin, the eldest senior and their clan's alchemist went to the cave together. This alchemist was the follower of the previous clan lord, and was here to support Sima Yu. Sima Lin and eldest senior joined hands and released the secret art on the body of the previous clan leader. Sima Yu immediately felt his life force escape. It was no wonder they had chosen to use the secret art to preserve his life. She stepped forward and fed him the pills, then she submerged him in a basin full of pill ingredients. After that, the pills continued to replenish his muscles and tendons, which was similar to the way in which she saved Bai Yuan-chun. It was just that the level of difficulty was much higher. She, alone with the eldest senior and the others, remained in the cave for 3 days. When his body had completely recovered, they got their men to take him back to Sima Jun's house. At this moment, the previous clan leader was like a half-dead man. Sima Yu needed to awaken his consciousness, or else he would remain in a comatose state forever. However, she was too tired right now and needed to rest, otherwise, she would not be able to awaken the other party. So, she lay down. She spent these 2 days replenishing her mental energy as Sima Yulin and Sima Yulan constantly kept watch over her to protect her. At the same time, they also protected the previous clan leader. If Sima Lin had sent an expert over, news that he was still alive might leak out. However, sending over one of the younger generation would not attract anyone's attention. Sima Yu opened her eyes and was stunned when she saw Sima Yulan and Sima Yulin, saying, "What are you guys doing here?" "Came to provide you protection." Sima Yulan said, "Also came to see how you will awaken great-grandfather." Sima Yu came down from the bed. Sima Tai was sleeping in front of her. "Clan leader sent you all to protect us, he must be really assured." Sima Yu said while taking off her shoes. "Grandfather knows that you don't need protection." Sima Yulan said with a smile. Sima Yu rolled her eyes and took out her furnace, placing the moon breathgrass and sunset cloud flower in along with 10 other ingredients and purified its essence. After that, she put in brown honey and refined it for a bit, retracting her flame when there were no more pills. "Did you not successfully refine pills?" Sima Yulan ran over and asked. "Who said I didn't successfully refine a pill?" Sima Yu took out a pill from within the essences and placed it in Sima Tai's mouth. She got Sima Yulin to fill a pail with water and poured the essences into the water. Then, she got him to immerse Sima Tai in it while she and Sima Yulan went out. Sima Yulin saw Sima Yu order him about as if he were a manservant and frowned slightly, but he still gave in. Sima Yulan saw the empty house and asked, "Where did your grandfather and the others go?" "Went out." Sima Yu said without batting an eye. "Oh." Sima Yulan nodded. She saw that Sima Yu was staring at her with a strange gaze and subconsciously placed both her hands in front of her chest, saying, "What are you looking at me like that for?" "For? Do you know what kind of spirit beast's bloodline you have?" Sima Yu asked. Sima Yulan shook her head, saying, "What are you asking me for?" "Nothing much, I just want to use you for a test." Sima Yu said with embarrassment. This would be a bit difficult if she didn't know her bloodline. Sima Yulan could not help her expression turning dark. He wanted to use her as a test. "What do I feel that you look a bit dangerous?" Sima Yu beamed, saying, "No way. How could a kind, pure and handsome man like me even be mentioned in the same breath as the word danger? You're definitely mistaken." Sima Yulan frowned. He would be the only one who believed his own words. Inside the house, Sima Yulin stripped Sima Tai of all his clothes and placed him in the basin like Sima Yu said. He guided the extracts into his body, but he had not awakened even when the water had become clear. "Could it be that I really have to do what she said?" he said hesitantly when he saw that Sima Tai didn't look like he was about to wake up. He lifted his hand, put it down, then lifted it again and put it down. "In order to awaken great-grandfather, if I have to be punished then so be it." After speaking, he grit his teeth and slapped Sima Tai's face fiercely. The sound of slapping was heard from the outside. Slap slap dash. Sima Yu and Sima Yulan were shocked as she both turned towards the house, saying, "He wouldn't really slap great-grandfather, right?" Pfft dash. Sima Yu almost spit out the tea in her mouth and replied, "No way, right? I was only kidding." Slap slap dash. 2 more slapping sounds were heard as Sima Yu hurriedly put down the cup in her hands, pushed the door open and entered. She just happened to see an elder and junior staring at each other, with the elder glaring at the elder. "He's really awake," she muttered. Then, she thought of how Sima Tai was still naked in the basin. Although she could not see him from the door, she still retreated. "Brat, you dare to slap me?" Sima Tai glared at Sima Yulin. Sima Yulin's scalp went numb as he replied, You said that if you have not awakened by the time the water was clear, I had to give your body a bit of pain. He even said that the face was closer to the brain, so something like a slap would give the best results. "Who is Yu? Sima Tai asked with a dark expression. "It's grandfather Lai's grandson. He was the one who saved you and brought you here." Sima Yulin replied. At that time, Sima Yu was outside and said, "Big brother Yulin, don't slander me. I said that there might be results, I didn't really want you to slap him." "Eldest grandfather, Yulan is here. Since you've woken up, don't stay naked in the bucket." Sima Yu continued. "Humph." Sima Tai came out from the bucket and put on some clothes. It was only then that Sima Yu and Sima Yulan entered. "Eldest grandfather." Sima Yulan bowed respectfully. Sima Tai nodded at her then stared at Sima Yu, suspicion rising anew in his heart. This guy was not yet 20 years old, right? He was clear on how severe his wounds were. Was he really the one who treated them? Sima Yu looked at the red handprints on Sima Tai's face and secretly laughed while saying respectfully, "Eldest grandfather, it looks like your wounds have pretty much healed. The clan lord was very worried about your wounds, so let me go and notify him now that you've awakened." She turned around and left immediately without waiting for him to reply. If she continued to stay there, she didn't know whether or not she could hold back her laughter. She went outside, and had to walk quite a distance before she saw a guard. She sent him to notify the clan leader to come over. Although that guard was puzzled that she actually dared to request for the clan leader to go over, he still went to make the report. He initially thought that the clan leader who chastised him and never expected that he would actually head off to where Sima Yu was once he heard the news. He even rushed over with eldest senior. That guy has such a big influence. Even the clan leader went over in person. That guard muttered as he watched them leave. Sima Lin very quickly reached Sima Yu's house and saw her swaying near the main door. They walked over and asked, "He's awake?" "Awake." Sima Yu nodded. "Then what are you doing here?" Sima Lin asked. "Waiting for you both." Sima Yu said with a smile, "Eldest grandfather is inside, let me take you to him." So much time had already passed, he wouldn't continue to hold it against her, right? Although Sima Lin and eldest senior did not know why Sima Yu would be waiting there for them, they guessed that it must be because of anything good. As they thought, once they entered and saw a handprint on each side of Sima Tai's face, the two of them could not help but purse their lips and stare at her. Sima Yu was actually innocent. She had only casually said it, but she never expected that, although Sima Lin always appeared to be super bright and intelligent, she actually made such a mistake at this time. "Greetings to Clan Lord," Sima Lin said in greeting. Sima Tai waved his hand, saying, "Yu Lin has already briefed me about the current circumstances of our clan. You are the clan leader now and should not be bowing to me." "No, I'm merely standing in for clan leader. Now that you have regained consciousness, the position of clan lord is still yours." Sima Lin said, "You know that I neither like this position nor am suitable for it." Sima Yu lowered her head and muttered in a small voice, "So you asked me to expend such a great deal of energy to awaken him because you didn't want to be the clan leader. Lin, you've done well these past 3 years." Sima Tai said. Sima Lin shook his head, saying, "If it were you, the clan would not end up in its current state. I've been guarding this for you for 3 years, I will now return it to you." After he spoke, he took out a box and handed it to Sima Tai. Sima Yu snuck a peek and guessed that it was like a symbol of being a clan leader. "That box is a treasure." She could not help but say, causing the group of glare at her. She shrunk back and didn't speak anymore. "Clan leader, this child is from Li's branch. He's one that Li has adopted," Sima Lin said. "Medicinal arts are impressive." Sima Tai looked at Sima Yu. He did not only rescue him, he also found that his powers did not decrease in the least. There were no doctors he knew that had this kind of medical ability. "Thank you clan leader for the praise." Sima Yu bent low at the waist and said in a loud voice. "I'm not done." Sima Tai said, "Medical arts are impressive but character lacks guidance. It must be that guy Lai who didn't teach him properly." "Clan leader, you really hit the mark." Sima Yulan said with a smile. Zi Qi and the others said that grandfather Lai used to spoil him silly. He spoils him more than the other brothers. Sima Yu touched her nose. In any case, after hearing Sima Tai's words, he must not be planning on pursuing this any further. "Where is your grandfather?" Sima Tai asked. "Grandfather and the others have left. I don't know when they'll come back. Why don't I go and look for them?" Sima Yu said. "Go and look for them and get them to head straight for the hall." Sima Tai left the bed after he finished speaking and went off as Sima Lin and eldest senior followed after him. Sima Yulan pursed her lips and glanced at Sima Yu. She was still laughing at her. Sima Yulin walked over and raised his right hand high as if he was going to give her a vicious slap, however, he stopped when he was above her head and pinched her ear. It was considered as her punishment. "Don't let there be a second time." After speaking, he left as well. Seeing the helplessness in his eyes, she stuck out her tongue when he walked away. However, he unexpectedly turned around and was shocked when he saw this side of her and walked away with a smirk. Sima Yu was stunned when he turned around and didn't come back to her senses until he left the house. It was only then that she beat her chest and stamped her feet. Why did that guy turn around? Her image, it was gone. Sigh. She let out a long sigh and left the Sima house. "Is anything happening?" "Grandfather, I've healed the previous clan leader and grandfather Lin has given him the position of clan leader. He wants to meet you all now." Sima Lai and the others knew about her going to treat Sima Tai, and naturally had confidence in her medical abilities. They were not surprised at all when they heard that Sima Tai had already been treated. "So this is the case, then let us go and meet clan leader." Sima Lai said, "Big brother also took care of my brothers and I." "Grandfather, can I not go?" "Why?" Sima Yu told him about how she had gotten Sima Yulin to slap Sima Tai a few times and said, "I'm afraid that he'll punish me." Dash. Sima Yuming and his 3 brothers burst out laughing. "Sigh, Yu, even if you wanted to tease Yulin, you shouldn't have done it in this way." Sima Yuran slapped her head. "How would I know that he would really slap him?" Sima Yu was grieved. He's normally so bright, but at that time, he was so stupid. Even Sima Lai could not help but laugh, saying, "Let's go. With me around, I won't let anyone treat you unjustly." In the end, Sima Yu still had to go along. However, she stood right at the back in hopes that she would not attract anyone. However, she was the one who had healed the clan leader, so how was it possible for her to go unnoticed? Every time someone talked about her treating the clan leader, she felt that the handprints on the side of the clan leader's face was growing a few shades redder. Finally, everyone else left and only Sima Yu and Sima Tai remained. You got Yulin to slap me. Sima Tai spoke first. Haven't me already mentioned this? Sima Yu lamented, I even saved you. Sima Tai nodded, saying, that is true as well. However, this and that are separate matters. What I owe you, I will give. Punishments due will also be meted out. Sima Yu's eyes were huge, I have to be punished. Sima Tai looked at Sima Yu's expression with satisfaction, then said seriously, that is only natural, I have always differentiated between reward and punishment fairly. Then first tell me what my reward is? You must have heard before that there is a large selection that goes on in our Sima clan every few years? Sima Tai asked. Sima Yu nodded. When they were still in the Dongchen kingdom, Sima Lai was saying that something big was happening soon in the Sima clan and so those few people would not look for them so early. In the end, they still came not long later. So what if there's a great selection? What does that have to do with me? It was actually the time for the great selection 3 years ago, but because I was injured and comatose, they could not locate the seal to unlock. That was why the great selection never reached the next step. What's the next step? Entering the ancestral ground, finding your legacy. What does this have to do with me? This is the prize that I am going to give you. Sima Tai was not impatient and said slowly, you and your 4 brothers can go with them into the ancestral grounds this once. Especially you, someone who does not even have our bloodline can actually not enter, but I am breaking this rule to let you in. Your clan has been around for so many years. All those legacies and whatnot should mostly be gone. Sima Yu muttered. However, no matter how small her voice was, it could not escape a spirit paragon's ears. Sima Tai smiled widely, saying, how can the land of my Sima clan ancestors be emptied that easily? You do not have to worry about this. Then why are you so troubled? Sima Yu asked, is it not because of this? Sima Tai sighed then shook his head slowly, my troubles are not due to this, but due to the face that it has been a long time since the ancestral ground has passed on any inheritance. The inheritance is broken? Sima Yu was shocked, this was something that involved the existence of a power. You could say that. Sima Tai sighed, my Sima clansmen are not just a first-rate power, but for 100,000 years but have risen simply based on our inheritance. That's why the current Sima clan would regress to this point today, as well as become the target for other groups. Sima Yu understood. Sima Tai looked at Sima Yu satisfactorily. He was truly smart. Many clansmen did not manage to grasp this point but he had only come for a short while before he understood what the Sima clan was affronted with. The older generation of people are still okay, they're not that much weaker. However, aside from Sima Lin and the others, those who are in the generation below it are not that promising. Sima Tai was deeply worried. If this continued on, the Sima clan was going to be in much danger within a few years. Can't you all directly pass it on to the next generation when you obtain the legacy? Sima Yu asked. All those legacies are directly passed on, for example, increasing one's cultivation and so on. Those who obtain the spirit skills are few. Raging Inferno / is one that our clan obtained and then passed on. Sima Tai said, it's a pity that many legacies are broken and we don't know the reason why. Our Sima clan also received major losses since a few hundred of years ago. Why do I still feel like this is such a popular hotcake that I can see yet cannot touch? Sima Yu, since it's been such a long time since someone has obtained a legacy, there's no point to them entering. Furthermore, I'm not someone who's of the Sima bloodline. Really a smart guy. Sima Tai looked at Sima Yu with a smirk, many legacies require the bloodline of the Sima clan before it can be obtained, however, some do not. Don't you wish to check out which you can obtain? Who knows, you might be able to gain something. Sima Yu touched her chin and rubbed the tip of her nose, saying after thinking for a while, alright, my character has always been above average, who knows, I may be able to get a good opportunity. Sima Tai was speechless, this guy was really narcissistic. Alright, now we should talk about your punishment, right? Sima Yu's face fell the moment she heard it, saying, how are you going to punish me? It's actually really simple. Sima Tai smiled as if he had obtained the greatest opportunity. Once Sima Yu saw his smile, a chill ran down her back. It was as if an old fox has locked onto her as a target. As expected, when Sima Yu walked out the great hall, her face was a grimace and she turned around, looking aggrievedly at the main door. She sighed and left. Inside the hall, Sima Tai touched his face that was still slightly red and snickered, nobody has ever slapped my face before. You think that those 2 slaps would come easily? If Sima Yu heard what he said, she would have spat blood immediately. She wasn't even the one who hit him, but Sima Yu was fine while she had been squeezed. When she returned to the house, Sima Lai and the others were waiting for her. Seeing that her eyebrows were knit together as she came out, they asked, clan leader has been tough on you? Sima Yu nodded, then she shook her head and sighed. 5th bro, don't tell me clan leader wants to chase you out. If that's the case, we'll leave with you. Sima Yu said. That's not it. Sima Yu said, he just harshly squeezed me dry. How has he squeezed you? Sima Lai was a bit curious. He had always felt that Sima Tai was a little fox, so he must now be an old fox. He wants me to increase the strength of the younger generation by 1 notch. Sima Yu said, that old fox, better not let me find out your weakness, if not, HMPH. Isn't this troubling you? Sima Yu was anxious. Sima Yu's eyebrows knit together, saying, you saved his life, but you can't even slap him twice? He said that he would let me follow the youngsters who were chosen 3 years ago into the ancestral ground. Sima Yu said, he also said that I could use this prize to cancel the punishment if I wanted to. Then why didn't you use it to cancel it out? Sima Yu looked at her as if she were an idiot. It said that the ancestral ground only opens once every 10 years. The opportunity is hard to come by. Who knows what opportunity or legacy you might get, how could I use it to cancel out the punishment? Sima Yu said, anyway, I'm not the one who has to come out with the pill ingredients for those pills and stuff. At most, I'll just use my refining methods, refine a few pills and tame some beasts and stuff. Furthermore, I'll even benefit from contracting spirit beasts. Sima Yu ran and the others understood that it wasn't because she was unsatisfied with Sima Tai punishing her, it was just that she was not happy she had been forced to do so. Sai, you all wait for him to call you to the ancestral ground. I'm going to cook some food to comfort my wounded heart. Sai, it's so clear that I saved him. There's no justice. Sima Yu lamented as she walked to the kitchen to cook. Seeing her barbaric appearance, Sima Yu Ming and his brothers could not help but laugh. Ever since she had a big change in character at 15, they hadn't seen her so sad. The ancestral ground is a good place. Who knows what opportunities you will find when you enter. In the past, a spirit king entered but came out a spirit overlord. There were also those who learnt a unique spirit skill. Sima Lai said, you all have to grasp hold of this opportunity well. This is something that Yu has fought for you. We will. The 4 of them nodded. At this time, there came the sound of someone chopping meat, followed by a voice that said through gritted teeth, I'm going to eat fox meat meatballs today, I'm going to cut. Previous chapter. Next chapter. 2 days later, Sima Yu came over and informed them to go to the main house, saying that they had to go to the ancestral ground now. What are you eating? He came beside Sima Yu and asked when he saw her eating something. He smelled this fragrance the moment he entered the house. Sima Yu lifted her head and glanced at him before pointing to the food on the stone table, listing everything out for him. This is braised fox, fried fox, fox head broth, spiced fox leg, shredded fox meat, stewed fox, roasted fox. Black lines appeared on Sima Yu. Did this guy have something against foxes? Sima Yu raised her head and asked after she listed all the dishes, do you want to eat? After she said this, she even stretched forth a hand and gave him a fox leg. Sima Yu took the fox leg, took a bite. The inside was tender, it was fragrant and spicy. It was really delicious. Sima Yu Ming and the others came out from the house and saw Sima Yu eating extremely happily. They smiled and said, Yu's cooking is really not bad, right? Delicious. Sima Yu said while nodding his head. Sima Yu rolled her eyes, saying, since it's that delicious, why don't you take these to the clan leader? I've been eating fox these few days and I'm a bit bored of it. I should properly thank the clan leader for letting us go to the ancestral ground. Sima Yu nodded, saying, alright, I'll take it over. Remember to arrive early at the main house tomorrow. Alright. Sima Yu beamed as she said, watching Sima Yu keep the entire table's worth of fox meat into his interspatial ring before leaving. Ha 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 dash, she slapped the table and guffawed. Sima Yu Ming shook his head, saying, Sai, Yu. Sima Yu had been out these few days and only came back yesterday. Once he came back, he heard that this grandfather had been saved and was filled with gratitude when he heard that it was Sima Yu who had done so. This guy, he really dares to do anything. He was Sima Tai's direct grandson, so how would he not know what had happened between him and his grandfather? He was a bit curious about what expression his grandfather would have once he thought about the table full of fox meat in his interspatial ring. Grandfather. He came to Sima Tai's study room and it just so happened that he was the only one there. Have you notified them? Sima Tai asked without lifting his head. I've already told them. Sima Yu said, I even took something really good back from there. Yu said it was to pay respects to you. Oh. Sima Tai lifted his head and looked at him. When he saw the concealed mirth in his eyes, he knew that it probably wasn't anything good. Sima Yu walked over and waved his hand, revealing a table full of delicacies as the house filled with the fragrance of meat. Yu made this. He said that it was to thank you for letting them go to the ancestral ground. He wanted me to take it to you to try. Sima Yu said with a smile. What are these? Sima Yu introduced the dishes one by one. This is braised fox, fried fox, fox head broth, spiced fox leg, shredded fox meat, stewed fox, roasted fox. Sima Tai pursed his lips and it didn't escape Sima Yu's notice. He secretly laughed, but he could not show it openly. Sima Tai lifted the fox leg and took a bite, saying, go and tell him that the taste isn't bad. It's just a pity that the fox is too old, so it's a little bit dry. Why not switch it for a few young foxes? When Sima Yu heard the message that Sima Yu had brought back, her hand that was currently holding some fox meat froze for a moment. Then, she said, he definitely won't say that the meat of these fox meat meatballs are old. After speaking, she chopped the meat up viciously. Sima Yu looked at her with a smile, and was willing to be their messenger. An old fox versus a small fox, this was his first time seeing that someone was willing to face off his grandfather. He waited for her to finish preparing the meatballs. After Sima Yu gave it a taste, he took a plate of it and looked for Sima Tai. After a short moment, he brought news, saying, the meatballs were delicious. He wishes to eat roasted chicken next. Crash dash. Sima Yu harshly slammed the chopper in her hand on the chopping block, saying through gritted teeth, taking me as a chef. This lord is tired today, I'm not going to do it. Sima Yuyang brought word back to Sima Tai, but Sima Tai just smiled, saying, a little fox is just a little fox in the end. However, the fox meat dishes ceased here. The next day, Sima Yuyu and her 4 brothers went to the main house today. 100 over youths were already there in that huge house. I never felt it before, but I realize now that there are actually many people in the Sima clan. Sima Yulu exclaimed as he stood at the side of the room. And these are the ones who've been chosen. Sima Yuyu said, they say that they can only choose 150 people each time for the ancestral grounds, otherwise, the numbers would be even more. Sima Kai and the people from his branch are gone, so we're using their spaces. Sima Yuming said. So it's not even inconveniencing others, that old fox. Sima Yuyu gritted her teeth. Everyone knew that Sima Yuyu had saved the clan leader and he had pledged to allow them to enter the ancestral grounds together. As such, when he saw them return, nobody had any opinions and were, instead, interacted with them as if they were good friends. Sima Tai, Sima Lin and well as a group of seniors all arrived at the house and scanned the people in the room. Especially when they saw someone's ugly expression, the old fox smiled gleefully. He swayed his hands and the entire house quieted down. 3 years ago, you all passed the great selection. However, because I was in a coma due to my injuries, you all had not entered the ancestral grounds until now. Today, I will open the grounds for you. Go in and find your legacies. He looked at Sima Lin, who shot out his spiritual chi towards a few directions. The entire house filled with light that flowed into the ground. So this was a teleportation array. Sima Yuyu felt giddy and waited for her feet to touch the ground. They had already left the Sima residence and appeared in front of a mountain. What mountain is this? Doesn't look like the mountain behind our house. But it doesn't feel right either, it shouldn't be far from our ancestral ground. Just as everyone was guessing where they were, Sima Yuyu was recalling the teleportation array just now. The ground's teleportation array wasn't already drawn beforehand, and he merely used his spiritual chi to sketch out a temporary teleportation array. Grandfather Lin's teleportation ability must not be low. If I have time, I can ask him to give me some pointers. She secretly thought. After she left Feng Zhixing, she had been fumbling about on her own in the area of arrays. Although she felt that her studies in the arrays were not bad, she would definitely be able to improve if she was able to get some pointers by Sima Lin. After the ancestral ground opens, you all can enter to find your legacies. You have 2 days. Sima Tai said. 2 days, so short. Everyone exclaimed. Listen to me. Sima Tai waved his hands, saying, inside is different from outside. 1 day in the outside is slower there, so you all have 2 months worth of time in there. Wow, that's amazing. Sima Yuyu's heart was moved, this really resembled the spirit pagoda. Some legacies will require you to pass a test. Once you enter, you have to grab hold of the chance. After he finished speaking, he took out a small seal and placed it in a groove in the foot of the mountain. Rumble rumble dash. A wall started to sway as a person appeared on a cave high up. A white ray appeared on the mountain, shooting straight at the young people. After the white rays faded, only Sima Tai and the other elders remained. Previous to the white light. By the time she opened her eyes, she and her 4 brothers were already standing in a different place. This place is a field? Everyone looked at the scene before them in shock. The grass was lush and abundant, if it wasn't a field, then what was it? This is the ancestral ground? It has nothing. Sima Yulu said. Sima Yuyu looked around, saying, it should be. That old fox didn't say what kind of place it was. He only said that there were many opportunities here. It must be in an awfully big place. There is nothing here, how are we supposed to get our opportunities and legacies? Sima Yulu said. This is an opportunity that was gifted to us anyway. If we can gain something, then we gain it. If Q can't gain anything, then we'll just take it as a chance to view what the ancestral grounds look like. Sima Yu understood this in her heart. Sima Yuran nodded as well, saying, since clan leader also mentioned before that less and less legacies have been passed down recently, I think the things here should be getting less and less in quantity. That's true. Sima Yu nodded. Seeing that Sima Yu was still looking at the surroundings suspiciously, he asked, Yu, what are you looking at? I'm thinking whether or not this place is similar to the spirit pagoda, and is inside of a spirit tool. Sima Yu replied. No way. Little Spirit voiced out in protest, I'm the only one who is capable of being a living spirit role. How could this place possibly be a spirit tool? If it's not a spirit tool, then what is it? Sima Yuran asked. Little Spirit appeared in Sima Yu's embrace with a flash. Ever since he became the spirit pagoda, he was able to leave the inside of the tool wander around outside. He took a look at the surrounds and said, this should be a type of land of paradise. Land of paradise? Everyone looked at Little Spirit, asking, what is a land of paradise? It's a little world inside of a space. Little Roar opened his encyclopedic mouth, in the primordial lands, many clans have a place like these. Most of them are a space opened by the accomplished seniors of the previous generations. So the Sima clan actually has a place like this. Sima Yuchi said. Who knows, maybe the Sima clan came down from the higher realms. Little Roar said, it's not like the powers of this realm are the only ones who can make a land of paradise. Who knows, maybe that really is the case. Sima Yu said, 1 day on the outside is a month in here, wouldn't it be great if we could just continue to cultivate here? This isn't impossible. Little Roar said, this kind of space is determined by the strength of its user. Some of them can only stay inside for a few days while others allow one to stay for a few years. The most awesome ones are those from the ancient races. They stay in those kinds of places. For a place like this, 2 months should be its limit. There are those who live in this kind of spaces? Sima Yulu asked with wide eyes. That's right. Little Roar nodded, saying, however, those kinds of places are just denser with spiritual energy. Time flows the same in and out. Oh, so that's the case. Sima Yulu was a bit disappointed. Of course that would be the case. Little Roar rolled his eyes at Sima Yulu, saying, these lands of paradise have rules. They can't give you everything, or else the heavens and earth would turn over. What are you thinking so much for? Sima Yuran knocked Sima Yulu on the head, saying, since we're here, let's take a look around to see if we can find anything. Sima Yu kept Little Spirit away and hugged Little Roar, conveniently choosing a direction to walk along with everyone else. Sigh, unexpectedly, you can't fly in the air here. You really can't. Then we can only use our flying beasts. Sima Yu called Little Rock out but heard the sound of movement even before they took off. Someone was charging in their direction at a high speed. It's Sima Yulin and Sima Yulan. There's also Sima Yuyang and Sima Yuqing. Why are they being chased by a group of spirit beasts? Those spirit beasts. Damn it, they're divine beasts. Quickly get on Little Rock. Sima Yu was solemn. There was no way they could hold up against that many divine beasts. She shouted loudly at Sima Yulin and the others twice before Sima Yulin noticed them. She said, hold on for a while, head to where Yu is. Sima Yulan and the others had initially lost all their strength but when they saw Little Rock, they used the last of their strength to run over. Little Rock was waiting for everyone to get on before he spread his wings and took flight, leaving the divine beasts glaring with wide eyes. Sima Yuyang lay on Little Rock's back, saying, it's great to have a flying beasts. They can still fly while they're here. When we go back, I'm going to look for one as well. I was already unable to continue running just now. If we didn't meet you, we would definitely have been in danger. Sima Yuqing said with gratitude. How did you all end up encountering those divine beasts? Sima Yuqi asked. It wasn't us who encountered them. Sima Yuqing sighed, saying, the 4 of us just happened to land there when we entered. How tragic. Sima Yu laughed, saying, the 4 of you are the representatives of the Sima clan's younger generation. Who would have thought that your luck would be so good? You actually encountered an entire group of divine beasts. Wouldn't the Sima clan be strengthened if those divine beasts could be taken out? Sima Yulu asked. That's impossible. Sima Yuyang sat up, all those who enter are 35 years old and below. Only a maximum of 100 people can enter at once. Those spirit beasts are over a few hundred to 1,000 years old and are all divine beasts. Who would be able to defeat them? Don't talk about taking them out with us, it would already be considered quite the feat to preserve your life if you encounter them. It's not like nobody in the past had any designs of those divine beasts, but in the end, they could only watch those divine beasts grow stronger and stronger with open eyes. Even if someone was able to tame 1 or 2, they could not bring it out because they had no way of forming a contract so they couldn't leave this place. Sima Yulin explained. For those who are 35 years and below, even if they were a beast tamer master, their rank wouldn't be that high so they wouldn't be able to tame those divine beasts. Sima Yuqing lamented. If we could take out those divine beasts, our Sima clan would definitely get a drastic increase in strength. It's just a pity. Sima Yulan lamented. Sima Yu touched her chin then looked down at the horde of divine beasts, saying, I have to think of a way to take the whole lot out. Yu, forget it. Didn't we say it already, we need to be able to tame and contract them, otherwise, they can't go out. Sima Yuyang said. Ha. Sima Yu merely laughed. It was only her older brothers and Sima Yulin who knew that she wasn't kidding. Chirp chirp dash. They just flew over a grass patch and drifted over a mountain when a group of birds, giant goshawks, falcons, hawks, vultures and others suddenly chased after them. Oh damn, so many birds. Sima Yuyang jumped up excitedly when he saw those birds. It was a pity that he could only look at them but couldn't have them. Who dash? That giant hawk spit out a ball of flame as Little Rock tilted to the side, dodging it. Those birds are very vicious. We can only hide now that they are chasing us. Sima Yuqing looked at those birds and saw that their gazes were all vicious, as if they wanted to devour them. 8 of them, just nice. Sima Yu said while looking at them, since we've met each other, I'll give you all a gift. Yu Yang, didn't you say just now that you wanted a flying beast? Little Rock, land on the ground. Previous chapter. No way, Yu, this isn't the time for jokes. If we're caught by them, we'll lose our lives. Sima Yuyang cried out. Although he really wanted a flying bird, he wasn't about to use his life to trade for it. He hadn't lived long enough. What are you afraid of? I'm here, and I'm going to gift you a large bird today. Sima Yu said with a smile. Little Rock brought them to the ground as Sima Yu found an opening amongst that group, taking an item to strike the ground. It's been a long time since we've met some humans. We're going to eat our fill today. Goshawk said. 9 people, we can have a person each. Vulture's voice was a bit sharp and filled with malice. I want the kid in the middle. His meat is soft and tender, he should be tastier. Giant Falcon said. Then I want that female. Sima Yu looked at those huge birds speechlessly. They had not yet begun to fight them and there they were already dividing up the spoils. They really didn't take them seriously at all. Hey, did you ask us for permission before dividing us like this? The group of giant birds focused their attention on her when she spoke. Is this little child talking to us? Giant Falcon said incredulously. Looks like it. We're dividing up our food, but we still have to get the approval of our food. The giant bird glared at her with a murderous gaze. Sima Yu was not scared at all, but laughed instead, saying, we actually don't plan to become your food, but actually want you all to become our contracted beasts. Contracted beasts? The giant birds were stunned at first before they burst into laughter. People like you want us to become your contracted beasts? I really can't believe it. My brothers have taken a fancy to you. Letting you become their contracted beasts is your honor. Sima Yu said, if you're obedient then come over here, otherwise, I'll beat you till you can't see straight. Sima Yu and the others looked at Sima Yu with worship. He was damn awesome. He actually dared to speak to them this way. How bold, you actually are so eager to look for death. Then we'll grant it to you. We'll kill you first, then we'll divide you up. Goshawk said coldly. Little Rock flew in front of Sima Yu, calling out loudly, who cares to harm my master? Goshawk glanced at Little Rock, saying, you're just a second-ranked divine beast. You dare to stand in our way? You're just a group of third and fourth-ranked divine beasts, but you dare to scold my spirit beast. Careful that I don't roast you like a chicken in my anger. Sima Yu called out. It was not only Sima Yu, but even Sima Yu was stunned. This guy's guts were too big alright. Alright. I'll kill your contracted beast before I kill you. Goshawk raged. Is my contracted beast someone you can kill just because you want to? Sima Yu glanced at Goshawk, saying, I'm going to say it once more. If you're smart, then quickly come over and let me contract you. Otherwise, I'm going to beat you senseless. What an arrogant human. Vulture said, I really want to see how you will beat us senseless. Just one second-ranked divine beast is not enough. Even if we add the few of you, it's not enough to be our punching bags. Goshawk said. Who said that we will fight you? Sima Yu said, hey, you all should have divine beasts, right? They want to use their overwhelming numbers as divine beasts to bully us so we have to fight back no matter what, right? Sima Yu and the others were speechless. However, they had no choice but to call out their own contracted beasts. Just 4 more, it's still not enough. Vulture mocked. Enough, why are you still playing with them? Just kill them all. A 5th-ranked Black Hawk said impatiently. Don't. Vulture said, it's been so many years since a person entered. Now that a few people have finally come, we should play for a while. What do you mean play? Black Hawk chided, you should cultivate instead. A spirit paragon ranked divine beast. Sima Yu's eyes flashed when she saw the Black Hawk, saying, eldest brother, why don't I give you this one? Do you like it? Not bad. Sima Yu nodded. Then it's settled. This Black Hawk is for my eldest brother. Sima Yu said, what's your face, you all have to choose which ones you like now. Or do you want to choose after we've beat them down? Everyone stared speechlessly at here. Even though they had 4 more divine beasts now, it wasn't enough to defeat the enemy. Furthermore, their divine beasts were merely ranked 1 and 2. They weren't just weaker by their opponent by 1.5 stars. Really big guts. Giant Falcon coldly harumphed. Little B, there are people bullying me. You have to help me defeat the bad guys. Sima Yu said as she called out Scarlet Queen Bee. Scarlet Queen Bee. The giant birds could recognize the Scarlet Queen Bee and were beyond themselves with joy. If I eat her, I can break through the 3rd rank and become a 4th-ranked divine beast. Don't even think about it. Little Bee is mine. Sima Yu hugged the Scarlet Queen Bee and said, 1000 resonance, Yuguang, you guys come out as well. In a moment, 2 divine beasts appeared. 1000 resonance was the same rank as Black Hawk while Yuguang had ridden on Sima Yu's breakthroughs in rank to become a 2nd-ranked divine beast. Now it's 8 versus 8. With Little Roar, it's 9 versus 8. Sima Yu said, brothers, call out your spirit beasts as well. Sima Yu and the others nodded as they called out their spirit beasts. Although they had not reached the divine rank, they were 1 foot in the door. Sima Yu and the others saw this and called out their contracted beasts as well. As expected, they were all saint-ranked. Humph, it's pointless even if you call out more spirit beasts. Why are you so anxious, I haven't finished. Sima Yu said, 1000 resonance, is it okay if I call out your clan members? 1000 resonance nodded, saying, they've been inside for too long, they want to battle as well. That's great. After Sima Yu spoke, another group of divine beasts appeared beside them. Ha, it's been such a long time since we fought. My knuckles are itching for a fight. A 5-tailed spirit fox shouted with a huge grin when he appeared. So many divine beasts. Sima Yu was feeling that there were too many surprises today as he stared at Sima Yu with eyes so large they were about to pop out. Sima Yu was shocked as well. He never expected that, apart from himself having 4 divine beasts and another spirit beast of an unknown rank, he would actually have so many divine beasts. The giant birds saw that the opponents had called out 5 to 6 divine beasts in a moment, whose ranks were around the same as theirs, and were immediately scared senseless. It was no wonder that he was so self-assured. It was because he was so terrifying. Black Hawk's aura immediately went berserk. This kind of scenario was actually out of their expectations. Who would have thought that the one who appeared to be just a little tiny human would actually have so many divine beasts whose strengths, in just a short moment, superseded theirs? Retreat. Black Hawk did not lose his senses but made a quick decision the moment he realized the other party's strength. You've already come and I haven't beaten you senseless yet. How could you leave? Although you are currently stronger than us, it is still impossible for you to think of catching us. You're saying that you can fly away with your wings? Previous chapter. Humph. Some giant birds didn't believe it and wanted to charge up, but they could fly no higher than a few meters. What have you done? I didn't do anything. I merely placed a few things on the ground. Space ceiling array. Sima Yu glanced at him. She never thought he would actually be able to recognize this large array. That's right, the moment they landed on the ground, she had created a space ceiling array on the ground. She waited for the giant birds to land before she secretly activated it, sealing the space here. Sima Yulin was once again stunned by Sima Yu. This guy, apart from being an alchemist and beast tamer master, was actually an array master. What he did just now was not something that just anyone could do. Is he still a human? He could not help but curse in his heart. Even a bright genius like him was largely surprised. Enough. The door has already been closed. Now, I will begin to settle you. I definitely have to beat you all to a pulp today. Dash. Who beat my eye? Arg dash. Sima Yu looked at the happenings inside and said faintly, I feel like group. Everyone standing behind her had black lines forming on their head. In the end, not a single one of those giant birds escaped. All of them lost their ability to move and lay on the ground. Sima Yu walked over, saying, just give in to it. If you stay here, you will only be relegated to a small little place. Why don't you just form a contract with us? We'll go outside and see the world. We do not give in. There's no choice even if you do not give in. I'm not here to discuss terms with you today. You're already gifts to my brothers. You don't give in now but you will in a moment. After speaking, Sima Yu placed her finger in the space between Goshawk's eyes, beginning the imperial art of beast taming. Sima Yu Yang's eyes were about to fall out of his head and his chin almost touched the ground. He pointed a finger at Sima Yu, then stammered, he's actually contracting the beasts. He's a beast tamer master too. Sima Yulan and Sima Yuqing had on the same expressions. They looked at Sima Yu like he was an alien from another planet. Sima Yuran nodded, saying, he became a beast tamer master 3 years ago. At that time, he could already contract saint beasts. 3 years ago. How old was he then? At that time, he was probably 15, not yet 16. So you're saying that he's only 19 right now? An alchemist and beast tamer master at only 19. Heavens, let me go die. It looks like I have to relive my life. You forgot one thing. He's also an array master. Sima Yulan added on. We don't know when 5th bro became an array master, however, I feel like I wouldn't be surprised even if he told me he was an armament master right now. Really, perverse. 5th brother has a different way of contracting beasts. You'll know once you form your contract. He even has a special way of forming the contracts. 2 days later, Sima Yu had tamed those 8 huge birds. She got up and saw everyone's shocked expressions. What's wrong with you all? You tamed 8 divine beasts in a row. Sima Yu nodded, saying, that's right. I've already tamed those 8 beasts. You can now choose the ones you would like to contract. We're not talking about that. We want to ask whether or not you're tired from taming that many? A little tired. It's a little hard to stomach so much spiritual chi I got. After speaking, she found an empty place to sit and began to refine the strength that was given to her when she tamed the spirit beasts. Since we said earlier that the Black Hawk is for Brother Yumin, we can choose the remaining. I like that large vulture. I want him. Then I'll choose that goshawk. Very quickly everyone chose the ones they liked and began to contract them. Oh, I remember. Yulu, what's that special way you were talking about just now? You'll know after you contract it. At this moment, the advancement ray of light flashed beside Sima Yu, attracting everyone's attention. 5th ranked spirit overlord. This guy, can he not give us so much psychological blow? Comparing really leads to death. It's better for a genius like him to be compared against Brother Yulin. Sigh, quickly cultivate. I really don't want to look at him. The 8 of them started to contract the beasts and after the contracting lights flashed, it was followed by rank advancement rays of light. This shocked Sima Yulin and the other 3. However, seeing that Sima Yuming and the other 3 brothers were just standing there, they knew that this must be the special thing they were talking about earlier. You can even advance in rank by forming contracts? This is the first I've heard of it. After it was over, Sima Yuyang was still in a daze. He felt that this advancement in 2 ranks was like a fantasy. This is because the rank of the divine beast you contracted was high. Otherwise, how would you be able to advance 2 whole ranks? Sima Yulin understood the mystery behind it and commented. Sima Yuyang pulled at his hair, saying, no matter what you say, I advanced by 2 ranks. Haha, it feels so unreal. Those huge birds were not calm either. They exchanged glances with one another, saying, I actually advanced in rank. It's been so long since I've advanced. Me too, if I knew I would be able to advance, what would we get beaten up for? You said it. Sima Yu patted Vulture's head, saying, you will definitely grow stronger quickly if you follow me. The beasts that Yu contracts will grow in strength along with their master. What dash? Sima Yuyang was currently walked by when he almost tripped on his own feet. He turned around and looked at the people who were still in a daze. His gut told him that Sima Yu still had a lot of secret tools. He still had a lot of strength, and that the Sima clan would return to its former glory days in the Yi-Lin continent because of him. Previous chapter. By the time Sima Yu recovered, everyone had more or less finished the contracting process and were waiting for her. Yu, have you recovered? Sima Yang was sitting beside her and, seeing that she had woken up, beamed at her and asked. He gave Sima Yu a scare, and she replied, what's up with that evil smile, what evil are you scheming? What evil scheme? I just wanted to ask you about those few foxes. Sima Yang had yet to finish speaking when Sima Yu immediately stretched forth a hand to squeeze his mouth shut, saying, those are Thousand Resonances clansmen. Don't you dare have any ideas about them. Sima Yang took her hand away, saying, I don't have any ideas about them, I merely wanted to ask. That time, when you made those fox dishes, did you make it out of them? How is that possible? Those were the ones I fought after the mountain. Sima Yu retrieved her hand, stood up and said, since everything has been done, let's leave this place. I'll keep the array first. She kept away all the raw materials. Those were raw materials that were extremely hard to come by. She couldn't waste them. Let's go, we'll continue to look for the legacies. She looked at Vulture and Goshawk, letting them cool down. Why did she have a feeling that they were the legacy? Although everyone already had a flying beast, they still sat on Little Rock's back. He still had his glorious title of the fastest. Little Rock brought them across the field and flew past the mountains, all the way until they saw a few of their own clansmen. Then, he landed on the foot of a mountain. Grandfather mentioned before that there are many legacies here. Sima Yang said. Then let's enter the mountain and look for it. Everyone hopped off Little Rock's back, and a few of them first went over to the other members. What are you all still doing outside, are you not entering the mountain? Sima Yulin frowned as he asked. There are many divine beasts in the mountain. We don't dare to go in. A member said. There are divine beasts. Sima Yu's eyes started to shine as she stroked her chin, why don't we clean them out? Do you know how many divine beasts there are? Quite a few. Oh, why don't we first keep those divine beasts before going to look for the legacies? Sima Yu looked at Sima Yulin as she asked. In any case, she didn't have any blood relations for the Sima clan, so she wouldn't be able to obtain those legacies. She might as well help the Sima clansmen grow stronger so that old fox would have nothing to say. Sima Yulin was the #1 person who represented his generation. It was natural that he would make decisions for everyone. It was also important for them to increase in strength, so he agreed with Sima Yu's idea. He let those who had come here already lead the way, and the group of them grandiosely went to look for those divine beasts. When those people heard it, they were really terrified. However, they relaxed when Sima Yang and the others called out their own divine beasts, and took them into the mountain to look for those divine beasts. 5 to 6 divine beasts were currently cultivating by the riverside. When they saw that people had come, they wanted to scold them when they realized they had been surrounded by a group of divine beasts themselves. Are you going to surrender on your own, or wait for us to beat you until you surrender? The youth who led the way was extremely brazen. What are you that you dare to speak to us this way? The spirit beast leading them replied coldly. Boss, those birds look like they were from the yellow fields. A divine beast who was standing behind said. It really is those guys, how did they end up together with the humans? You ask me, but how would I know? It looks like they have been contracted. It really seems so. Then they all want to help those humans defeat us? I'll give you all an incense's worth of time to think about it. Do you want to surrender or be beaten into surrender? That youth spoke again. Surrender and serve humans? That was impossible. As such, an incense's worth of time later, the leading youth waved his hand and the group of divine beasts attacked them, beating those divine beasts until they were kneeling. Sima Yu walked over and squatted beside the divine beast saying, we asked you to surrender but you insisted on getting beaten up. Isn't it the same in the end? Just obediently let me tame you. After she spoke, she placed a hand on his forehead and began to tame him. When the Sima clansmen saw that Sima Yu was able to tame divine beasts, they all stared with eyes and mouths wide open in shock. When Sima Yang saw their reaction, he nodded his head satisfactorily. It looks like he wasn't the only one who had been stunned. Let's go, we can use this time to catch a few more divine beasts. When those clansmen come, they can contract them. Sima Yulin said. Master, I know which areas have divine beasts. Vulture shamelessly sold out the entire divine beasts in the ancestral ground. After he finished speaking, everyone was rendered speechless. There were actually that many divine beasts here. It was no wonder so many perished when they came here. There were almost 100 divine beasts. This kind of might would be a definite source of power even if it were the Sophia mountain ranges. At least many of the divine beasts don't come out. Otherwise, everyone who entered might even be annihilated. Sima Yuqing added on. Sima Yang pursed his lips in a smile, saying, this is good then, we can take all of them back with us and contract them then bring them out. In any case, they can't go out unless we contract them. They will only be able to waste their entire lives in this tiny little ancestral ground. Let's go, we'll take them all. That's great. The members of the Sima clan were all full of energy as they followed Sima Yang to clean out the place. After almost a month, the Sima clansmen swept up all the divine beasts, watched Sima Yu tame them, contracted them and advanced in rank. For them, this month was like a dream. This kind of life was something inconceivable to them in the past. At the end, Sima Yu tamed a total of 90 divine beasts. Adding on to that the 8 large birds from earlier, the total number was 98. Those youths who came in with them started to stream in. She was only responsible for taming them, while the allocation of them was given to Sima Yulin and the clansmen who were his next of kin to decide. When the last divine beast had been tamed, Sima Yu felt as if she was ready to advance in rank. Thinking about how she had only increased in one rank since she came, all her spirit power was suppressed inside her and she didn't break through. Those of you who haven't received a divine beast do not need to be anxious. We have all obtained so many divine beasts inside here, and if we are pulled out when the time comes, we'll catch a divine beast for you outside and let you tame them for you to contract. Otherwise, you can contract a saint beast instead. Sima Yu said to the remaining people. Young master, we are not anxious. We will wait until we're outside to catch divine beasts. Those who did not contract a divine beast expressed. Alright, we still have a month's time left. Everyone, go look for your legacies. Sima Yu waved his hand and they all dispersed. With everyone together, they wouldn't be able to distribute it even if they found something good. Sima Yu looked at Sima Yuming and the others, saying, brothers, you all should go as well. Alright, let's meet outside. Sima Yuming and the others left as well. Sima Yu stood alone on the riverside. She looked at the 3 large mountains at the riverside. Sima Yulin had said that this was the clan's legacy. One needed blood ties in order to enter. Just now, many had entered the 3rd mountain. My gut tells me that there are good things in there. It's such a pity I can't enter. Suddenly, she felt as if something in the center of the mountain was beckoning out to her and she could not resist walking over. Sima Yu came in front of the mountain. That mountain was a little smaller than the other 2 mountains. Most of the clansmen from earlier chose the other 2 mountains, it was only Sima Yulin and the others who chose to enter this one. There was a huge boulder at the foot of the mountain, and on top of it was a hand imprint. In front of that boulder were many chaotic footprint imprints, as if they were stepped upon by those who had entered just now. Sima Yu wandered around one circle in front of the mountain, but she did not find any place through which she could enter. Could it really be that only those who are of the same bloodline are able to enter? She came in front of the stone and stared at it for very long. However, she could not find a single hint. This must be the thing that can distinguish the bloodlines? She muttered, however, she still placed her hand on it. Who knows, this might not be accurate and allow outsiders in as well. Sima Yu felt as if her hand had been pricked by something. She had clearly seen that the inside of the imprint was smooth, with nothing inside. So what had pricked her hand? She lifted up her hand and saw a small hole in the heart of her hand, and her blood dripped into the imprint. This thing is really strange. Sima Yu looked on with puzzlement as her blood slowly seeped into the stone. Suddenly, a bright ray of light shot out from inside the imprint. It was too blinding, so she subconsciously closed her eyes, stretching a hand in front to block it. Yu? Sima Yu heard Sima Yang's voice and blinked. She saw that she was already standing in front of a cave. Sima Yulin, Sima Yang, Sima Yulin, Sima Yuqing and the other brothers were staring at her with confusion. What are you all doing here? Sima Yu asked. We want to ask you instead, how did you get in here? Sima Yang directed the question to her instead. Oh, I touched the imprint for a bit, then there was a white ray that brought me here. Sima Yu said. You have Sima clan's blood flowing in you? Sima Yuqing asked in astonishment. Sima Yu shook her head, saying, no way, right? Grandfather said that my birth father placed me in his care. How could I have the bloodline of the Sima clan? Then how did you manage to enter? Sima Yuqing didn't believe her, saying, only those who have the Sima clan's bloodline are able to open that. Who knows, maybe it's spoilt. How can a stone differentiate who has it and who doesn't? Sima Yu could only explain it this way. In the past, there was a person who was able to enter despite being an outsider. However, he wasn't able to enter via. Sima Yang looked at Sima Yu. This 3rd great mountain. Sima Yulin said. What he meant was that this wasn't the problem with the stone. Sima Yang looked at Sima Yu, saying, could it be that you really are our Sima clansman? Grandfather wouldn't lie to me. Furthermore, my master said as well that my parents are not people from this great continent. Sima Yu said very definitively. Not of the Sima clan's bloodline. Sima Yulin chewed it over and suddenly thought about the time where he heard Sima Lin mention before while they were looking at the genealogical records, that Sima clan seemed to be from the upper realms. He looked at Sima Yu, saying, could this really be the case? What is the case? Sima Yu asked. Maybe you're from the Sima clan in the upper realms, while our ancestors came down from the upper realms. That's why your bloodline is recognized by that god stone. Sima Yulin voiced out his conjectures. It won't be that coincidental, right? Sima Yu looked at Sima Yulin with disbelief. Could it be that her father was of the same surname Sima? We used to be from the upper realms. Sima Yang said slowly, who knows, maybe that really is the case. No matter whether it is or not, Yu is in here, so let's choose a door. Sima Yulan said. Choose a door. Sima Yu looked at the cave and realized that this cave, that was about the size of a football field, had many doors with shining white lights. The white lights were restricting their sight and mental strength, making it impossible for them to see what was inside. Behind these doors should hold a legacy. In the past, there was a divine beast here. That's why very few could enter. Yu, choose a door and enter it. You all can choose. I want to properly investigate which one I should enter. Sima Yu said. Actually, she had felt this place had something that was pulling her. However, there were many people here and she didn't want to take one step further to feel for it. Sima Yulin and the other had already chosen, so they nodded their heads and entered the doors they had chosen. Right now, she was the only one left in the cave. She came in front of every door, closed her eyes and tried to sense for it. After she had passed a few tens of doors, she finally ascertained the door that they wanted to enter. I wonder what the inside is like. I'll know once I go in and take a look. After speaking, she walked towards the white ray of light and her silhouette disappeared inside the ray. Unexpectedly, there was nothing behind the door. There was only a very long pathway. She continued to follow it, and arrived at a stone house not long later. The walls of the stone house embedded a 5-colored turntable. However, there was nothing else. Could it be that the turntable is the legacy? Sima Yu looked around, but she didn't see anything else that looked suspicious. She came where the turntable was again and began to study it. What use does this turntable have? She stretched forth a hand and turned the turntable, but it didn't move at all. I don't know, what a bother. The 5 different colors are the same colors as the 5 different spiritual chi. Could it be that I need to insert that corresponding spiritual chi? Thinking that this might be possible, she first inserted the flame attribute spiritual chi into the red portion of it. When the spiritual chi entered the turntable, that red portion actually lit up. This should be the case. Sima Yu immediately gathered the other 4 types of spiritual chi, and the other segments lit up as well. Clang dash. When all the colors had lit up, the 5-colored turntable actually turned. The pin also turned 3 circles, then 3 circles anti-clockwise. Then, the turntable was divided into 2 halves and moved apart. It revealed a hole in the wall and there was a box in that hole. So it really was the case. That 5-colored turntable represented the 5 types of spiritual chi. Only one person can enter that door per time, and this turntable requires one to insert 5 types of spiritual chi all at once before it awakens. Nobody was able to obtain this item before. I wonder what else is here. She stepped forward and took that box. As she opened it, a wave of murderous chi shot out from inside. Whoosh dash. The moment she opened the box, she felt a sense of danger, so her head subconsciously tilted to the left and avoided it. That wave of murderous chi shot past the left side of her face and the sound of a bang was heard as a hole was formed in the wall behind her. Sima Yu turned her head and looked at the hole in the wall. She rejoiced in her heart that she had avoided it swiftly, otherwise her head and her body would no longer be connected. What could this be that this attack can stay so dense even after 1,000 years? She opened the box carefully and saw a broken sword hilt. The hilt only had 3 inches of sword, which was a broken spirit tool. Furthermore, that spiritual tool was still released dense spiritual chi. There was a book placed under that spirit tool. It was a thick one. Was the killing chi just now released by that sword hilt? Whose spirit tool is this? Sima Yu stretched forth a hand and took that sword hilt. As she held it in her hand she felt a kind of bone chill. If it wasn't because you had a contract with me, you would already have turned into a ball of fire. Mo Shah's voice sounded and his silhouette appeared from her bracelet, materializing beside the box. Previous chapter. Sima Yu was suspicious when she saw Mo Shah appear. Ever since he had helped her successfully fuse the spirit pagoda, he rarely appeared. Mo Shah, what are you doing out here? Mo Shah didn't reply her. He merely stared straight at the sword hilt. He suddenly solidified his hand, attracting the sword hilt to his palm. Careful. Sima Yu had not even finished speaking when she swallowed her words. That was because she realized that the sword was calm in Mo Shah's hand. The murderous chi from before was completely withdrawn. Mo Shah looked at the sword hilt and his face revealed a tender smile, as if he was looking at a close friend from a long time ago. This sword hilt is yours? Sima Yu could not help but ask. Mo Shah appeared not to reply her, merely touching the sword. His gentle touch left her quite moved. Could this be a spirit tool from his previous life? Sima Yu secretly mused. After that, Mo Shah turned to the box and the spirit skill book inside flung itself over. After that, he sucked the box over and placed the sword hilt inside, saying, keep it well. Before you have enough power, it's best not to let no one know about this. No one. Sima Yu took the box, looked at Mo Shah and said, when I was outside, the call wasn't for me, but it was your sensing of this item, right? You're not that dumb. Mo Shah's hand became transparent again as he said, this is a spirit tool that I personally crafted in my previous life. It was broken in that battle, so I never thought that after so many years, I'd still be able to meet it. Sima Yu looked at the sword in the box. The hilt had such dense murderous chi after so many years. Who knows what kind of horrifying spirit tool it was when it was still whole, before it had been broken. Isn't this the Sima clan's ancestral ground? You are of the devil clan, what is your spirit tool doing here? Sima Yu didn't understand. I didn't say that I fell down from the devil realm. Mo Shah said, maybe someone obtained it during that battle, and then it ended up here. Mo Shah's voice carried with it a trace of hurt, and he returned to the bracelet after he had finished speaking. Sima Yu gave the box to Little Spirit and told him to keep it well. He was not to let anyone know of it, then she picked up the book on the ground. Fusion? What kind of book is this? Sima Yu opened the book and scanned through it. After reading the introductory part in the front, she was so happy that she almost kissed the book twice. It's actually such a great book, but it's been lying here for so many years. What a waste. Sima Yu beamed as she said, however, if this wasn't the case, I wouldn't have been able to obtain you. Fusion was just like its name. It let a master and his contracted beast fuse into one body. After that, he could absorb his contracted beast's ability into his own body. The method was simple. Sima Yu only used give days to grasp it completely. She called out Yaguang and recited a few secret phrases, then Yaguang changed into a white ray of light and attached to her body. Her arm changed completely to look like Yaguang's claw. She punched a stone on the side of the wall lightly, but that stone immediately turned to powder. So powerful. Sima Yu sucked in a breath. Yaguang's iron claw was his best feature. Now that he can combine with her, she had this kind of power as well. Split. She said lightly, as Yaguang left her body. This is really useful. Sima Yu looked at her hands satisfactorily. After that, she called out Little Rock and, after she used fusion, Little Rock turned into a white ray of light and attached himself to her body. This time, a pair of wings appeared on her back. She used her mind to control the movement of her wings, and for a moment, the dust in the stone room flew up in the air. Once I arrive outside, I'll see whether or not I'll be able to fly. Sima Yu smiled as she released herself from Little Rock. How fun, Yu, fuse with me and see what we'll look like. Little Roar saw her playing by herself and made a racket. Alright. Fusion. Little Roar and Sima Yu combined, but they realized that she didn't have much changes. She neither grew wings nor gained any strength. Little Roar, what special ability do you have? Sima Yu asked. After a long moment passed, Little Roar's voice was finally heard, saying, does eating count? Sima Yu's face turned black as she released the fusion and squished him in her embrace. I knew you didn't have any use, you only know how to eat good food. You still dare to ask me whether or not that counts as a special ability? Beast murderer. Little Roar cried out. However, no matter how he roared, Sima Yu didn't care. She messed up every single part of his white fur before she released him. Master, I don't think that there isn't any result of your combination with Little Roar. Thousand Resonance waited until Sima Yu took care of Little Roar before he spoke. But nothing on my body changed. Sima Yu said. Little Roar can ignore boundaries. I think that attained this ability after fusing with him. Thousand Resonance said. Sima Yu thought about it. It seemed that this ability was the most prominent one. Alright, let's go out now. We'll go and see what's behind other doors. Sima Yu kept away all the other contracted beasts into her spirit pagoda before she left the stone room. However, when she came outside, she realized that those doors did have restrictions. One person was only allowed to enter one room. Since she had already entered this one, she was no longer able to enter the other rooms. I wonder how to get out of here. She took a look at the cave and didn't see any area through which she could leave. She could only sit down and wait for Sima Yu and the others. She waited until the 20th day. Thinking about how she had already obtained something on the 5th or 6th day, she wondered what the other 4 people got. The first one who got out was Sima Yu. Seeing that Sima Yu was seated outside, he asked, Yu, did you not enter? I entered already, but I came out early and was waiting for you all. However, you all just didn't come out. If I wait any longer I'm going to go crazy. Sima Yu glanced at Sima Yulan, whose eyes were filled with grievance. Did you wait long? Sima Yu nodded as she stretched forth her fingers to count, it's already been 20 days. Sigh, did you all get extremely good legacies? You actually took so long. Not really. Sima Yu replied, I took 10 days to think it through, it was already half a month by the time I got the legacy. Oh. How did you come out so quickly? Sima Yu blinked, asking with confusion, you even had a test. Didn't you? Sima Yu asked her with astonishment. Sima Yu shook her head, saying, after I went in, I saw a long road. It had nothing, and the way there was also peaceful. There was no test or anything. Then you obtained the legacy? It can be counted as such. Sima Yu said. Heavens, you are so lucky. You actually didn't have a test. Sima Yu looked to the sky. This guy was so strong, who knew that his bearing would also be so good. They had gone through such hardships to obtain the legacy, but this guy was lucky. He just walked in and it was done. He really wished that Sima Yu's luck would go to him. Previous chapter. After waiting 2 more days, Sima Yang and Sima Yulan came out at the same time. Sima Yulin only appeared on the last day. Yulin, the 3 of them don't know how to get out. Do you? Sima Yu sat on the floor eating roast chicken quite shamelessly. Beside her lay a pile of bones that had been licked clean. Sima Yang and the others were all holding a roast chicken and gnawing it. The golden skin of that roast chicken really looked exceptionally tantalizing. Sima Yulin walked over and snatched the roast chicken in Sima Yang's hands and pulled off a bit and placed it in his mouth. He swallowed it before saying, there's no exit here. No exit? Then how do we get out? Once time is up, we will naturally be thrown out of here. Thrown. Alright then, we can only wait. Sima Yu sighed helplessly. Her strength had grown too quickly and needed to go to the back mountains to look for a few spirit beasts to spar with. Otherwise, her strength would be too superficial and would not be good for supporting her future rise. Sima Yuyang looked at Sima Yulin with grievance, whining, "My roast chicken. You've been out for so long, the chicken bones around you are quickly forming a mountain. Eat a little less, save your figure." Sima Yulin said. "Yu. Sima Yuyang cast his gaze towards Sima Yu, wanting her to roast another one for him. Sima Yu threw a chicken at him, saying, "Roast it yourself." Sima Yuyang lifted the chicken, and just as his eyes met with its large eyes, a white ray enveloped them and they all disappeared from the mountain. At the valley, Sima Tai and Sima Lin were waiting anxiously with a group of other elders. Suddenly, there was a flash of white light and groups of people were spit out from it. Dash. I'm going to be squished to death. Who's sitting on my head? Everyone was thrown into a pile on the valley. If they were not spirit masters, they would all have been squished to death. Eldest senior scanned the group and said with shock, "We actually didn't lose a single disciple this year." That's true. Second senior scanned the Atra as well. "Not only did we not lose anyone, most of them have increased by 2 or 3 ranks. Sima Lin said. "Was it so easy this year?" Sima Tai and Sima Lin exchanged glances. The circumstances this year were really abnormal. "Damn it, we really were thrown out. My butt dash," Sima Yu cursed. You're sitting on my face." The people below initially wanted to scold whoever was sitting on their face, but when they heard Sima Yu's voice, their words immediately changed. Sima Yu gently stood up and saw the person whose face was sat on. He was about to be buried into the ground. Cough cough, sorry. Sima Yu pulled the guy up and apologized. No problem. Alright, all stand up properly. Eldest senior loudly announced. All those people quickly stood up and moved into an orderly fashion. Did you all not encounter any dangers when you entered? Third elder could not help but ask when he saw that nobody was injured. Nope. Everyone replied. There are many divine beasts in there, did you not encounter them? We encountered them. Then why did you say you did not encounter any danger? Third elder blew his beard. There was really no danger. All those divine beasts were taken by us and not a single person was injured. Someone replied. Taken by you? That's right, we took them all out. There's not a single divine beast left in there. Sima Yuyang said. Sima Tai raised his eyebrows. You all took the divine beasts out? That's right, grandfather. Brothers, take out the fruits of our labor and display them for the elders to see. Sima Yuyang ordered this, and those who possessed the divine beasts all revealed their divine beasts. So many divine beasts. That elder was shocked by the numerous divine beasts. How did you all manage to contract these divine beasts? Second elder asked. Everyone caught them together, then you tamed them for us and let us contract them. A disciple replied. Good. Sima Tai said, great, 3 times. He was so happy that he expressed his feeling in words. I initially thought that this would be the last time I would open the ancestral ground because there were too many divine beasts and it was too dangerous. I never thought you would actually solve this problem. Not bad. Clan leader, since the disciples have already come back, you can ask them anything you want when we head back. Sima Lin said. Okay. The teleportation array back home had already been prepared, and they quickly returned to the leader's house. When they returned, Sima Yu finally found Sima Yuming and the others and walked over to stand with them. Brother, did you rise another rank? She furrowed her eyebrows, saying, your strength has grown too quickly recently. We feel this way as well. That's why we plan to wait a few days and head out to practice for a few months. Sima Yuming said. I think that they will go out and catch divine beasts soon. When the time goes, follow them and fight well, consolidating your strength. Sima Yu said. This isn't too bad. We might encounter some danger if we go out on our own. It would be the best to go with the clan members. Sima Yuran said. Fifth brother, what about you? Sima Yulu asked. I won't be going. I'll just look for some spirit beasts to spar with. Sima Yu shook her head. After spending 2 over years in the mountain, she had no desire to go back to that life. While they were talking, Sima Tai had already finished speaking and let everyone head back. However, he asked Sima Yu and Sima Yulin to stay behind. Sima Yu followed behind them to the large hall, found a seat at the back and sat down. Yulin, was what you said true? Sima Tai asked. That's right. Sima Yulin said, Yu really has the Sima clan's bloodline. You entered through that door? Sima Lin asked. That's right. Sima Yu said, that mountain had a stone outside, is it reliable or not? That stone is definitely reliable. It's passed down from our ancestors. Sima Tai said, so this means that you are truly someone from our Sima clan. Sima Yu rolled her eyes and lay on the table wordlessly. That old fox, if she continued speaking with him, she would definitely end up going around in circles. Yulan, your bloodline is feeling a bit restless, could it be that the spirit beast bloodline is one step closer to awakening? Sima Tai asked. Yes, clan leader. Sima Yulan smiled as she said, this time, I found a pound that excites the bloodline. After I absorbed the essence, my bloodline awakened quite a bit. Sima Tai nodded, saying, your cultivation talent has always been quite good. Now that you are one step closer to awakening your bloodline, you should cultivate properly. Later on, you will definitely be able to go far. Yes, clan leader. Sima Yulan replied. Sima Tai asked everyone about their legacies. At the end, when he asked what Sima Yu obtained, she very unhappily took out her book, Fusion. She pursed her lips and said, all of you got to increase your strength, only I got something that I can teach everyone. Sigh, I've lost out a lot. Previous chapter. Next. Hearing Sima Yu prattle on, Sima Yuqing and the others lowered their heads and could not help but laugh. Sima Tai took the extremely rare fusion book and was so shocked he couldn't speak. How is it, don't you feel like you got something really cheaply? Sima Yu looked at Sma Tai's expression and harumphed, you have to compensate me. Okay. Sima Tai replied very quickly this time. Clan leader, this is? Sima Lin saw that Sima Tai was very straightforward, so he became very curious towards the spirit skill in his hand. You all should remember that we have an ancestral record that writes how our ancestors had a door that would allow one to gain the abilities of their contracted beast? Sima Tai asked. Could this be it? Sima Lin's face held unconcealed shock. If this was it, the Sima clan would have to properly thank Sima Yu. I think that your ancestors totally did not want you all to learn this ability. Why? Because the requirements to obtain this book are impossible. It just happened that I happened to fulfill them and obtained it. Sima Yu said, if your ancestors really wanted the later generations to learn it, they would not place it there. Yu, didn't you say that you didn't encounter any test? Sima Yuqing said. That's right. There were no tests in front, however, the place it was put was blocked by an extremely hard turntable. If you couldn't open that turntable, you wouldn't be able to obtain it. Sima Yu said. Then how harsh were the conditions to open that turntable? Sima Yu asked. In any case, no matter who of you went, not a single one of you would be able to open it. It's not difficult, it's just that you fundamentally don't have that condition. What condition? Even Brother Lin wouldn't be able to do it? Sima Yulan asked. Sima Yulin looked at Sima Yu as well, his eyes held curiosity and doubt. Sima Yu sighed, saying, that turntable had 5 colors. Every color needed its represented spiritual chi. Only one person would be able to enter, so if this wasn't prohibiting just anyone from entering, then what would it be? SSI, you've a multifaceted spirit master? Sima Yu cried out when he understood Sima Yu's meaning. I didn't say that. Sima Yu said, however, speaking of this, clan leader, you said you were willing to compensate me. Sima Tai was also shocked when he found out she was a multifaceted spirit master, saying, yes, what do you want as compensation? What I've given you is something good, so the compensation has to be good as well. Sima Yu chuckled, I heard that the library pavilion in your residence has quite a few spirit skills, but not just anyone is allowed to enter. I will grant you free entry. Sima Tai said. I'm not asking for that. Sima Yu waved her hand, saying, you've locked my 4 brothers away for 3 years, and have not learnt any good spirit skills, let them enter and choose a spirit skill. Every was shocked. They never thought that she would actually use her request to give her brothers an opportunity to learn. For her brothers, she really put in so much effort time and time again. You are our clansmen. It is natural that they will be able to enter the library pavilion to choose a spirit skill. Sima Tai said, speaking of spirit skills, is the book Raging Inferno still with you? Nope, when I came back, I returned it to grandfather. Sima Yu said, since we're done here, I'm going to head back first. Oh right, I don't like others gossiping about me. If I hear about it, I'll get angry, okay. After she spoke, she bowed to everyone before retreating. This guy actually dares to threaten me. Sima Tai appeared angry as he spoke. However, everyone could see that his eyes held no anger. Yu has always liked to stay low-key. If we really speak about him, he might really get angry. Sima Yuqing said. Strong yet not proud. Mature and steady. His road ahead will be boundless. Eldest senior sighed. If we let the other powers know that our clan has produced such a talent, they will definitely try to exterminate him. Second elder said. Nobody is to speak of anything that has transpired here today. Furthermore, get everyone to keep silent about his abilities. Otherwise, they will be subjected to the family law. Sima Tai said. Yes, clan leader. Just like this, Sima Yu set off a huge wave in the Sima residence. However, not a single ripple was let out. The outside didn't get a single bit of news. Sima Yu was really satisfied when she saw the results. Although the people in the clan knew she could tame divine beasts, nobody revealed it. The things that she said that day in the Great Hall were also kept secret. That was why, apart from Sima Yulin and the others, the rest of the Sima clan had no idea she was a multifaceted spirit master. Boom dash. She was fighting with a lion. The other party had just increased rank to a divine beast, but it was only fighting on par with her. Of course, this was under the circumstance that she hadn't shown her full hand. I don't want to fight anymore, don't want to. Great Lion had been beaten by Sima Yu until all his fur had dropped out and began to wail loudly. Great Lion, we haven't fought that long today, how could you surrender? Sima Yu pounced on that great lion and said while pulling his ears. Your battle abilities are so strong, my fur was almost completely burnt off by you. Great Lion said. Didn't you eat a pill I gave you and recovered? Sima Yu said, who else can have this kind of opportunity? Don't want it either. Great Lion had already made up his mind not to fight her today. No way, I haven't found a better sparring partner yet. You have to fight with me. My little devil, please let me off. Great Lion wailed, there are so many spirit beasts on this mountain, why do you choose me? What choice do I have? Sima Yu slapped the Great Lion's head, the ones in the mountain are either too weak or too small. I want to increase my battle strength, so I have to spar with someone like you. Great Lion lay on the ground, saying, no, I don't care. I don't want to fight you anymore. Sima Yu was infuriated. This lion really was a coward. Right now it had already been half a month since they came back from the ancestral ground. During this half a month, she had run about on the mountain looking for spirit beasts to strengthen herself. She had been suppressing the excess spirit power she had obtained earlier, so she prepared to increase in rank these few days. However, she never thought that this great lion she was sparring with would not want to do it anymore. Since he's not willing, why don't we spar today? Sima Lin appeared and said to Sima Yu. Sima Yu looked towards the mountain top. Sima Lin was there watching her. Grandfather Lin. 3 years ago, we competed on our mental strength. Do you want to do so again today? Sima Lin flew down, looked at Sima Yu and said. Okay. Sima Yu excitedly agreed. Ever since she had come back from the ancestral ground, she had wanted to look for Sima Lin for a spar. 3 years ago, she was unable to fight back against his suppression. She really wanted to know whether or not, 3 years later, she would be unable to go 3 rounds with him like before. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Then, take this. Sima Lin attacked Sima Yu with a wave of mental power once he finished speaking. Sima Yu immediately concentrated her mind to receive the attack. She dared not look down on a great array master's mental power. Their mental strength was rather similar now. When their attacks met in the air, it was as if it had substance to it. Sima Lin did not use that much strength in the beginning because he did not need to beat her until she couldn't move, like he had to do 3 years ago. However, he also realized that Sima Yu's mental powers were many times stronger than it was 3 years ago. She was actually able to easily take his attacks. One had to know that the mental strength he was releasing was the same level as the one that he had used 3 years ago to beat her down. Again. Sima Lin doubled his strength for his second attack. However, Sima Yu still received the attack easily. For Sima Lin's third attack, not only did Sima Yu receive the attack, she even fiercely attacked back, sending his mental strength right back at him. Grandfather Lin, how is it? Sima Yu asked while beaming at him. 3 years ago, when they met, she had merely practiced the soul arts for a short time before being able to receive his attacks. Now that 3 years had passed, with her consistent practice of the soul arts every day, her mental strength was already beyond words. Sima Lin nodded and flew down from the mountain peak. I never expected that your mental strength would actually become so powerful. I heard that you are also an array master. Sima Yu knew that Sima Lin was definitely the one who had told him. However, she didn't refute it, she merely nodded her head in agreement. She had always wanted to get him to give her some pointers about arrays. Now that he had come to ask, she might as well take the opportunity to ask him to teach her. To what degree are you able to sense space? Sima Lin asked. I can already control space that is half the size of a body. Sima Yu replied. Sima Lin was in complete shock. He was so young but he was actually able to control space. Good, good. Although the clan was able to produce 2 array master, their talents did not come close to yours. Sima Lin said excitedly. I will tell you all that I know. In the future, your accomplishments will definitely supersede mine. Thank you Grandfather Lin. Sima Yu cupped her hands and bent low at the waist. Haha, let's go. We will go to the pavilion on the mountain top. Sima Yu happily followed Sima Lin. Sima Yu passed the next few days simply and peacefully. Whenever she had time, she would discuss some problems she faced with arrays with Sima Lin. Sima Lin really liked her and taught her everything he knew, enabling her to improve in her array mastery by leaps and bounds. Aside from teaching her arrays, he even came to battle with her from time to time, where she never stopped improving amidst the battles. Scarlet Queen Bee had already birthed many scarlet bees, who were making honey inside the spirit pagoda. Every month, she would give the old fox a bottle of scarlet honey. That old fox would distribute that scarlet honey to the disciples in their clan in order to help them grow stronger. Aside from Sima Yulin, nobody else who received the scarlet honey knew where it came from. Of course, as time went on, the more scarlet best the Scarlet Queen Bee produced, the more honey was produced. Sima Yu kept away that honey and also increased the amount that she gave to the Sima clan. She left the rest for future use. Wei Ziqi and the others were cultivating inside the spirit pagoda for over a year. It was unknown when they would increase in rank, so Sima Yu would run over to the back mountain every few days, to a secluded place that nobody was at, to take them out to increase in rank. For this 1 year, everyone had increased in rank to a spirit overlord. Bei Gong Tang already increased in rank to become a first-ranked spirit saint. There was still 3 months to the meeting when Sima Yu got a piece of news and quickly called everyone out. What's up, Yu? Fatty Chu came out and asked. This was the first time she had interrupted their cultivation, so something big must have happened. Sima Yu looked at Ouyang Fei, saying, news has come from the South Eclipse Kingdom. The South Eclipse King and the others know that you are still alive and have left the Dongchen Kingdom, so they released news saying that they will kill your mother and her clan in half a month. Ouyang Fei immediately flew into a range, slapping a stone table into dust, yelling, Ouyang Dong dares? He has just ascended to the throne and knows that Ouyang is still alive. He will definitely find a way to exterminate you. Bei Gong Tang said. That's right, when your father was still around, he dared not touch your mother and her clansmen. He could only act in secret. Now that he has ascended to the throne, it is natural that he would want to exterminate this hidden danger. Wei Ziqi analyzed. If those old men from the court knew that you were still alive, I'm sure they would overthrow him to let you become king. Ouyang Dong is afraid that something like this will happen. Fatty Chu had also matured a lot in these 2 years. Sima Yu looked at him and asked, what do you plan to do? Ouyang Fei clenched his hands into fists, saying, what else can I do? He knows that my clansmen are my weakness. He knows that I will definitely return if I get a hold of this news. I'm afraid that he would have already laid many traps for me when I return. However, even if this were the case, I still have to go back. Sima Yu patted him on the shoulder, saying, what are you afraid of? We aren't weak either. After we go to South Eclipse Kingdom, we'll turn his life upside down. Right, we'll go and usurp his throne and take revenge for what happened a few years ago. Wei Ziqi said. You guys. Ouyang Fei wanted to say that they didn't have to go, but his words died in his throat. He understood them, he knew he wouldn't listen to himself either. Since time is tight, I will go and let grandfather and the others know before we head off. Sima Yu said. Before we head to the South Eclipse Kingdom, Ouyang, stay here. Don't reveal yourself. Wei Ziqi said. That's right. The South Eclipse King will definitely guess that you will come. Who knows what kind of traps he's already laid along the way. We can't afford any delays on the way there. Sima Yu said. Okay. Then, I'll trouble you, Yu. Ouyang Fei nodded as he said. Look at what you're saying. Sima Yu glared at him, saying, I'll take grandfather and the others out. She came to another house and told Sima Lai and the others about it and brought them out. Fifth bro, why don't you let us go with you? Sima Yu said. Within this year, they had increased quite a few ranks inside the Spirit Pagoda. It was natural for them to want to go once they heard that she was going to head to the South Eclipse Kingdom. You all should stay safe at home. When the time comes, go and participate in the meeting together. You are carry the name of the Sima clan, you can't expose yourself. Sima Yu said, when the time comes, I will meet up with you guys again at the meeting. You, okay. Then you must take care. Sima Yuran said. I will. Sima Yu nodded, I'm going to let the clan leader know that I'm going. As she spoke, she took out a jar of scarlet honey and handed it to Sima Yuming, saying, this is for the next 3 months. Sima Yuming naturally knew this was scarlet honey since he had been drinking it for a year. He took it and said, you have to take here. Take Halcyon with you. I will be careful. Sima Yu replied. Then, she sighed, Halcyon, that guy, has been caring for his young wife recently. I don't know whether or not he has the time to go with us. Sima Yuming and the others were speechless. Halcyon had clearly gone to take care of an egg that his friend had left behind, but it was described as his new wife. If he heard her say this, what kind of reaction would he have? Alright, grandfather, brothers, I'm leaving. Sima Yu waved to them and left the house. She went to the leader's house and Sima Tai happened to be free. You want to leave? Sima Tai asked her without waiting for her to speak. Sima Yu blinked in surprise, asking, how did you know? Sima Tai smiled, that kid with you should be the child from the previous empress of the South Eclipse Kingdom. Right now, they have sent such tumultuous news, it's natural you would run over to see the show. Sima Yu never thought that Sima Tai knew about this as well and said, an old fox is an old fox, can't keep anything from you. Since you know, I do not need to say much. Remember to take care and to participate in the meeting when the time comes. Sima Tai said. I know. Sima Yu said, I'm going to look for Halcyon now. Go on. Sima Tai waved his hands. When Sima Yu left, she went to a mountain outside Anyang City. She came to a cave and called out Little Roar to fuse with him, then she boldly entered the cave. Inside the cave, Halcyon sensed that someone had entered. He opened his eyes to look outside, then closed them. There was a stone table in front of him, and on it quietly lay an egg covered in veins. If one looked closely, there would be a golden-colored line amongst those veins. Sima Yu entered while biting on a spirit fruit. She looked at Halcyon and said, Halcyon, I've come to see your new wife. Halcyon was too lazy to open his eyes and didn't bother about her. Ever since she knew that there was a female bird inside, she kept calling it his wife. He had already grown immune to it by now. Sima Yu held the fruit with her mouth and walked 2 circles around that egg. After that, she took out 2 pill ingredients along with half a golden snake fruit, started a fire and directly threw those into the fire. Right now, she could already directly use a fire to refine things. She didn't have to use a furnace every time anymore. After she finished refining, she kept her fire away and placed the essence on the egg. It was absorbed very quickly. Halcyon had already opened his eyes from the moment she began to refine the medicine. When he saw her hold the fruit in her mouth and refine those few pill ingredients, the corner of his mouth twitched. Sima Yu took out the spirit fruit, took a bite and said, Halcyon, your wife has eaten a lot of quality things from me this year. When will she come out of her shell? She'll come out when it's time to come out. Halcyon said, what did you come here for today? Something came up. Sima Yu said. She explained what happened then said she wanted to invite him to go with them to the South Eclipse Kingdom since it'd be safer. After Halcyon heard it, he grew solemn for a while. Then, he replied, we'll head out the day after tomorrow. Why? Sima Yu asked, then she widened her eyes and looked at the egg, saying, could it be that your wife is going to be born? Halcyon glanced at her then closed his eyes and ignored her. Sima Yu didn't care either. She and Little Roar both stared at the egg. Yu, who knows, it might be born if you give it a few more things to eat. Little Roar said. But it just absorbed quite a bite of quality stuff just now. Sima Yu said. Why don't you give it some scarlet honey? Little Roar said. I can do that. In any case, it is replenishable. Sima Yu nodded, then took out a jar of scarlet honey. She diluted it then dripped in onto the egg. Halcyon watched them do this. In any case, it was beneficial to the bird egg. However, he didn't feel like this would allow the bird to hatch earlier. Half a day later, he suddenly heard the sound kacha. It was very soft, but it could not remain undetected his ears. Ah, coming out, coming out. Sima Yu hugged Little Roar and cried out in front of the egg. It really is, Yu, do you think she will recognize us? Little Roar said. Should be? Sima Yu said with uncertainty, don't people always talk about some kind of bird complex? Oh, who knows, she may recognize us. Little Roar said. Kacha dash. The egg began to crack even more, such that even Halcyon walked over. Kacha kacha dash. The speed of which the egg began to crack increased, and a bird head quickly popped out of the shell. She looked at Sima Yu and Halcyon, saying a sentence that stunned the two of them. She said, Daddy, Mummy. Ha 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 dash. Little Roar hugged his tummy and guffawed. He pointed at Sima Yu, saying, Yu, you're a mother. Sima Yu used both hands to pinch Little Roar, not letting him laugh at her. Mother? Mummy? Little Bird looked curiously at Sima Yu, then quickly grasped the phrase, looking at Sima Yu and saying, Mummy, Mummy. Sima Yu's face was full of black lines, crying out, I'm not your mummy, I'm not a big bird, but Little Bird didn't care. She placed her head on her shell, staring at Sima Yu with round eyes, calling her mummy. Little Roar laughed until he couldn't take it anymore. He pointed at Halcyon, asking, who is this, Daddy? Little Bird replied, Pfft, is this your marriage ceremony? Sima Yu stretched forth a finger and poked Little Bird on her head, saying, he is your husband, you are his wife, understand? Little Bird looked at Halcyon with puzzlement, then nodded her head saying, husband, this is right. Sima Yu smiled. However, she was still struck by what Little Bird said after that. Husband, mummy. Pfft, ha ha ha, even Halcyon could take it no longer. If he was husband, and she was mummy, then wouldn't she be the mother-in-law? Rainbow, I am your uncle. Your father's friend. Little Bird's gaze turned clearer as she understood about her species from her heritage. Uncle, thank you for saving me. I'm not your mother, don't you know? Sima Yu said. But I like you. I could recognize you from inside my egg. You always gave me good food, you can call me big sister. Halcyon's face turned dark as he said coldly, I'm from the same generation as her father. I'm older than you by 1,000 years, old monster. In the end, Rainbow was just a small bird as firmed up the way she would call them, big sister and uncle. Sima Yu saw Rainbow eating her own eggshells and suddenly recalled something, don't spirit beasts have to reach saint rank to be able to speak? She's a saint beast upon birth?